What is up, perps? So I wasn't planning on streaming tonight, but something came up and another thing that just driving me up the fucking wall. So hey, here we are. Um, we're gonna do it because, well, it's just one of those things. Oh man, oh man. So we'll give it a minute, see who shows, if anybody shows, and then we'll run it. I'm trying to clean some stuff up in the kitchen and do this at the same time, so I might be running around like a lunatic for a little bit. But hey, we're gonna do it because I'm so absolutely insanely tired of these anti-gun idiots blaming people like us who are not a threat to anyone and going after us, going after our rights, even though it's not going to stop a single criminal. Or if it does stop one from doing one thing, he's still going to do the same thing with another thing. So it is what it is. Run Gun, what's up, my brother? We're just kind of chilling, man. We're just getting rolling. I was saying a second ago, I wasn't planning on going live. I didn't see John. Well, part of it is I didn't see John Crump and Dark and Rich go live tonight, so I decided to run this. And it's going to be an absolute, well, I mean, hell, it might as well be a share the pain stream at this point, because what we're going to cover, and it's just lunacy all the way. So that's where we're running right now. It's about as good as that Stephen Dettelbach interview from the other night, which is another absolutely insane piece of propaganda that I watched, that I will be doing some videos on later. But this kind of hit today, and I decided to change up. Oh, hold on. Fire, what's up, my brother? And the reason I wanted to hit this tonight, this just happened today, apparently. And I would say it's funny that it kind of follows on the heels of the Stephen Dettelbach interview on, was it Face the Nation? But it kind of points out to where this new, well, not a new push, but probably a stronger push towards ghost guns and some other shit's coming. So anyway, that's what we're gonna play tonight. Let me find this. Should be in my downloads. Should be. Browser's having trouble sharing your video. If I can't share it that way, then I'll share it through YouTube. I don't see why it wouldn't share that way, though. Kill that, because I don't want to have to share it that way, but if I do, I'll go ahead and share it off of YouTube. Fuck it. I didn't want to have to do it this way because it's easier for me to manage and watch chat if I'm just sharing a video file versus sharing that. What's up, brother Krabby Turtle? How's it going, man? All right, let's do it this way. We're running it live, so not this tab. This tab. All right, now we're in business. Krabby Turtle, my brother, how's it going today, man? We're fixing to make your head hurt. So let's initiate full on share the pain stream rules for this one too. Well, you guys should all know already. Take your whatever's loaded and at least put it to arm's reach, where you have to at least reach for it. Don't unload it. Just have to where you have to reach for it. I'm not responsible for shot computers, thrown phones, baseball bats through TVs, or anything else like that. Just remember, you guys join this willingly. Yeah, you are in Maryland, brother. That is a constant pain. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna let this play. Let me crank some volume up.
I'm going to call this house.
This is a Pennsylvania house. A meeting they had today, I guess, about ghost guns, spooky boys. The same gun I carry every day for self defense. My everyday carry. Oh boy, and they have some not so new takes on this stuff that really will make your head hurt. Oh man, I wish they'd give me one that was like maybe half and half, something that way nobody was having to stare completely at my face. Let's go down here. Fuck it, we'll run it this way. And we're gonna let this run because this is, again, this dovetails. If you guys haven't seen the interview with Stephen Dettelbach, the head of our illustrious ATF from the other night, we're going to get to that at some point in the next couple days. But this was in Pennsylvania. And part of what pisses me off so much about this is they are just fine. They so love suing JSD that JSD actually comes up in this hearing, which pisses me off of more than just a little bit. So let's run this.
Majority Policy Committee to order. Members, please introduce.
Malcolm Kenyatta.
And I'm Representative Ryan Bizzarro. I represent the 3rd District in Erie County. I also serve as the chairman of the House Majority Policy.
Let me know we're all 5 by 5.
I hate to debate who's the best district in the city of Philadelphia, but I am Ronnie Green. I represent the 190th Legislative District, which is North Philadelphia, West Philadelphia, Nicetown, Tioga, and
again, this was today.
The best district in the city of Philadelphia.
Now, it should be noted we're going to have members joining us. Some are running a little late. There are some other things going on in Philadelphia today, so please forgive us for people coming in and out. And with that, I will hand it over to Representative Malcolm Kenyatta. Thank you for calling the hearing to order, Malcolm.
Thank you. So first, I want to thank Chairman Bizzarro for having this conversation, and for folks helping us do this in just a couple of days. But particular thank you to Dewan and Ricky from the NOMO Foundation. Thank you for everything you do for our young people. If folks aren't familiar with the NOMO Foundation, you should be. NOMO is one of those just community anchors that help make a real difference in the lives of young people, help to create that safe space that can be elusive for a lot of people as we do everything.
Hey, what's up, brother Chris? How's it going? You doing all right tonight? You probably won't be after you listen to some of this.
We can to deal with the crisis of gun violence and to make Philadelphia the safest big city in America. I think that that's something that if we do what we can in Harrisburg, have the type of leadership at the federal and the city level and work in partnership, that's a reality. But it never happens with government
BV,
alone.
what's up, my brother?
And having folks like you two brothers who do what you do every single day and then open up the space for us to have conversations about how we can do even more. I'm deeply, deeply grateful.
Oh, yeah, and they get into it in this hearing,
start
too.
there and say thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you, brother. And I want to thank everybody for being here today for this conversation. Representative Chairwoman Cephas is in Harrisburg. She's a member of the Appropriations Committee, and so she cannot be here but I want to say on behalf of both of us who have for a number of years now,
Oof.
been
BV, at least
partnering
it got put
together
back in
on a variety
place.
of different pieces of legislation and legislative ideas to make gun safety a reality throughout the Commonwealth. And as I mentioned, to address the crisis that we have here in the city of Philadelphia. Even as we've made some important progress, any young person or any person that we lose to gun violence is more than enough. And there's so many people who know what it means to have an empty chair at the dinner table that will never be refilled with their loved one. And ghost guns.
And just remember, guys, your rights depend on whether someone else does something evil. So, if they do something completely evil with something that is supposed to be a right, well, you can't have your rights anymore because someone else did something evil with them. So your rights are actually dependent on the criminal class in the United States.
Have made it more and more easy for folks to get access to weapons that they should not have access to on our streets, and makes it more elusive for members of law enforcement to prosecute the individuals who want to come in and commit crimes in our community. And so, with that, I would stop and turn it back over to the chairman. Or do you want me to introduce the person?
Oh, let me.
So I know that he needs to run out, and so I will turn very briefly to our district attorney, Larry Krasner.
Thank you kindly for the opportunity to address this committee on what I consider to be an absolutely crucial issue in the Commonwealth. I do want to put to rest, though, the issue of which is the best legislative district. And the answer is all the districts that pass legislation that shuts down ghost guns are the best districts in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. My comments will just be about 3 minutes, and then I'm going to turn you over to the person who in my office I consider to be the expert, and he is in fact a tremendous expert on this issue, and that's Bill Fritzy, seated next to me, who is the head of our gun violence task force, well-known and highly respected in the ATF, with the FBI, with the state agents with whom he works all the time, and with the Philadelphia Police Department for a whole lot of reasons. So you're hearing from the right person on this. But let me just cut to what I think is a very important point here. There are times when the legislature passes criminal laws and
Listen to this.
it doesn't make much of a difference. And I say that because the ACLU some time ago documented that Pennsylvania had gone from having about 1,000 criminal statutes to about 5,000 criminal statutes over a period of 40 years.
Does that not bother anybody else? From 1,000, which to me is too high, to over 5,000 criminal statutes in under 40 years. Does that not bother anybody else? Because I guarantee you most of these so-called criminal statutes aren't affecting people who are violent criminals. They're criminalizing things that everyday people would do if they so chose, that didn't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property, but now it's crime. I'd have to Google how many criminal statutes have been put on the books nationally in that same amount of time. But we keep voting for these jackasses.
Hundreds of years have led to the development of 5 different levels of homicide in most states and in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. They're pretty good. They cover a whole lot of stuff. It doesn't necessarily help to pass 25 more homicide laws that make it a crime to kill somebody with a particular first name or a particular last name or someone who's in a car or out of a car.
Damon,
But
what's up, my brother?
Is essential when what you have.
How you doing today, bro?
Gap in the existing law that allows criminals to do terrible things. And that is exactly what is going on with ghost guns. Ghost guns are technology that was designed to run through the loopholes in existing statutes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I can think of no clearer example of a situation in which new legislation is necessary to deal with a tremendous threat to public safety than this one. So I want to applaud all of you for having these hearings. I want to applaud all of you for your interest in this topic. And I want to make sure you understand that we have 60 lawyers in our law division whose job it is to figure legal stuff out. We have a few of them who actually.
That should scare everybody by itself right there, 60 lawyers just to figure stuff out. Oh, nice, Damon. I like my 10.5. I wouldn't go any shorter than a 10.5. I would have liked an 11.5 for my pistol build that I got that's sitting right there. But I did want to go pretty much as short as I could without losing too much velocity. I'm already losing a lot at 10.5, but I'm not getting the negative returns off that barrel length yet. Because, oh man, how come any time in these hearings, and I've listened to this once, I didn't get to actually kind of absorb all of it because I've been working and driving and kids and everything else. And I know why it is, but why can these people never give us the numbers on, hey, this was a gun that seemingly was manufactured, because you can tell in most cases that this was manufactured and then had a serial number removed, or this was a privately made firearm that wasn't required to have a serial number. How come they never give us those numbers? You think they're think they're playing with the numbers a little bit to try to prove their case? The mere idea you're going to do something that is mainly going to affect people who are trying to obey the law versus criminals who are trying to break every law they can, and somehow you're going to fix some shit, is absolutely retarded. But these people in suits and ties up here, our rulers, don't give a shit about your rights.
Specialize in legislation. We are here to provide
Let me go yell at
any
my kiddos
suggestions
again.
that you may want, to discuss options with you. We are not interested in credit. We ain't legislators.
I'll be right back, you
but
guys.
We are interested in
share the
being
pain
of
amongst
help
yourself.
to you in any way that we can. Mr. Fritzie, I think, is ideally suited to lay out the specifics of what the issues are with ghost guns, where the gaps are in the existing legislation. But I tell you from the bottom of my heart, I think that this is vital. I think it's crucial. I think you to be applauded for raising it, and anything that my office can do to be of assistance to you, your colleagues, or anyone else in the state to try to get at this issue, we are with you 100%. And with that, I will make available Mr. Fritzie, and unfortunately I have to run to another event, but I'm glad I could be here at least for a moment to thank you for what you're doing.
And thank you, Mr. District Attorney. Appreciate it.
First, let me say thank you. On behalf of Gun Violence Task Force, as you know, we're a joint task force with the Office of Attorney General, and we have been provided state funds to be able to do the things that we have been able to do in Philadelphia, some of which is to use forensic phone technology to kind of track down these straw purchasers and these ghost guns. But what we're seeing is that there are a multitude of loopholes, and it really comes down to the definition of a firearm and what we want to define as a firearm. And that's across the board with our gun statutes. And so while we talk about ghost guns and the individual parts that can be shipped without anyone ever being checked, I also want to bring up in the context of all the other things that we allow in Pennsylvania that aren't even allowed federally. So for instance, even though there's a federal mandatory on switches, which are, again, a little part that can be put on a firearm, it releases thousands, it can release round after round after round at a crime scene. It's a little tiny part. And in Pennsylvania, the only thing that we can charge possibly is what we call possession of a weapon, which would allow us to say that.
Okay, so and part of what he's getting in here, and I'm sorry to rain on his parade a little bit, but he says in Pennsylvania, wherever, Philadelphia, having a Glock switch in their state law is only a misdemeanor. I'm sorry, that's still a federal felony to have one. And if you think for a second these people won't want to try to push that off on the federal government to prosecute, because the federal government is going to burn up their money for it instead of the state burning up their money to do it. If you think they're not trying to push that off on the
Can I have
feds,
a cup of ice, please?
I'll get you one just a second.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, you're good, baby. But if you think they're not trying to push that off on the Fed, you're a fucking moron. Now, if the Fed isn't prosecuting this, which is an NFA violation, well, then what's the Fed doing? They don't give a shit about this crime. That's what they're doing. Now, if you're CRS and you have a little piece of fucking metal that you advertised that could possibly be used as an auto sear, even though the ATF's own technology branch couldn't get it to work, that's different. This is I could have gone some places right there. But you'll go after him. You're not about to go after for the feds. You're not about to go after the inner city kids, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds that have these switches on their fucking guns. And then PA's bitching that it's only a misdemeanor in their state law. When you know good and damn well that state's going to push that prosecution off to the Fed any chance they get, because the Fed has more funds to prosecute things like that. It says, all right, let this, my kid's right there. Let me let this person speak, I should say.
That the gun had been changed in some way, shape, or form. And that's only a misdemeanor of the first degree. But these switches are getting put on the streets of Philadelphia like you wouldn't believe. And so that's why you see crime scenes with 50 rounds being fired, 20 rounds being fired. And that's something that when we talk in the relationship to ghost gun and these individual parts, that should be looked at and regulated. Another thing that we could also look at is the sale of ammunition. Federally, you cannot, if you're a prohibited person, you cannot have ammunition in your home. In Pennsylvania, there's no background check. There's nothing on ammunition. So if we're talking about getting parts of a gun shipped to your home, then why aren't we also talking about getting that ammunition that goes in the gun? So we know that in 2022, about 575 guns were recovered in Philadelphia that were ghost guns. And we believe that around 87% of the guns recovered, crime guns recovered, are probably ghost guns. And those numbers just continue to accelerate year after year. And this is also changing the dynamic of what our unit was set up for, which was straw purchasing. People would go to their stores, they would buy these guns for someone who was ineligible to carry, and then they would pass those guns out onto the street. Well, now we've bypassed the straw purchaser for the most part, because you can order these guns as long as you have a credit card. You can ship them to your home. And some people are being a little more cautious. They're shipping them to other people's homes. They're using other people's credit cards, committing fraud, and then shipping them and then getting those guns out onto the street. All while there's no way to track these firearms. There's no serial number required.
Oh, my fucking head's going to kill me. I was busy dealing with the kids right then. But you're telling me this person who steals a credit card, that's theft. That's pretty serious crime. Then they order a product online, pay for it with a stolen credit card. That's wire fraud. A felony. Serious federal felony. Then they have it mailed to the person's home. Then they steal that person's mail, again, another federal felony. And you're telling me you have problems prosecuting these people because it was a ghost gun. I'm sorry, if you can't figure out how many felonies are in that equation and you're supposed to be a lawyer, a prosecutor, you're an idiot. You are an absolute moron that should not have any power whatsoever over another human being.
And although the ATF has changed the definition of firearm in some way, the companies are getting smart. They're learning to ship parts differently. They're learning to sell parts differently in order to bypass that change by the ATF. So if we are looking at the context of the entire gun statute when we're incorporating ghost guns, because we are talking about guns here, right? Like that's not something new. It's just that they're coming in pieces. Then we need to look at all the pieces of a gun. And I say this from someone who grew up in an area where firearms were fine. And you had to be a responsible gun owner. And so I don't think requiring people to do background checks or tracing where guns go to is anything that requires anything other than responsible gun ownership.
Could I ask, and I know Larry alluded to it, but can you talk more about your professional background? Because as I love to say to my colleagues, my understanding on this has been expanded by members of law enforcement. When I'm asking about a death that occurred in my district, and one of my first questions to G Lamar, who I'm often talking to, is let me know that somebody was shot in the 181st district. My first question usually is, how the heck did they get this gun? What do we know about this? And so it's members of law enforcement who are making it very clear that this is becoming more and more and more of a problem. So can you talk about your professional background and how you come to your great understanding of this issue?
So I started out as a district attorney in 2012, and I was assigned to the what was at the time the Southwest Division, West Southwest Division within the district attorney's office. And mainly we prosecuted a lot of violent crime as well as just firearm possession cases. And from that, you get to learn a lot about firearms and how they get put out on the street. Through my time in the office, I progressed up into the point, I've tried homicides and was brought over to Gun Violence Task Force in 2018. And at that time, we started focusing on two separate things which overlapped, one of them being group violence and the crime drivers that are out there shooting up a neighborhood on behalf of a group and targeting other individuals. In 2018, I wasn't really seeing a lot of ghost guns. It was guns that had been straw purchased or illegal guns that had been stolen that were being used for these violent crimes. In the last few years, however, we see more ghost guns being used. We don't see as much straw purchasing occurring at the gun stores. We know that some of the gun stores here in Philadelphia have closed. And so my training and the work that I do within Gun Violence Task Force is to work with our state agents. They go out and they trace these firearms. So every gun that comes in Philadelphia, they're to look at. Once, what we were able to do in the past, right, is we would see a gun, we would have a serial number on it, we could trace it back at least to the point of the seller. Because there's no requirement in Pennsylvania that we create anything that transfers the gun other than the sale of that firearm. So if I was to buy it initially and it is stolen, if I don't report it stolen, it's just somewhere in the atmosphere. And our job is to try and trace that gun back to the original point of sale. And then from there, try and figure out the people in between. So perhaps Bill Fritzy did go to that store and he bought that gun. Then we need to go talk to Bill Fritzy and find out who he gave that gun to. Many times they'll say the gun was stolen. Well, why didn't you report it stolen? And the story never adds up. Or I left the gun on the SEPTA bus. Why would you leave a gun on the SEPTA bus seat and never tell anybody? And then through the investigation, we're able to find out that these people did sell or pass the gun. And that's one of the reasons that we, on the district attorney's side of Gun Violence Task Force, focus the funds from the state on cell phone forensics, social media forensics, and got into, we have a whole lab now that we can go through. We recover guns from defendants, from people that we have probable cause for to go into their phones. And through that, we can then search, look for conversations and connections, even PayPal accounts or Cash App. And we can go back through and trace that back to try and get to that point of sale. That's with straw purchasing, and that's the way that we used to do things. But now we're dealing with individuals who are using a credit card, and what they're doing is they're going on the websites for these companies, and they're having boxes shipped to them, just like going on Amazon. They click on what they want, and those are shipped to us, to your home. And in that is the kit, right? And it is the kit that has the slide, the bottom of the frame or the receiver, and then all the individual parts within the gun, the trigger mechanism, all of that. And within about a half an hour from what our agents tell us, you can assemble those guns and make them fireable. Within that, though, you can also switch out those parts. So if you wanted to go to a crime scene and you wanted to commit a homicide or a shooting, you've done it with that gun, you can now replace those parts, or you can interchange them with other parts of the gun. So one of the things that we do in our investigation side when we're looking at these cold cases and trying to solve these cases is we follow those FCCs, the fired cartridge casings that come out of the gun. Every gun has an individual individual fingerprint they put on the back of the FCC. So when that goes out to a crime scene, we know that that gun is the one that fired. So what we have been able to do in the past to solve cold cases is we look at that story that that gun tells us. That gun ended up at 3 or 4 crime scenes. All right, who had that gun in their hand? Who was the victim of those shootings? And we're able to get more evidence and pull those cases together. But if you take a ghost gun, most of which are cheaply made anyway, so they sometimes can change that fingerprint themselves if they're fired too much. But if you took a ghost gun and you committed a homicide at one location, you can switch those parts out. You can go to the next location, and we're going to see a different gun possibly, right? Especially if the firing mechanism is changed out. So from a law enforcement perspective, from a district attorney telling you this, I know it's a problem. And the biggest problem is I can't just walk into court and say, Your Honor, this is a gun. This person shouldn't have had this gun. Why are we letting them put parts together in their home? The other problem is while we can stop felons in possession.
Your name, what's up, brother? Let's see.
Firearms, and while ATF gave us.
Let me stop this here for just a second while my brain tries not to absolutely explode. Let's see. So this guy is basically getting into having to do like a background check for any part of a gun you order. Where he's headed with this. I had to rise. What's up, my brother? So if you decided to put a new trigger in your gun, replace a firing pin, any of the number of things that we do to our firearms daily, new hammer, new this dude thinks there ought to be a background check for it because criminals are getting these things. Yes, but there are a small minority of the people who are getting these things. The vast majority of the people who are getting these things are law-abiding, try to be law-abiding citizens. Yeah, this guy, anything you can do to your gun yourself, this guy is no. You have to have background checks to do these things. One, I don't give a shit whether felons have guns or not. I don't. I'm so over that. Watching how our government has prosecuted crimes and watching how people are treated by our justice system. I'm so fucking done with that. It's not even funny. And for those of you who don't know, I was a felon for many years. Over a damn decade before I got that squashed and was no longer a felon. Yep, right to repair. So I don't give a shit whether a felon has a gun. I don't. I care what they do with it. If they are out raping, murdering, and robbing with a firearm, then you charge them for the rape, murder, robbery with the firearm. And maybe, you do enhancements on the crime when they use the firearm. Other than that, it's my kid. No, my kid's not over there. Other than that, fuck off. You don't get to screw everybody else over because a very small percentage of your population are violent pieces of shit. And this one might get real and spicy. And that's all this is. This is to drive up fear. And these normies that watch this shit who have no idea about firearms technology, how firearms works, how serial numbers work. Like serial numbers are this magical thing. Oh, it's got a serial number, it's traceable. No. Most criminals that are half-ass smart when they steal the gun, they are going to scratch the serial number off of the gun. Or if I'm a criminal and I buy my gun at a crack house, because that's probably where I'm getting my gun, if it's got a serial number, then I am going to do something and remove that serial number once I get a hold of that gun. So your magical serial number, that is this traceable thing, has never been used to solve a violent crime. Never. Could you solve where something was stolen? Yes, person gets caught with a firearm. It's got a serial number. They're too stupid to remove that serial number, being the criminal mastermind that they are. And that serial number was reported stolen. You run the gun, you find out, hey, this gun's stolen. You're not the one that possesses it. Okay. 99% of the time, you didn't solve a violent crime. You didn't stop a murder. You found a thief and you got someone's property back. That's exactly what you did. You haven't stopped a shooting. You haven't. You haven't stopped a murder.
That the change that allows us to identify that box, the frame and the receiver, as a frame and receiver, so a part of a firearm, right? That allowed us to go and do search warrants on people's homes, because we would see people coming from gun shows with bags and bags of these kits. If you are not ineligible to carry, right, and you are bringing bags and bags of firearms home, there's no reason for me, and no reason legally, that I can go into your home and search. You can create a firing range in your home. That's fine. You can have 200 of these kits in your home and you can be a
Yes. You can have 200 of these kits in your home. Until you can prove that I committed a crime with these kits, guess what the government gets to do in a rational society? The government gets to ride on off down that gravel road and kick rocks while they're doing it. Now, if you can prove that I'm putting kits together and I'm putting these out on the street, well, that makes me an unlicensed manufacturer. You can go after someone that way. If you can prove that I put guns in the hands of felons, you can go after me for that, another felony. So you have all of these felonies surrounding what you're talking about right now, but what you're focused on is the person in their home making their own firearms. Josh Shapiro testified about something very much like this in a hearing 2 years ago. It's when all this shit started with JSD. And he went through this long spiel about how there was this guy at a gun show, and these people would buy these ghost guns, and then they'd come to his table, and he would finish the firearms for them, and they'd send them out, no serial numbers, and he watched this guy do this constantly. Those are what we call felonies, especially when he said, well, we knew some of these people were felons. Matter of fact, the dude doing it was a convicted felon racist. And you sat there and watched him do it. You sat there and watched all of these felonies go on. You had the evidence of it. You had every crime on the planet that you could have put these guys in prison for decades for. And somehow you're saying you need new laws. If you're not enforcing those, why the hell do you need more? Oh, sun's in here. Time to bathe.
assembling them.
What's up, What are you doing?
Because there's nothing in the
What are you doing?
statute that says that building your firearms, right? That's our Second Amendment right, that we can build these firearms. But when you're building them and we know that you're putting them out on the street,
100%,
how is that
Damien.
any different than the sale of narcotics out onto the street? And so that needs to change too, because we know people are doing that. We know people are going out with no record.
Because, you asshole, let me explain it to you. You're supposed to be the lawyer in this equation. I can build 900 firearms in my home. As long as I don't do something illegal with those firearms, again, the government gets to fuck right on off because they're mine. If you can prove that I am taking chemicals, I'm making a narcotic, just making the narcotic is illegal. Just like if I was a felon, if I had a freaking wall that made darks look like nothing behind me with all of these parts kits sitting on it. If I didn't convert them or didn't make them into firearms, then they are just parts. That is not illegal. If I'm a felon and I take those parts and I assemble a firearm, that's illegal. I am then in possession of a firearm. And I could argue that on other grounds, but I'm not going to for this discussion. So just the act, I have not only manufactured a firearm, then I am a felon in possession of a firearm. Again, shit that's already illegal.
They're buying these guns. We've had it. We've had at least 3 or 4 cases where we found we found ranges in the homes, right? A kit's assembled. We weren't able
Sure,
to
there
find
are
the
plenty of
firearms
gun
already
ranges
out on
in
the street,
homes.
but we found those FCCs that had the different cartridge casings. One of those individuals in the homes, I won't say his name, but he was a convicted felon. So he was in his home manufacturing firearms, and we ended up charging him on each gun, but we did that by using the fire cartridge casing. We never recovered those firearms. So that's what we're seeing all over. It's a mess. And the biggest push and the easiest thing I can tell you all to do is simply just change the definitions and say what is required and what's not required. Why can't we simply just say, if you're ineligible to carry a firearm, then you're not allowed to have ammunition. You can't purchase that. Why would we let someone who's not allowed to carry a firearm go into Walmart and purchase ammunition? That should be a big red light that maybe they have a gun in their home. Why are we allowing for the sale of switches, but we only make it a misdemeanor? So we're allowing people to buy those switches out on the streets of Philadelphia or anywhere across Pennsylvania.
Sorry,
and
does
that trigger.
Pennsylvania now allow the
And
selling
a
of
50-round
switches?
drum is immediately, shot towards somebody. And so it's things of that nature. And I look to the state.
Zany, what's up, brother?
They have a different type of licensure. There's a big fight in Philadelphia all the time. Sometimes we get a bad rap because people forget that there are different sections. And I'm sorry, I talk a lot about this. So there's different sections of the gun statute, right? There is the individual who's ineligible to carry, the 6105 statute. And each of these statutes needs to be reviewed because they're not clear. 6105.
Notice he's talking about someone who is ineligible to carry. In other words, they don't have their licensure. He's not saying that this person is a felon and ineligible to have firearms. Because, see, I could make firearms all day long and never carry them outside of my house. Never need a carry license. How are they going to track this shit? Well, through the mail, because they track shit through the mail. They track them through credit card purchases. That's why I had such an issue with the dude using someone else's credit card and committing all this damn fraud. Yes, yeah. I mean, it's this shit that drives me nuts. So how about we do enhancements for using a gun in a violent manner and leave everybody else the fuck alone? So if I don't use my firearms in a violent manner illegally towards someone, now you can use your firearms in a violent manner and be legal. It's what we call self-defense, you bunch of jackasses. If I'm not using my firearms out there to rape people, murder people, rob people, deprive them unlawfully of life, liberty, or property, leave me alone. Leave the gun companies alone. Go after the people committing the crimes, not this blanket bullshit. But it's the guns. No, he gets into something. He didn't hit it yet. He gets in some other shit about, being able to replace parts on guns. And if you replace parts on guns, you change the fingerprint of the gun and all this shit. Dude, we change parts on guns all the time. I may not like the barrel, so I change the barrel. I might not like the hammer. I change the hammer. I might not like, hey, this disconnector is a little sticky. I change the disconnector. Change the trigger. That's all normal things that we do to our firearms, you fucking prick. Sorry, I went to sleep cranky last night after listening to the Dettelbox interview. Woke up cranky this morning because I listened to Dettelbox issue. And then I ran into this, which made me a little extra cranky. Because it's all the same retarded crap. Need licenses to drive a car. Yeah, that person who just stole that car to commit the drive-by was 14 years old. He didn't have a license. It didn't stop him from stealing the car and committing the drive-by. Yeah, you ain't wrong there, BV.
You can be a misdemeanor of the first degree. You can be found guilty of the misdemeanor of the first degree. And the way the statute is set up, even if you have a gun the next time.
I'm a little behind, BV. I've been in and out, man.
However, if you have possession of the firearm and you were a prior felon with possession of that firearm, it goes from an F2, a felony of the second degree, to a felony of the first degree. So the statute was rewritten to fix that, but it forgot about the misdemeanor of the first degree. And that changes in sentencing. That changes on us being able to keep people on kind of probation or offer different diversion programs for them, right?
Okay.
Because we don't have that.
Hold on, let me
authority to
hit
say,
that
oh, look,
real
now
quick.
you're facing a felony of the.
Wondering why there's a logic behind having a misdemeanor for the first offense on some of these things. It's because some people, believe it or not, know jack shit about firearms laws, state or federal. I guarantee there's people out there that don't realize a Glock switch is illegal. Now, they'll tell you ignorance of the law is no excuse, but some people just don't know. You would think in the spheres that we all run in, people would realize that, there are barrel length restrictions on shotguns and rifles and shit like that. Some people don't know. I've talked to gunsmiths in the last couple of years, and they do see a lot of SBRs coming to their damn shops because people built their own gun and didn't realize that if that barrel was shorter than 16 inches, that's a felony. 5 years in prison. Well, now I think it's 10 after some changes in the law. They didn't know. They had no intent to break a law. They just wanted to build the gun. These are not the people out there committing gang shootings, so-called mass shootings. These are just everyday Americans who built something that shouldn't be illegal in the first goddamn place. But pricks like this would throw you in jail for a decade, not because you hurt somebody, not because you did something that would cause harm to somebody. You didn't rape, rob, murder, do all that other shit, merely because you had something that the government doesn't like.
First degree. So maybe we need to change things here. When we talk about that, that's the same thing that occurs on the federal side. The federal government, if you are not allowed to carry a firearm, you're not allowed to carry a firearm. That's what they can charge.
Hey, BB, I would have been sued a long time ago if that was the case.
If you are licensed to carry, you can carry a concealed firearm. That is your 6106 charge. In Philadelphia, we also have 6108 that says that you have to be licensed to carry whether it's concealed or not. Those two charges don't exist federally. And so when we get a lot of pushback here in the city of Philadelphia because people are saying, well, why aren't you winning these cases with the licensure requirement? Or why are the sentences so low? But when we're talking about licensing requirement, a lot of the people that come in have no prior record, right? But we have definitions that require licensing and what a firearm is for licensing.
And understand, when he's talking about some of this, he's talking about somebody who was carrying a firearm without a permit. They weren't hurting someone. They got pulled over at a traffic stop. Oh, shit, you don't have a permit. You have a firearm. oh, here you go. You get to go to damn jail. You get to get tried as a felon. Chessboard, what's up, my brother? Yeah, man, I've been kind of under the rock the last couple days. I wasn't planning on streaming tonight, but I ran into this and it's off to the races. So, hey, this guy's talking about taking nonviolent people who weren't out to hurt anybody and putting them in jail, putting them in prison. But we haven't, been able to do it enough. Crimes aren't, the punishments aren't strict enough because these are first offenders. Yeah, everything's good, Chess. Besides my back's fucked. But besides that, and idiots like this who are just a pain in the ass, yeah, going all good.
Right. So why can't we do
Hopefully
that
you're
with
doing well too, brother.
as well? And those are things that can be incorporated into the current statute. We don't need to make a new specialized statute, or we can take that possession of a weapon statute and define all those other pieces, because your possession of a weapon statute, which is 908 in the Crimes Code, that's if you convert a rifle to a sawed-off shotgun. That's if you add something special to the gun to make it more deadly than what it was before.
Yes, you just heard that. And I'm pretty sure he meant to say short barrel rifle. But how do you convert a rifle to a shotgun? Now, technically, you can convert a shotgun into a rifle because you can put a rifle barrel on it and shoot slugs out of it. Technically, that's a rifle. Oh, yeah, BV, they'll pull you over for anything. I got pulled over. It's been 2, 3, hell, it's probably been 4 years ago now. Because the lights for my license plate weren't working. If you're a police officer and you need to see my license plate, you have headlights on your car, or it'll be in such time to where it's daylight and you can see my license plate. Long barrel pistol. Yeah. This is fucking, all this proves is these gun laws are so fucking ridiculous. And who knows, depending on how things go, we might get to Stephen Dettelbach tonight. Oh, that's going to be a fun ride because I'm going to be pretty buzzing for that.
All right. We know that we can put a switch on there, right? We know we can charge it, but again, it's only a misdemeanor of the first degree. When we're recovering a switch, it's a lot of times from an individual who's used that, right? So why can't we upgrade the grading on it?
If you can prove they used it, charge them for how they used it.
So that the person hesitates before they go and buy it. And why can't we then include the parts of the gun into that POW? Because if you were buying additional parts to your firearm, or you're buying parts to a firearm, why can't we include that somehow into that possession of a weapon statute that's already there?
Again, he's not talking about felons at that point. He's talking about someone who doesn't have their carry license, their license to purchase firearm, whatever, and saying that we need to run background checks for all of these gun parts. And if you get gun parts and you don't pass a 4473 or our state check, that needs to be a crime. The Brownells catalog would make this guy have a fucking stroke. Yeah, they do have 410 uppers for AR. I wouldn't mind one of those, actually. A little 410, shit, that thing would be rocking. Dude, I haven't went through the insurance stuff, Chess. That's a freaking ball of wax, and I looked at the stuff, and I haven't went into it because every time I go, I wanted to do some videos tonight, just shoot the videos over these so-called firearms experts that are testifying for AR bans and bans on semi-automatics and stuff. That's what I was going to do tonight. I was going to listen to some other stuff, and I was going to do those. Then I ran into this, and that kind of threw my whole schedule kind of idea out the window. DM, what's up, my brother? Dude, yeah, I can't say I haven't, DM. Yeah, false. I'm guilty as charged. Because there's plenty of stuff in that catalog that it is way better than the Sears catalog used to be when I was like 10. Just saying. A lot better than granny panties.
So I think there are, and I am rattling this off.
Oh,
after
yeah, you can
doing this
get
for so many
12 gauge
but I
AKs,
think
12
there's
gauge
things
ARs.
within the firearms statute that need to be tweaked and changed. And I think if you did that, we would be able to regulate the ghost guns themselves and be able to say, that's great that they are ghost guns. that
Yes,
the parts
Chess.
are involved, but we regulate the parts as well. And I think the easiest way to do that is obviously with the felon in possession statute first, because those are the people you definitely do
Now,
not
like I
want
said,
buying
first-
parts to a gun. You don't want them buying ammunition. You don't want them buying switches. And that should all be included on that side of the house. The only other thing I will say is New Jersey.
Sam,
requires
what's
a
going
license
on,
to
my brother?
purchase. We don't require that. We get confused.
Just another day living the dream, man. Hopefully you're doing good.
Have acquired their license to purchase in New Jersey, but they don't have a license to carry. So sometimes that plays out when the two states, when people cross the border. But that's something that I think could be looked into. It's not creating any type of registry. It's just saying, yep, you've been approved for sale. And it would slow down the time that you can acquire that firearm and do more background checks. The other thing that I think is important to know is the electronic record of sale.
Dude,
I know that
BV,
it's
that
been
makes,
pushed
I
a
got to
lot
look
by the
something
Attorney
up.
General's office.
Got to look it up.
needs to
I can
go
find it.
statewide. And it needs to be for anyone who sells these firearms. These gun shows, it's backlogged. We still have backlogs. We don't know sometimes if people have purchased these guns or not because the paperwork has not been caught up and not everyone is required currently to do the electronic record of sale. And I think that would be a big help, especially in the area of straw purchasing. And then I think it would be an even easier ask to ask people if they're going to buy parts to a weapon or buy ghost guns that they also go through that electronic record of sale and
How
the
did you write
federal
the other
firearms licenses
Right
to
one,
get
skip
their
a line, right
firearms
one,
and not
skip a
be
line?
allowed to have them shipped to their homes.
Can we do that with that? Please. Pretty please with
I
sugar.
told you I talked a lot. I'm sorry.
Pretty please with ice cream, sugar, maybe some whipped cream, cherry,
Any questions from the
chocolate
members?
syrup. Please. Thank you. Careful. Come on, dude.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah, do me a favor, write them out neat. Skip a line, write a word, skip a line, write a word, skip a line, write a word.
That you
Do
have
you realize if you
finance
brought them grades
experts
up, we wouldn't have to
where
go through
we
this?
as legislators can be more effective. You know, I
Yeah.
know about the switches. I know that you talked about the ammunition, the electronic bill of sale. Is there any other area around these ghost guns that we could be?
Playboy, what's up, my brother?
I really think that if
It's those three things that you've cornered, that you find, if those changes were made, you know that we would absolutely make a indentation on these ghost guns because it's a problem. Okay, thank you.
No, it's not that.
Hi. You said a mouthful. And the reason why, thank you for the chairman and also Representative Kenyatta for having this topic. I get excited over it because primarily like 90% of my legislations are all gun related. Some people, y'all know I keep it transparent. It may not see the light of day because we don't have enough on our side, which really leads me to our question when you're talking about background checks. The majority, like I said, all of my gun bills are on the NRA's website. As it relates to my legislation, I get flooded with the emails and everything that I'm always going after the Second Right Amendment folks or those type of individuals.
The Second Right Amendment, folks.
So what would be your
the Second Right Amendment, folks, not the Second Amendment, folks. The Second Right Amendment, folks. Get on the back of the bus, you gun-owning douchebags. Gabber, what's up, my brother? See the video, live lighting self. Yes, I did see that, Gabber. Can you say mental illness? How does this look compared to the way you wrote the other one? See how they're all off? Write them just like you wrote the other one. Name, date, all the way down, all the words, skip line, and write them neatly and then in order. Okay. Yeah, it's freaking. Dude, yeah, if there was a serious way, which, I mean, we all know with taxes, if you don't pay your taxes, guess what they do? The government uses all of their guns to take your freedom and your property because you didn't pay them their protection fee. Yeah, that ain't stopping just shit. It didn't even stop the barbecue that happened. Jeffrey Dahmer was around, he'd been drooling. Oh yeah, Blade, absolutely. But you listen to these people talk, you get an idea of what they're thinking. And yes, BV, he had security clearances.
Recommendations when you did say background checks. What specifically? How can we get that over like the threshold? Because that is like a sticking point for all of us. In addition to,
yeah, didn't he
when
do
you
it?
talked
Did he do it in front of the
the
Israeli
licensing, the way they're doing it in New
embassy?
Jersey versus Pennsylvania?
Something like that.
I do not know the answer to that. I wish I could. Like I said before, I I was raised on a farm. I was given a
Like
right
how they
buy
try to
my father.
qualify their I own
I have
guns before.
no qualms with firearms if you are a responsible person. And I don't think there's a reason why, if I need a license to drive a car, that I wouldn't be also required to have some sort of license to have a gun. When I was little, you had to go through firearm safety and training.
License just to have a gun. License to order gun parts, according to this dude. Let me explain this to something to you fucking short bus assholes. If I carry a gun in public, it doesn't interact with anybody but me. Unless you run your hands down the front of my pants. The only time that gun would interact with anybody is if I have to pull it in self-defense. If I drive a car, my truck, I interact with other vehicles constantly. And my vehicle causes wear and tear on roads, so I have to, pay for that for some damn reason, even though they typically don't fix roads. However, if I bought guns, if I had 4,000 guns in my house right now, they never left my house. They never interact with anybody else other than me. That's not a car. I can buy a car without a license. I can drive it on my own property without a license. I can put that car on a trailer and have someone haul it somewhere so I can go drive it somewhere else without a license. And judging by the state of traffic these days, having a license doesn't stop any fucking thing because these assholes are still running each other over like it's bumper cars at the fair. Or they're shutting down streets and doing donuts, knocking people over and running people over and killing people. P38, what's up, my brother? Yeah, these people will never, ever talk about serial numbers on firearms. One, that they are so easily destroyed that you can't read them. Two, that they weren't required before 1968. Three, that they're not some magical fucking thing like Gandalf blessed it with his fucking staff, and there's They just automatically report a crime whenever it's used in a crime. Liberals and logic do not go together. These are the people that can't figure out a man from a woman, won't admit it. I dare them to go milk a bull and see what happens. If any of you leftists actually saw this and somehow stayed around this long, I dare you to go milk a bull. You'll find the joke later. Before 1968, most serial numbers were basically inventory tracking for firearms manufacturers. Well, two things: inventory tracking, and everything was hand fit. So if you had a gun of a 997 serial number and you had a hammer of a 994 serial number, it may not work because everything was hand fit together. That's the only reason they put numbers on the shit in the first damn place. And how in the hell some jackass in our government decided that if we just serialize everything, somehow we're going to stop crime? No. Should have been the answer to anybody with any damn sense. Yeah, BB. Tell me how, again, how driver's license have stopped traffic accidents. Tell me again how driver's license have stopped drive-bys, or a guy running his car through a damn parade and killing people. I'm pretty sure the dude in Nice, France, that ran his truck through a crowd and in less than 30 seconds killed 84 people, I'm pretty sure he had a driver's license in France. Tell me how licenses stop this shit. Man against the masses, my brother, what is happening? You dirty dog, you. Love you to death. Dude, you have seriously brought me a lot of fucking laughs when I seriously needed them.
Training. That was a big thing in where I was from, to do those things. But there needs to be a little more bipartisanship, I think, in order to get that accomplished.
No.
And I don't know the answer to it. I don't think.
Tread,
when
what's
you
up,
ask
brother?
someone to get a license or a background check, we're trying to stop the people that we don't want to have guns in their hands. We don't want them to come to our schools and shoot up our kids. We don't want anything bad to happen. We're
Yeah.
not talking about the person who wants to go hunting or the person. who
Hope you
wants to
took
be
that blood pressure pill.
Responsible.
I
And
might have to
think
borrow
if
one.
This is made more on responsibility of the person who's owning the gun and knows the danger of them, then they shouldn't have a fight back, because I don't.
I just said thank you for your.
Well, Tread, when you
response.
hit work,
One
at
of the
least it's
things
not
that
on a
we're also
Monday.
finding is the fact that when we're talking about straw purchases, I'm looking at my colleague. We're looking at women, especially young girls who are getting caught up, that are doing things. What would be your messaging, or what you think that we could gear it in a different way? Because I mean, they're doing these purchases out of love, that they think, and affection for the other person, that they need some kind of obligation, that they they don't understand the big ramification, that they really are committing a crime. So what would be
They're
any of your
they're
recommendations? I'll be
committing a
quiet. I know
federal
my colleagues want to say
felony
something,
if
but
they're
you got me
actually
hyped
doing
when
a
we
straw
start talking about
purchase.
this topic. Thank you.
We do see that a lot. A lot of times it is definitely a lot of young women who are engaged in this. I think
Kevin Blade, that don't stop a
the
whole lot
one
of
thing
shit over
that
there in
does
Europe
hang
either.
over their heads is it doesn't actually hit them until they've been charged, and they are not aware of mandatory sentencing that can possibly come from this. So right
I'll
after
be
your
right
second
back.
gun, you're facing 5 to 10 years of incarceration, and we can stack that up after each gun you buy. So, right, we'll just add the 5 to 10. Now, the majority of the time, we do ask to work with those women, right, and ask them to flip and tell us who they sold those guns to. I think it would be more important if there was a campaign to publicly address it more, to get it out there that you would be facing those types of consequences. Unfortunately, people do a lot of dumb things for people when they're in love. We, as prosecutors, do try and work with them because we understand the dynamics, and most of the time they do. But by that time, it's too late, right? They've passed that gun off. It's been used in a homicide, and they are connected to it, and they still do not necessarily understand that.
Thank you.
And thank you for bringing that up, Rep Parker. My last question is just if you could round out your comments with some very specific statistics, and if you don't have them, if you could get back to us with them, it'd be really important. You've been at the DA's office now for multiple DAs over almost 15 years. I don't want to age you, but you've been there almost 15 years now.
Yes, yes. I didn't tell you that I actually started at the DA's office as a victim advocate in 2006. So I've been there.
Okay,
So we
so
don't want
almost
to talk
20
about how
years.
old I am.
almost 20 years. But can you talk about how, when we think about traditional weapons versus
Tread,
ghost
there you
guns
go,
in
starting
your
shit.
prosecution, how much more? You talked about just what the increase was from 2018 to now, but like how many of the 100 prosecutions around guns, on average, how many of those are ghost guns is my first question. And then my second question is around the
Oh, dude.
age
Massive
verification
head.
for folks to buy these online. And when we
Massive.
brought up this bill in the Judiciary Committee, I mentioned to my colleagues that as one of my
This was the first
colleague
sheet we
was
wrote.
suggesting that we needed guns to stop the invasion of our
Where the
southern
words
border
written out with
to
colors.
shoot immigrants, a real thing that happened in Pennsylvania legislature. That during his diatribe, right? Yeah, during his diatribe, I was like literally able on my phone I could have just purchased a weapon just in his 3-minute, soliloquy there. Can you talk about what you're seeing around the
Put
age
that in your
verification
folder.
piece? And you also mentioned that folks are also committing fraud and stealing somebody's credit card to purchase these guns to try to also frustrate your understanding of who purchased this gun in the first place. And so
You already know.
I can get you the stats. Talking from a personal perspective, I did the South Philadelphia grand jury in 2019, and that was, I think it included arrests for about 16 people and multiple shootings. And those shootings and homicides occurred from 2016 to 2021. And I think, if I'm remembering correctly, in that period of time, with all of those shootings and all of those investigations, I only encountered 1 or 2 ghost guns. That is very
Okay. You want to know how their metric changed during that? Because if they had a gun with a damaged serial number at that time, they didn't count it as a ghost gun. That's pumping their numbers up. Go through it constantly. How these people lie to you. It's one of the reasons I do hearings like this, because damn, just to get the word out, how they're manipulating people, how they're playing with people's emotions, how they're not dealing in facts. They'll give you a little bit of fact and then they surround it in so much bullshit, but they feed you the fact first. Or maybe it's like the fact, all the bullshit's encased in the one fact. Maybe that's what it is. When you actually open the capsule up and start dumping it out, you got a little bit of fact wrapped around a ton of bullshit. That's what it is. It's the blue pill.
very different from today. In fact, I believe other investigations that our unit has done in the 22nd district and other areas, the ghost guns were in the shooting homicide. So I know that those numbers have dramatically increased.
Chess, you bastard, you! I love you to death,
I was
dude.
doing the investigations, and ghost guns were really just starting to hit the market, or hit the market in Philadelphia. As far as individuals who are kind of subverting the process and trying to keep themselves
You got me there.
attenuated to this.
But I think the blue pill kind of is the poo pill.
First of all, yes, age verification makes sense. I think age verification across the board on everything makes sense. My 8-year-old used my credit card and, bought himself a video game that he wasn't supposed to a few weeks ago, and I got really mad that the
Age verification. If I'm on a website, I'm ordering something with a card, and you have an age verification there. What's your age? Has to be over 21. Can I not just pick a date unless you have a copy of like my driver's license? Can I not just pick any date that I want? When were you born? 1902, motherfucker. Give me my shit. Go after the people committing the violent crimes. And when you catch them and you have evidence of them committing the violent crimes, put them in prison until they are no longer a danger to society, and this shit starts solving itself. Oh yeah, there's another one, bro. You ain't heard him yet. I don't think so yet, but yeah.
company allowed that to happen. Why we're not requiring any type of verification for someone under 18 when we know that a lot of our school shooters are under that age to purchase these firearms. And when we talk about ghost guns, also you need to envision an AK.
Wilbur, take it easy, brother, man.
You can make an AK.
And I'm glad you stopped in, brother.
So maybe we need to start talking about assault weapons.
We still got to get
ghost
together
guns a
again,
little bit
have another
more,
beer.
not just your handguns.
For
But
sure.
if we don't allow across the state people to be able to really carry firearms or purchase them under 18, then why wouldn't we have some sort of age verification to stop that? Now, that doesn't mean that they can't still purchase with a credit card. And I do know just a couple incidents that we dealt with. An individual stole credit cards, was stealing credit card numbers, and then making purchases of firearms
Listen to this
from
shit.
these companies of ghost guns. He was then shipping them to the actual owner of the credit card's address via UPS, but getting the notification that the package was on its way.
Dude,
And
whenever
so
you
would
head down
wait
this way,
until
hit
that
me up.
package came, delivered to the correct addressee, and then would take them back to his home and assemble them. And we were able to track him down using the stolen credit card, verifying with video where he happened to use that credit card at Best Buy. So we were able to get video of him there, and then video from the street from the neighbors. And so you're out here looking for more laws when you already have someone like that on multiple felonies that could put them in prison for decades, but you want to go after more laws. Oh, Barton, dude, I would have got my ass beat without a doubt. What's up, Barton? well, I would say that we're probably going to see more of that, because if you can use a credit card, anyone's credit card, to go buy these weapons, why wouldn't you, to keep yourself more distant? It's the same process as using a straw purchaser, right? But you're using it in a different context in order to keep yourself away from it. So I do think age verification is important, and anything we can do to keep the guns out of our kids' hands, because while
Oh,
we're
I
also
did.
seeing more
I was
ghost guns
absolutely
in the
distraught,
hands of
man, against the
juveniles,
masses.
we're seeing more juveniles do these shootings, do these homicides, and that is one of the things that our unit
I was
has to tackle,
unconsolable.
because the federal authorities do not prosecute juveniles at all. So all of your shootings, all of your homicides will have to be prosecuted by local authorities, and so we need to try and keep these guns out of their hands as well.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you again. And someone who we're no stranger to, Adam Garber, Executive Director of Ceasefire PA. Thank you for being here today. And please give some opening remarks and then questions from members.
Thank you for having me and coming to the wonderful city of Philadelphia. Not my district, so I don't want to get in trouble with my representative in South Philly. But definitely
Yeah,
a
this
great
was the other
study.
voice I
And
was
thank you,
talking
Chairman
about.
Bizarro, for holding this hearing, and the rest of the members of the policy committee. After that wonderful and detailed testimony, I'm going to try to take a step back for
That
a
throat
moment
may
on
be a
why
little
this is
too
a
worn
statewide
out to
problem,
have
because while we
a
are in
deeper
Philadelphia, this isn't
pitch.
only a Philadelphia problem when we talk about ghost guns and raise up some of the other particular issues. But I think it's important to start in the place of what we're talking about, because we talk about this as a ban on ghost guns, and functionally, as Mr. Fritzy said, we are just saying treat them like
DB,
every
what's
other
up, my
firearm.
brother?
We are saying you can build a firearm in your home if you get a background check first to make sure you are legally allowed to own one. And if it is serialized, so that if it is used in a crime, if it is used to shoot someone, to injure someone.
First of all, let me explain this person as if I was actually talking to him. If I want to build a firearm in my home, if I want to carry my firearm, whatever, it is not for me to admit to the government that there is some issue that should prevent me from having said firearm that is against certain rights. It is for the government to prove that I can't have it. Now, me, being a mostly law-abiding citizen, I like to build my ghost guns because I don't want to go to a 4473. I like to have stuff that maybe the government has to look just a little bit to figure out that I have. Because every part of my life is already pretty much fucking recorded and monitored, and then I throw stuff on this like social media that definitely gets monitored. But the government doesn't have access to my absolute full everyday life for the most part. Outside of my cell phone and shit that I do. I mean, we don't realize how much we're already monitored by the fucking government. I really there's some things I want to get. If I could get them in an 80% form and finish them out on my own, I would. There's some things I want to get here in the next little while where I will have to go back to another background check, do my little happy dance. It is the equivalent of, hold on, I might have let this play. Okay, you're thirsty? Yeah, let me let this play for a minute. Now, I may finish that thought. I might not.
The law enforcement institutions, the police, have the ability to trace it down. And who can stand in the way of that is really hard to understand. When it's as easy as it was for me to buy a musical instrument for my 5-year-old child as it is to order a gun set of kits without any other additional checks online, we've got a problem in our society. And it should terrify anyone who is concerned about the safety of our community. This is not only a Philadelphia issue. I Googled right before I got here a set of news stories to see what else I could find on ghost guns here in Pennsylvania. A Philadelphia teenager brandished a ghost gun that he bought online on a video call with a prison mate, with someone in prison. It had a extended magazine on it and one of those machine gun clips on it to turn it into a weapon intended to spew bullets into a crowd. In Bucks County, the DA arrested someone who had been manufacturing ghost guns.
All right, well, give me a minute and I'll help you out. Okay. Daddy, help you. So again, we're just equating people building their own firearms with those who would throw a Glock switch on them and go out and spray bullets at anybody for any reason. Yeah, Barton. Yeah. Nail head, hammer, nail. Yeah, let's roll with that. I'm pretty sure if you ask this dude, he would be completely in favor of drag time story hour.
In their home and said they had never seen as many firearms in one home in Bucks County in recent memory. In Altoona, in Western PA, a guy bought kits online, assembled them into firearms, and then turned them into so-called hit kits designed to execute other individuals. And in Montgomery County, a trio were selling those ghost gun kits, turning them into firearms. Now, you might ask, each of these individuals the law enforcement community has arrested. But at that point, the ghost guns were already in the community. We were having people go to emergency rooms and people were dead. What we are fundamentally talking about is
yes, what we're fundamentally talking about, jackass, is you don't get to arrest people before they actually commit crimes. You don't get to seize people's property before they commit a crime that is large enough for the government to confiscate said property. Again, I could sit here and build guns 24/7. Ghost gun, ghost gun, ghost gun, ghost gun. Open up my own mill. Get a ghost gunner. Fucking hire me 3 midgets to look like the Keebler goddamn elves, putting guns together. And as long as I never wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property with those guns, I haven't committed a crime. And the government has no fucking say-so in that. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Now, thanks, DB. Now I got the theme song stuck in my head. That's payback for you guys watching this.
How to get ahead of the problem by stopping the sale of those ghost guns and the manufacturing illegally of them and selling into the communities before a body is on the morgue, before someone is injured with lifelong injuries, and before our communities are terrorized.
Well, I get the idea this guy likes stiff bodies.
Ghost guns in Erie, ghost guns in Lehigh Valley, we could each speak to those problems. It can no longer be that we keep these untraceable. And we have legislation in the House awaiting action, as each of you know, House Bill 777. Thank you so much. Both
you guys are going to make
Representative
me
Cephas,
do
who
it.
cannot
You're
be
going to
here,
make me do it.
Representative Kenyatta for introducing it. Because again, we can deal with this problem the way we dealt with other pieces. This is also a problem of the national level. In the last few
We're
years,
going to do
ATF
spaghetti
started
tonight,
tracking
Melissa. You're going to have to
ghost
wait till
guns.
Daddy finishes
It
cooking
became
and then you
clear
have
that they were
spaghetti. Okay?
increasingly used. In 2016, they
If I
reported
will do real sketty.
nationally recovering 1,758 ghost guns.
Fine.
In 2021, that number, the latest
Come here.
number available, grew to 45,000 nationally.
Hold on, let me do one
But that
thing.
is probably a tip of the iceberg because we do not recover every firearm at the crime scene, and these are not tracked in every municipality. One of the reasons we are probably here in Philadelphia, in addition to Representative Kenyatta, is
Yeah, come up
Philadelphia
here.
a few years ago began tracking ghost guns as the problems came up.
Let's do
Pittsburgh
this.
has done something similar, and other municipalities.
Let's pause that for just a second. Let's share this tab. Let's get through the Tractor Supply ad. Okay. Wait a minute, because we're fixing to listen to it.
Everybody want a shiner?
Come on, well, we got to sing Ghostbusters. Of course, I haven't introduced you to Ghostbusters yet. I got to introduce you to Ghostbusters. Who are you, Mir? Yeah, we got to introduce you to Ghostbusters. Hold on. Here, you can listen to my headphones. I can't play too much of that. Hold on. Did I not do it? Let's do this.
Weird, and it don't look good. Who you gonna call?
Do you like Ghostbusters song? Let's go back to this one.
How many people voted?
The city of Philadelphia.
He likes
is an
Ghostbusters.
Industry that is actually going.
And yeah, he's got a shiner.
Ghost guns, having sued JSC recently, and being and Polymer 80, which is flooding Philadelphia and other communities with ghost guns, and it's probably worth.
Okay, so that's where he hit the whole Sue and JSD supply deal, flooding these communities with ghost guns. Like criminals weren't there in the first place. And again, they equate everything that has like a non-readable serial number to a ghost gun. Is how they pump these numbers up. But yeah, little man, him and Sissy were playing around last night, and he took a dive off something. Me and the wife were actually in the living room watching a movie. I heard the thump, went in there. Yeah, he looks like he was in a fight with Apollo Creed last night. So that's my boy. You ever say nice shot? Yeah, he got a nice one. He took it like a champ. I'll give him that.
Noting that they just settled, those companies just settled with the city of Baltimore in a major
Right, I'll be
lawsuit
back.
to stop
Right
selling
back.
to those cities. But until the legislature takes action to define these firearms as firearms, I can guarantee you we'll continue to have problems. I'm also happy a number of the other policies that came up from Representative from Mr. Fritzy and from the panel, I'm happy to talk about. It's worth noting when we mention machine gun clips that those are increasingly a problem. There's legislation to address those that have been passed out of the House Judiciary Committee. And for ceasefire PA, and I hope for many of y'all, we hope that the House will move them soon so we can do what's necessary to keep our community safe. Happy to answer questions.
Before we go to questions, I know she's just sitting down, but want to give our speaker, if you just have any comments, Madam Speaker.
To the chair of this hearing, Representative Kenyatta, thank you for having us in your district, and to our policy chair and our caucus chair and all of our distinguished colleagues. Thank you all for being here. I was sharing with the head of NOMO, Dewan, before our policy hearing is released, sometimes we have commitments in the district. So I've been reading across Cobb's Creek, but I'm glad to be here this afternoon. And I thank Ceasefire for all the work that you do on the front line for preventing and ending gun violence.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Adam from members? Representative Green, do I see? No. So Adam, Mr. Fritzy went into a lot of detail on this, and thank you again for that incredible presentation. But Adam, I want to understand what you all are hearing in terms of pushback, from folks who don't want us to do this, and how you all are organizing not just your talking points, but how you're organizing members of Ceasefire PA, to organize politically to push back on some of these messages you mentioned in the lead up about people talking about this as a ban, when really we're talking about closing loopholes that allow ghost guns to exist in this gray space that frankly makes our communities less safe. If you're not able to have a gun, you probably shouldn't be able to have a bunch of parts of a gun, and that is somehow legal.
Thank you for that question. Yes, I think the most common argument we hear on the other side is that people should have the ability to build firearms in their homes, and that is protected under the Second Amendment, and that you're taking away people's ability to do that. We should be clear, none of this stops people from making a firearm in their home for personal use. But what it does is it stops the flow for people that legally cannot own firearms, whether it's because they're prohibited purchasers, because they are too young, etc. And and creates a mechanism to allow for individuals who are actually functionally acting as licensed dealers, as dealers of guns, but not registering as dealers of guns, to be tracked and make sure that they are not reselling those guns into communities. And that is what we're talking about. I will give you one other example, because at the end of Mr. Fritzy's comment, we think about ghost guns a lot within the context of handguns. But about a year and a half ago, two individuals almost went into a school in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, 2 students, and shot it up. And they bought the military-style semi-automatic weapons online as ghost guns, built them in their homes at 16 and 17 years old, and were planning to shoot up their school. I think it's really important to note when we're talking about these ghost guns, they're not hard to build. I'm not technically handy, trust me. You don't want me in a workshop, but I could probably do it too. And so really that's the key part of the argument against it. In terms of what we're doing to push back against it, I think a few things. First, I think we need everyone to understand what we're talking about, which is just like any other gun you're going to buy, whether you're going to go to Walmart or you're going to go to your local dealer, FFL, legally licensed, federally firearm licensee, you need to have the same standards met, which means you need to be able to pass a background check, and you need to be able to have the parts serialized. That's the primary thing we're talking about. The second piece I think we're doing is organizing people in the law enforcement community. As you heard from the district attorney, as we've heard from other law enforcement officers like Chief Woodrow in York and other police officers, they're in.
question for the class. When he said that, am I the only one in the class that thought, oh, I bet you this guy is extra handsy? Just saying. Yeah, Barton thing. Yeah, dude. Ghostbusters 1 and 2. I haven't even watched Afterlife yet. Ghostbusters 1 and 2, definite watches. Pretty much anything I've seen a preview after that, nope. Oh man, you went full on Muppets with that Waka Waka. Fozzie Bear. I'm more like one of the old guys in the damn balcony, though. Sure as shit.
Increasingly seeing these weapons being used.
What were
and
those
we should
old
be
guys'
clear,
names?
they're
Anybody
often being
remember?
used against law enforcement. So at the same time, they endanger the help of our police officers who are helping to keep our community safe. And
Matt,
I think
what's
the
up,
third
brother?
piece is we have an opportunity here, and as y'all know this, which is there is legislation pending in front of the House right now for the first time ever that could move into the Senate. And I would like to see it move.
Matt, that's another great point. Because I would have liked to have done this in a couple of congressional hearings when they said, oh, anybody can build these 20 minutes. I would have liked to have given them all the tools, everything they needed, drop everything on the table and be like, hey, I'll be back in 20 minutes. I want a functional gun. And you pretty much know they couldn't do it because when Josh Shapiro bought a couple of kits, and they may have bought them from JSD or someone else, they had someone else put them together. They had law enforcement manufacture the guns for them, which is illegal because he couldn't do it. Where's the video of Josh Shapiro out there sanding rails and lapping in a slide and making a functional gun? They don't exist. So Lispy Boy right here and the rest of them.
I'll read something too fast and comprehend, and I'll have to read it several times before.
Statler Waldorf. Yeah. That sounds about right. I'm one of the two.
Is this last video homework?
Yes,
I would
because
like to
she's
see where
been
some of
working on
these
her words
legislators
already.
stand, as we saw last spring. I think it's really important because they talk a lot on some sides about backing the blue, about keeping our community safe, about crime and illegal guns. This is
These people who have never built one and talk about, oh, it's this simple thing. Some of them do go together pretty simple. The first one I built was pretty simple all the way through. Second one I built, not so much. Had to lap slide, do some file on rails, do some fitting on the trigger. Third one, pretty much even worse than that. Fourth one went smooth again. The 43X had some issues with pin lengths and all kinds of stuff. Or the 43, I wish it was a 43X. Had some issue with pin lengths and all kinds of stuff, and had to go through and solve those issues. It's actual building. It's gunsmithing. So all these dudes who think, oh, you just pull out of the box. This is a fucking jack in the box. You run the handle a couple times, poof, gun drops out. No. And I don't know how many people, and I've had problems with a couple triggers that ran in not so ways. Why am I leaning your board?
Because I'm asking you to.
Yeah, I don't know whether you're going to stick a knife in my back or not. Are you doing the iodine thing again?
No, but I'm not the kind of person to stab someone in the back. I'm going to stab her. You're going to fucking know it. Stab me in the front.
This is why I married a redhead.
I'm in a foul mood.
Well, I am too, so. And what are you rubbing on me?
Castor oil.
Castor oil.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least I ain't trying to take it.
I ain't gonna eat that shit.
Oh, good God.
No, I read somewhere that it can ease.
Oh, if it can ease pain, let me take a bath in that shit, because I've been lifting heavy shit most of the day, and that's not cool.
This policy is designed to actually just say, let's talk about what we're talking about, which is
wonders
tools
for
that are
bone
meant to
spurs.
be guns, and let's regulate them.
Either
I don't
way.
know if I believe it or not, but
That
it's not
decision
like
was
it can
made
hurt.
in front of some of your colleagues, I'll say.
Yeah, it can't hurt.
Thank you. Thanks, Rep. Kenyatta. And Adam, thank you very much. A somewhat process-oriented question. We are going to continue sitting in the House to do
I could
everything
just
we
about
can to
draw
pass
out every
safe
distance
and
messed up right now.
reasonable anti-gun violence measures, but we know the political difficulties of doing so. So let's take a step back for a second. On a municipal level, what can we do to cut down on ghost guns? And what can either the executive branch or the attorney general do
Quicker and deeper
to
than
cut
any
down
other
on ghost guns? What
employee.
sort of legal unilateral actions can we be
Fun
taking
fact:
right now?
castor beans are what
We have a
sarin
really
gas
amazing
is out of.
opportunity to
Is
just
what kind of gas is that?
Sarin gas.
week ago. So a while back, Philadelphia passed a bill at the local level to ban ghost
Oh,
guns.
trust me, dude.
And
They're
as
coming
you all
after
know,
3D
because
printers
of the
hard. Why do you think that
regulation,
they
those statutes have historically been shouted down, shut down,
refunded the whole
but in this case,
Undetectable
Commonwealth
Firearms
Court
Act?
actually ruled in the city of Philadelphia's favor
They refunded
for a
it, they gave them
particular
money.
reason, which is we're talking about one of two things. Either, and this is how the ordinance is written very smartly by Council President Kenyatta, Kenyatta Johnson, sorry, wrong Kenyatta. Yeah, totally. But it says literally either we're talking about a gun, in which case you are regulated under existing statute, or we're not talking about a gun, in which case we can do something because we're no longer preempted. Pick your choice. So one thing that other municipalities should take it on in Allentown and Erie and other communities is passing that ghost gun ordinance right now, because it's a really great tool that the courts just ruled is allowed and legal under our existing laws. The second thing cities can do is they can look at suing the suppliers. We just saw this big win against Polymer 80 in Baltimore. Philadelphia is taking them on, and other cities should. And I think especially some of our smaller to middle size cities should do the same thing, because ultimately this is a financial interest for them. The reason these industries do not want to regulate ghost guns is because they've hit the sweet spot of selling to people who can't get a gun any other way, and it's making them a lot of money. And that's what this is also about. And so we should go after those companies for that. On the executive level, there have been attempts to reclassify these. When he was Attorney General, Governor Shapiro did this as guns. I think that is still in the court system, but that's the last pathway is for the law enforcement community to do that. And I think they've gotten some additional support in that approach. Because the Biden administration has taken action. It's in the courts. ATF has taken action to
I might be kind of in and out, running around a little bit. How many times do we sue vehicle manufacturers because their guns were used in bank robberies, drive-bys, kidnappings, rapes, murders, running them through freaking crowds of people? But here's an industry where it is a provable fact that the majority of people that purchase their products are mostly law-abiding citizens, and you want to sue these companies out of existence because criminals use their product. You can't. That logic doesn't work with any other product on this fucking planet. What's up, PLA? What's happening, my brother? Dude, I've been watching some of it because it's Elena, whatever her name is. It's on trial right now. I've been watching some of it. Been watching on law, self-defense, and some on uncivil law. Been kind of peripherally watching it. And that whole movie set was a shit show. It seems like they didn't have anybody on that set that actually understood firearms at all. And apparently the people that weren't paying attention. Yeah. Yeah, Chess, I had back surgery. I blew my L5S1 disc out real bad at 18. Was diagnosed right before then with scoliosis, arthritis, and disc disease. And apparently, when you're 47 and you do jobs that put extra mileage on those, it doesn't work out real well. So yeah, I feel you, Chess. What do you? Alec will not be going to trial at all. You're shitting me.
Wow, that's amazing.
So Alec gets out of this shit. Yeah, Jacob. Yeah, let's ban all assault guns. Any gun you can assault someone with, and then let's ban assault knives, assault bats, assault fists, assault feet, assault curbs, assault cars. That is insane, Gabber. If that goes through that way, that is insane. Because they're taking Elena, the one who did not pull the trigger, and they're putting through all this stuff. But the one who actually pulled the trigger isn't going to be tried. The one who actually murdered somebody. Okay, I guess. Fuck it. If you got enough money, it's not who you know, it's who you blow, I guess. I don't know.
Regulate these as guns. That's also currently waiting in the courts. Yep.
Hi, Adam.
Morning.
You know I don't bite my tongue. So one of the things that I'm listening to, and we need to have real conversations when we're talking about our legislation. I mean, it sounds good, but as I said, I am the legislator that my name, my bills are in an NRA's website.
Yeah.
Like that's not a fact. That's fact.
Yeah.
And as me knowing that going forward, we know the probability of where some of these bills will make it and we not, because we just don't have the numbers on our side. So by me saying that, let's talk about, House Bill 941. That is about an incident recently that happened in another state where the parents knowingly knew about their child when the child did this heinous crime and they did the crime, and then but the parents were responsible for that. So are we going to have in some of your ceasefires legislation get behind accountable for parents and for individuals in the household and the guardian? My colleague Rep Green, and thank God for.
Okay, so this is kind of a good question. What she's talking about is the Michigan shooter, the little shithead who got the gun. His parents had bought it for him, but he took the gun in school, shot a few people, like 6 people or so. It's a good question. Are we going to take these little gangbangers and start holding their parents accountable? What about the little shithead texting on the phone that runs through a stop sign and kills somebody? We're going to hold them accountable or hold their parents accountable. Your parents bought you the car. Your parents bought you the cell phone. They paid your cell phone bill. You murdered somebody. Killed somebody, I should say. And at that point, we're going to hold them accountable. These little shitheads that shot up the parade in Kansas City, since that's been all the rage in the last little while. These little underage little shitheads. Are we going to hold their parents accountable? You should have known your kid was a shithead. You should have been checking your little shithead kid every damn day to make sure they weren't doing illegal shit. Here they are shooting up a parade because they're little gangbanging pieces of shit. Are we going to hold them accountable? Absolutely, Jacob. If I buy my kid's gun or I allow my children to use my firearms, I'm responsible for teaching them safety. Proper firearms handling. I'm responsible for all that. Fluffy Bunny, what's up, brother?
Absolutely not.
Councilmember Bass that spearheaded a conversation.
Thank you. What
would you do if the shooter lives with you? Like if we don't start having real conversations about individuals that live in your household and start flipping these mattresses, opening these doors, opening these drawers without permission on demand, then we just gonna be back here again. So where are the advocacy for addressing those parents and those adults that know these individuals are in their house and in their family and they're not doing anything, that they keep remaining silent on these crimes that keep occurring in their households?
Thank you for that question. So I think there's two pieces to your question. I mean, I will say for Ceasefire PA's part and for many of our partners' parts, we aren't just organizing here in Philadelphia because I understand that while this is an issue in many of our cities, our suburban communities and even our rural communities are facing a gun violence crisis. And those are the legislators we need with us if we're going to move these bills out of the House and ultimately out of the Senate into the governor's desk. So I want to be very clear that I spend more of my time, honestly, and my team spends more of our time in places like Bucks County and Montgomery County and Chester County, where these are real problems still. If you just go back to that list I read, and we're seeing gun violence in those communities, and I think we need to make it very clear that a lot of the trafficking that's happening into a place like Philadelphia actually happens from the suburbs into the city. Many of the guns are actually coming into the city from the suburbs, not the other way around, and that's a huge part of the problem. In terms of the other piece,
Let's deal with this little piece of logic real fast. If the guns are the problem and they're coming from one area going into another, why are they not a problem in the area that they're coming from? If the guns are the issue, if I suddenly pick up a gun and all of a sudden, oh shit, I'm going to murder somebody, why are the guns not a problem in the place they're being purchased? Why are they only a problem in like 4 counties out of the immense landmass of the United States? Chris, what's up, brother? Doing video editing from this weekend. Cool deal, brother. Yeah, I was going to do some video and editing tonight, although I can't edit like I want to on this computer. I've got to get something later. But however, this popped up today, and after Dettelbox faced the nation shit last night, and it might have been the night before when Dettelbach was on, and then this, I decided to cover this tonight. Yeah. Your therapist can thank me later for all the money you're going to spend for having to listen to this shit. Yes, guns are absolutely racist. That gun right there that's been sitting there all day long while I wasn't even here. I mean, he had to he'll put on his Klan hood and everything later. I mean, I don't let him wear it around the house. Fucking Christ, man. You can't. Oh, logic and leftists do not go together. They cannot exist in the same plane of existence. They can't.
What was the window open?
Thank you for reminding me about House Bill 941. I have to go back and take a look at it, I formally will say, which is on me, and you're going to hand it to me in a prep. I think we have to do more to make sure people are held accountable for where these guns are coming from. So in the cases of whether it's strengthening child endangerment laws or safe storage requirements and other policies like yours, we really have to dig in because often, especially when we're talking about youth violence, the gun comes from somewhere. More than 70% of shootings at schools, and by that I mean within a block of a school, not only the mass shootings you hear about, those guns are gotten from family and friends. So that's a sourcing problem. It's not only a ghost gun problem, right? And we've got to hold people accountable to those pieces, both legally and culturally, and morally, because once the violence is done, it's too late. The law enforcement community, I think, is a response often to the violence that's already happened. We would like to stop the sourcing of those firearms in the first place before the violence has happened so that those individuals can celebrate their next birthday, their wedding, just going out with friends. And so I think that's a really important part to raise up is where, including when they're coming from family and friends. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that. And I'm just also looking forward to making sure as we're having these conversations after we get through this, contentious primary, that ceasefire would be willing to sit down with myself, along with the NRA, along with the Second Right Amendments folks, along with the FOP and the Republicans, because in order for us to really move this forward, I'm intentionally meeting with those individuals because if you're looking at my bills, if you're going to put my face on your website, then you need to be held accountable and say, what about these bills we can't live with? And what can we do to get it over the threshold, in a bipartisan manner? So thank you.
Yeah. Can I add one last thing? We did just meet with both the statewide FOP and the Philadelphia FOP's new president to talk about these. I am honestly willing to work with anyone who wants to actually solve the problem of gun violence. I will note, in the case of our friends at the NRA, that I am skeptical about their seriousness about solving this problem, to be honest. But if they want to come to the table and have a real conversation about how we're going to address things like the guns, and then we would be happy to have that conversation and look forward to continuing it with you. They at least need a new CEO.
Rep Green.
Adams, I have a question for both the DA's office and you. I would like to know if there's public education, public messaging, awareness around ghost guns, around the penalties of ghost guns that our young people can see, can read, or made aware of. And if it is, what does that look like? And if it's not, how can we collaborate to advance that?
Um, I do not believe that there's any public messaging on the consequences of ghost guns, because once they're assembled,
Okay.
they are a gun. So it's the same consequences that you.
Let me hit this real fast for the crowd. One, there's no federal prohibition against someone 16 owning a gun. There's no federal prohibition against someone 18 owning a gun. There are only prohibitions against an 18-year-old buying a handgun from a federal firearms licensee. A handgun, they can still buy a rifle at this point federally. And then at 21, they can buy a rifle or pistol from a federal firearms licensee. There is zero federal law that says that a 16-year-old can't buy parts and manufacture their own firearm.
You've seen I've had
Yes,
this for a while. Well, now it's actually starting to hurt, and it has a knot.
It's probably just a clot. You're okay.
And,
What'd you do that for?
how do I do it? Taken as a castle nut that had been staked. That bitch let go. Wham!
Yeah. Yeah. And she's showing me she's got
Joker hearts.
what's camera? She got boo-boos.
Don't touch it. It just hurts.
Yeah. When you slam your
Smash my
freaking knuckle into a table, it hurts. When Wubba smashed his face into whatever he did last night, it hurt. Oh, good Lord. They have set a trial date for Baldwin sometime in June. Yeah, they're going to stretch his out as long as they can. They're going to try to bury Elena. All right, let this play some more. I got to.
Face if you had.
Still working on trying to cook spaghetti.
Nothing special about them that makes them, other than the fact that.
Oh, dude, Fluffy, she normally does.
No other thing that's going to hit you with it.
So let me just be a little bit more clear about what I'm thinking. Public announcements. Sometimes there are public announcements that come out that help to educate our younger constituents about the dangers of, the consequences of, and I just want to know if that is a thought, if it actually exists, and if it's something that both offices would be willing to participate and collaborate with.
Yeah. Whoa. Okay. I'm not aware of any anything related to public education on ghost guns. There is on things like straw purchasing. There's Operation Lipstick that Mothers in Charge runs and other initiatives there. We'd be happy, I think, to collaborate. And then there is education efforts, though I think not in Pennsylvania, around things like safe storage, which is an important way to stop the sourcing of firearms. As I mentioned earlier, many of them come from other individuals. But we'd be happy to collaborate on that. Overall, I think
wait a second. Safe storage. Didn't I just put a video about that? What, yesterday, day before, about safe storage? Was it yesterday? It was a day or so ago. And basically how much bullshit safe storage is. But yeah, okay, let's push a bunch more gun laws that, like today, when I leave that gun sitting out in a locked house, mind you, that would make me a felon. If someone bypassed, kicked in, broke, whatever, the locks on my home, invaded my home, not their space, that would have made me a felon. All that, and a bag of dicks. Eat every one of them. Big ones, black ones, white ones, green ones, red ones. I don't give a shit. Every size, big, small, you name it. You can eat them with a fox. You can eat them with wearing socks. You can eat them on a fucking plane. You can eat them on a train. Just eat every damn one of them. How about we go again? How about we, novel idea, let's go after the violent criminals. Just saying. Yeah, not a movie. Yeah, she's normally pretty damn tough with stuff. So, Kurt, what's up, my brother? Welcome to the absolute shit show. You already know the deal. You have been here since the start. I think Kurt was like my first subscriber ever. He really needs a therapist and medication.
That and figure out ways to get people to understand the risk they're opening themselves up to.
And Fritzy, just because you came back, but also for both of you, I really want to talk more about victims. In this, we partner with the Epilogue Project and Zarina Lomax for Martin Luther King Day, and this is I guess we're on to our second or third year of doing it, and paint a community mural, but also Zarina does a art installation, and we have an art installation in our office of people who we've lost to gun violence around my district. And when people come in, they see these beautifully painted portraits, and it's always you always just see that moment when somebody sees that picture and says, "Oh, that's such a beautiful picture," and then you talk about somebody who we've lost. And literally, we have a picture on our wall, tragically, of a kid who is 5 months old, all the way up to people who are much older. One of the people who came to the Martin Luther King Day event we did spoke about her loved one being murdered. They know who did it, but your office not being able to prosecute them because they can't connect the person to the weapon. Can you talk about the ways in which these guns frustrate actually prosecuting individuals? And Adam, to your point, just how you all are engaging with victims and maybe using their stories to help further amplify what this is. I mean, nothing brings back your loved one if they die, but to know the person who did it and to still not be able in a court of law prove that beyond a reasonable doubt, that's painful.
So let me start by saying this. I will say Gun Violence Task Force, and especially on the district attorney's office side, we've kind of made it our mission to review as many cold cases as we can. And that, if we have FCCs at that scene, those fire cartridge casings, we're going to be looking. And there are times that we can use those FCCs to put those cases together to get that individual. And we've proven that over the last 4 years with each grand jury that we've done. Those grand juries, for the most part, do not have witnesses that point and say you did the shooting. We use cell phone forensic technology, we use video, we put that, and we overlapped it with all the other evidence in the case to solve a bunch of cases at once and bring them in. And I
So this dude talking earlier about how a gun could be used in a crime, and then someone could order parts and then swap parts out, and it changes the fingerprint of the gun. Okay. What's your point? That very, very fractionally small, insignificant number of people who would do that don't negate the other vast majority of people who are doing this to their guns to either go from a curved trigger to a flat trigger, or to go from a 6-pound trigger to a 2-pound trigger, or any number of things, any number of reasons, even the aesthetics why we would change a trigger. Maybe it's the same trigger pull weight, but one is actually smoother and cleaner than the other one, or it's got a better break than the other one. Those very small number of criminals who are doing those kind of things on their guns, they don't negate our rights. Leftists, oh my God, man. Every one of their policies is getting away from personal responsibility and pushing the responsibility for things off on the government. Every single one. That's the root of it, is to push their personal responsibility off on the government. I don't need to carry a gun. It's the government's. I got cops to protect me. I don't need to fix this. There should be somebody that's licensed by the federal government I should have to go to fix this. I don't need to raise a kid. I can have an abortion. They can take care of my night of being an absolute hoe. Universal income, support me, even though I'm a worthless bastard. Just government. Here's more power. They look like a fucking throwing money at strippers. Only they're throwing their freedom at the government. And then people wonder why it drives me so crazy. Well, because like when we watched the Dettelbach interview, which we'll get to that later, it's all just this big game of control. It's got nothing to do about safety. It's got nothing to do about saving lives. If these people have their way, the only thing you'd be working on in a gun shop is a bolt action and a muzzle loader, and that's it. Because they would do away with handguns completely, whether it was a revolver, whether it was a semi-automatic, those would be done. The only thing you'd be allowed to have is a shotgun or a bolt action rifle with like a 30-inch barrel on it. So there's no way you could hide it. And yeah, Fluffy, yeah, govern me harder, Daddy. And yes, Chess, it's already been proven. The cops could literally sit there and watch you get shot and not stop it because they have no constitutional duty to defend you. None. Cops could literally sit there and watch you get raped. That don't matter. They have no constitutional duty to defend you. But they do have qualified immunity if they shoot you in the fucking face on accident.
It burns.
Yes, it got hot.
Caution.
Did you find it?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Let my daughter use my goon beam to find something in her room. Night Strike, what do we normally talk about? Because I would much rather just have a fishing channel where I went out and catfished every night.
I will tell you, like, there have been cases, homicides that I've done. There was a 15-year-old who was murdered at the gas station on Passyunk Avenue, and that case had gone cold. There was no evidence connecting it. The FCCs did not connect to really anything. But we kept going, and people eventually talk, whether they want to or not. And that's where we're kind of using that area of electronic forensics to kind of bridge that gap. These guns, when you can use a ghost gun and get them so cheaply made and go and get another one the next time you do a shooting, and there's so many of them out on the market already flooding the amount of guns that we already have out there. All those illegal guns that we had to begin with, right? And now you're adding a whole nother level of them, where as long as you have a credit card, you can go buy one for $500 or $600, sometimes less if they're on sale. And that makes it harder, because if we can't at least connect you to a different crime scene through using that gun, that kind of shuts that story down for us for a while. But I will say this, if there is a case out there, and we've had people call us directly in our office and ask us if we'll take a look at the case, we will take a look and we'll keep looking until we can try and to get that answer for that family. And you're right, it doesn't, I can get the best sentence in the world and it's not going to bring their loved one back, but at least knowing who pulled that trigger and that somebody cared to spend the time to actually look at the case, I think is what families want more than anything.
I think from a policy perspective, we need to do a better job of connecting the two sides. So we talk and we see lots of stories of survivors or people that lost someone to this crisis. We all know people we lost to this crisis. We hear about the world of what they could have been if they had been shot and injured and killed. And we talk about policy gaps. We talk about ghost guns. We talk about safe storage. We talk about background checks. And the two are actually really tightly linked because behind each story of someone we've lost is a policy failure. It's a systematic failure. And what's really painful on this issue is it's almost always a known policy failure. It's not, I mean, yes, 8 years ago when ghost guns were first coming onto the scene, sure, it was probably a surprise in that moment when they got the first murder with one of these guns. But that's a long time ago. And so one of the things we're doing at Ceasefire PA is trying to bring those together. We launched a project called Deadly by Design. It's on our website or deadlybydesign.org. And we have the first 6 stories up. And in each of those stories, we're connecting an individual who lost someone to this crisis and the policy failure. And I'll give one quick example from the Lehigh Valley. Jeannie Garcia, who testified last year in front of the Judiciary Committee, son Kareem, was murdered. The gun was trafficked into Allentown from a couple who had been visited multiple times by law enforcement. Each time they said, "Oh my gosh, we lost the firearm." 40 firearms. One of them was used to murder Kareem in his bed.
Okay, all of us are pretty well up on ATF, gun law, shit like that. Do you seriously think the ATF is going to let you say like 40 times, "Oh, we lost the gun"? This dude just wound up with a stupid bat and just beat you all in the fucking face with it. Dude, PLA, you ain't wrong about that at all. That does sound like a badass, like 90s movie, late 80s, early 90s movie. But guns, hey, guess what? Yes, they're deadly by design. If someone's attacking me or my family, I want the deadliest fucking thing I can have on me at the time. If this shit shot goddamn Ebola at somebody and it would kill them in seconds, that's what I want. If I had what did fucking dude Schwarzenegger ask for in the Terminator when he was at the original Terminator at the gun store or whatever, laser and 40-watt range? Yes, that's what I want. If someone is trying to harm my family or my friends or my loved ones or even a stranger out on the street, if I have the chance to defend them. This shit's it's so absolutely maddening that you'll blame everybody else but the person committing the crime. Oh, we need more law. Why? Like some of the cases they've talked about tonight. Dude broke so many federal laws, from credit card theft, which that's more than likely state, but they did wire fraud and mail theft and all these other crimes on top of it that should have put him in prison for decades. And you say you know the case, the person, the whole 9 yards, and you found him. Okay, I'm still waiting to hear why we need more. Yeah, Night Strike, you're not wrong. They don't want to touch on the fact that the majority of this crime is in the black inner city communities. They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about what drives that crime, which is drugs and gangs. They don't want to talk about the destruction of families, which leads to a lot of fatherless homes, which feeds this stuff. They don't want to talk about any of that. You want to know why you can't have a Walgreens in your fucking neighborhood? Because you sons of bitches rob it every day. And people get tired of being robbed and their employees shot or their store looted, and no one can have a safe shopping experience in there because you won't lock up the criminals. And instead of, hey, we need to lock these people up, you go, well, we can't touch them unless they steal more than $995 worth of shit. So these people are in there with a calculator going, I can steal that, I can steal this, and I can steal that. Yeah, well, give me some of that. Well, that's a little too expensive. Give me some of that. Yeah, I can. What's another $5 I can steal? Can't go over my limit. I am not about the broken windows deal in most cases. I am about when someone is committing a crime that wrongfully deprives someone else of life, liberty, or property, then they ought to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. You want to do something about firearms crime? I don't know. Add on a penalty for using the firearm in a crime, or for that matter, a knife. How about we just try them on the charges when we have a case against them and we put them in jail for the full sentence instead of letting them plead it down because our courts are so fucking tied up with people who aren't a threat to anybody else in society. How about we do that? Focus on the actual violent criminals. That solves a lot of this. But no, it's ghost guns. And just cuz.
I ain't afraid of no ghosts.
No, I'm absolutely not afraid of the ghost. I'm afraid of Lipsy Boy right here actually being able to put his violent tendencies into law and having the state come shoot me in the face because I had something the state didn't like.
Jeannie came, found him, and Jeannie tells that story. The bill that would have saved Green's life has been sitting there, as we know, for many years. We didn't quite get it across the finish line last year, but maybe we'll try again. But the point here,
I guarantee this guy's porn nickname
Survivor
is Slimer
of our system to keep someone
or Handy
alive.
Boy.
And so what I'd like to see us do, and I'd like to see policymakers do, because y'all hear these stories,
or maybe he's the
from
Handy
your
Boy that gets
constituents, is
slimed.
connect the two. So where's the person who lost someone to a ghost gun?
This could go in a lot of different directions.
That we know could have been stopped because maybe that person wasn't legally allowed to buy the gun. And then tie that to the policy. And I think if we do that, it makes it really hard for someone to oppose, because right now, often we have the sadness of
I think
the
he gets
trauma that
slimed a
someone
lot.
lost, and we have the policies that would prevent them. But again, I'll just say they are
The way he's running those hands.
in many cases. And so that's one of the projects we're undertaking to help with that process. It's not perfect.
All right, now give me a sec.
It's not easy to always trace the gun back to the source. So we have to look and look and look. But I was just in central Pennsylvania recording one around background checks and extreme risk protection orders. We're doing more and more. So I think that's a piece that we can look at in this space.
So when you were talking about safe storage, Parkersville Hospital 7th grade, and not, hasn't gone anywhere. But one of the things that you didn't talk about when we're talking about the safe storage bill, thank God my colleague came in, Izzy. He was giving me a great scenario of that situation because a lot of his constituents were talking about how that
All
bill
right, tag, you're up.
affects them and it could save
It's in the mail.
lives. But the sad side of that is the other thousands and thousands of emails and phone calls that I received.
And I'll be right back.
Threats that I received from the legal gun owners because of the fact that they said I'm attacking them. One scenario, and that's the kind of narrative that we need to say when you're talking about the policy side of it. What is the scenario that we give to the legal gun owners that are saying, in the event if something happens in my house, and then I had to get up and I hadn't have to get my firearm to protect, my family versus if it's under my pillow or versus if it's on the side of my bed. What is your counter for because those were the phone calls,
Yeah,
those were the
sure.
emails, and they were extremely angry, and they don't even want me to make this bill,
Sure.
have the light of day. So when we're saying the policy side, it has to be a counter in these roundtable rooms because we got legal gun owners who always think that all of us at this table are always attacking their
Sure.
community, but we're actually not. We're trying to work with them together. And I think they're hearing the only thing that they're talking about is convenience. So when you're saying it's not convenient for me to lock up my firearm, it's not convenient for me to safely store. Well, a life is to me, it's serious. So if it's going to be inconvenience, but I know your child is going to be in live, then doggone to be inconvenience. But that's the counter that I would like to hear.
Sure.
What we're doing with
Oh,
that.
okay,
Set
pause
up
it
for
for a
the night
second.
strike.
I agree.
Pause it
with
for a
We're
second.
pausing.
I mean, I
We
think
pausing. Give me that.
Pause it. Because I have to make a statement here. It's not convenient for you to impose more gun control laws on the law-abiding. Okay,
You think?
continue.
It's not convenient for you to want to send law enforcement to my home to kick in my door and take away something that I've never harmed anybody with just because you don't like it.
And just to follow up, because of what I said earlier, when I said, if you're not the right shade, Democrats don't want to talk about the problem because people committing the crimes are a different shade than normal, and they don't want to get in trouble for that. But the other side is they don't want to get in trouble for that because they run on saying they'll fix those problems in those communities, and they never fucking do.
Yes. In matter of fact, their policies tend to make those problems worse.
Make those communities worse.
Yes.
And
I mean,
another thing,
taking criminals, violent criminals, and then letting them out with no bail, basically in just a couple hour period, arresting them for doing shit like drive-bys and then putting them back out on the street is not keeping your community safe.
And Coop, what we normally talk about is my wood and your possum.
This is true. And I'm pretty sure I saw my possum on some wood the other night. He was way up in a tree.
I'm surprised he was that docile with you, to be honest.
Oh, no. Those things are pretty fucking chill, dude. I wish I'd had the video. He freaked out when I grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and then picked him up. And then after a second, just held him like I was holding a cat.
You are a brave man because those things have.
Dude, the only time I've been bit by a possum, and this is a true story, an absolutely true story. It was a young possum, juvenile. And I brought it home. I trapped it off a job when I was doing nuisance wildlife. And I can't remember what I did. Anyway, it got underneath my couch. And I went to run my hand in there to get the possum, and I ran it dead down the fucker's throat, and he chomped down.
Ouch.
I got bit by a possum. That's the only time I've been bit by one. Bro,
yes,
what's up?
He is a glutton for punishment.
I am, good God, I'm definitely glutton for punishment.
And
did
his
any
wife
of you guys
likes pictures
watch?
of my wood.
Did any of you guys watch the Stephen Dettelbach stuff?
No, I didn't. But I did hear that Congress did vote today to defund the ATF. Did you hear about that?
They cut him 7%.
Honestly, 7% is better than giving them 10%.
It's better than giving them 10. But 7% of their budget was like 200 and something million or 100 and something 30 million, whatever it was.
They don't need that much.
I submit to the class that a bunch of people who are supposed to be filing paperwork don't need that much money.
No.
Or that much authority, or guns at all, for that matter, or to even exist.
See, the problem is when you go to file a 4473, the ATF isn't even doing the background checks. That's the FBI.
No, the FBI's doing it.
The FBI is doing it. So why the fuck do we need the ATF?
Well, the ATF oversees industry.
Okay, hold on, Coop. When's the last time you ever seen the ATF go after anybody other than a law-abiding gun owner? When's the last time you seen them go after a moonshiner or somebody with illegal explosives?
For the most part, they don't, and that's been part of this hearing was this dude from PA bitching that a felony or a charge for having a Glock switch in Pennsylvania is only a misdemeanor, and they can't charge these guys any higher because of the laws right now, because the federal government isn't coming in and prosecuting them under federal law, which means that Glock switch that they have would be a felony worth 10 years in prison.
I mean, it's his fault for getting caught. I'll be honest with you.
Well,
if you're gonna be in possession of one of those things, don't get caught.
Brooke, we definitely need to drink and have smokes. I'm already doing it. Where are you at? I will send you an invite. Come in the chat or come on stream, and we will drink and have smokes together.
I'm about ready to get the Jim Beam out. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. We haven't even gotten to Steven Dettelbach yet.
Oh boy, I can't wait.
I don't know whether we will tonight. My wife might smother me with a pillow or shoot me in the face if I do that one, but we might.
Well, don't tell her to send her more pictures of my wood.
I think we shouldn't paint all gun owners with the same brush. A quarter of my staff own guns. One of them is
I call bullshit on that.
In my fridge,
I do.
From her. I'm looking forward to make another one. Carries one for personal protection. Most gun owners agree on this, and a small percentage.
No, we don't. We don't agree that you need to get rid of ghost guns. We agree that you add too many gun laws already.
But you're exactly
that's what we agree on. That you're literally constricting us with gun laws.
If you're that worried about it, that you can get your gun very quickly out. There's lots of evidence it doesn't make you safer, but also especially if you have a child in your.
There's a lot of evidence that says if you can get your gun out in the middle of the night quick, that it does make you safer.
Yeah, but again, if it's the cops at your front door, you also might have a lot of holes too.
Yeah, they do tend to mag dump inside windows when you're in your own home, and that's not the first time some shit like that's happened.
Because if someone's gonna fire on me when I'm in my home because they came to my front fucking door in the dark, you know what? I'm unloading on them. And if they got 17 or 20 or 30 holes, guess what? That's their own fucking problem.
Yeah, that sounds like a fuck around and find out kind of situation.
And law enforcement should know better than that shit.
Dude, they knocked on the door. Hey, police. They in this case, they see chick walking to the door. She's not presenting her firearm. Chick just yells gun, and they mag dump at least 3 mags into that room. They hit her a couple times. And as far as I know, the whole body cam video hasn't come out. There was one part that I saw that's later where they had already hit the bottom of the stairs after mag dumping on this chick, and she's screaming, "I'm the homeowner, don't shoot."
And on that, the guy who yelled gun should be going to fucking prison. I don't care if you're a cop or not.
It was 2 chicks.
Okay, it's 2 chicks.
Not to say that made any difference.
It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't. Because you just hurt someone who's the fucking homeowner. Why the fuck are you there in the first place?
Yes. Well, the situation
probably had
in
the
that
wrong
video
fucking house too.
No, the situation in that video. This is one from Texas we're talking about.
Right.
So there was call for a busted window, and what it was is this chick and I think her roommate had forgot their keys. They broke the window, took the screen off, busted the window, got in the house. And there was call for that. I don't know how long later, cops get called, cops show up. Okay, there's a busted window. We got a call for a break-in. Now, here's this person. We're knocking on the door, yelling police and all that. Now, when they see this person walk to the door, it should have been an immediate, where the police dropped the gun. It's not what they did. They just saw a gun and started a shooting.
Yeah, that's not how you do that.
No.
It's
like there was one. I'd have to look up what happened in the case, and I can't remember whether it was a Norwich complaint or whatever. But this cop shot a woman in her home through her window because he saw a gun. She heard a noise outside, and she had her gun on her. Not presenting, and he wasn't. Hey, drop it! He just pow and killed the lady.
Yeah,
And
I ain't
he
dropping my
actually
gun.
did end up going to prison. I know I ain't dropping my gun. Okay, if you're outside my door and you scream police, okay, you're gonna have to show me some badges and some other shit, because any crackhead could come to my door and yell police.
Like, he's got a gun. You know, if they start firing, well, I've got better guns than they do.
Yeah, dude, I'm laying it out there. I am going to lay the hate.
Not that I
and
really
hope
want to use
God you
the
don't
30.
harm.
Not that I really want to use the 30-06, but I could.
And hope to God you don't harm any of my family during that. Because if I make it through that event, I don't care what happens. I am going to make sure that bill's paid.
Mm-hmm.
And Brooks said possibly aim a little better too. Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of aiming in that one. That was let it rain. And
Well, I'm the wrong way.
yeah.
Well, you also have to remember Pennsylvania is not
honestly
they're not gun friendly. They really aren't, because Pittsburgh not gun friendly.
Well, this dude already bragged about,
Harrisburg not
suing,
gun friendly.
Yeah, this dude already bragged about suing JSD, who the guys from JSD, Jordan, freaking those guys have never committed a crime. So Putang, no crimes, but they bragged about suing them. Then they bragged about suing Paula Moretti, and then they bragged about Paula Moretti actually settling. And a lot of this is driven by Josh Shapiro, who is now their governor. You bunch of morons in PA for voting for that son of a bitch.
Well, they also voted for the guy who had the stroke instead of the right candidate.
We also have to just
Dude, very clear. Hold on, I gotta hit that real fast.
That should come first.
Okay,
you know what I'm talking about.
Is it just me? Because I've seen some stuff that what's his name, old Shrek, said in the last little while, when he was supporting Israel and he was against some other things Democrats wanted to do. I don't think the dude had a stroke. He didn't have a stroke. That is what happens when you have someone grow a brain in real time, and then all of a sudden they realize that, hey, this shit works. And I can go find fucking posts from Shrek right now that I agree with. He didn't have a stroke. He grew a brain. 2 of his brain cells run into each other, and they started procreating like rabbits. And all of a sudden he could think.
I don't think so, because I've heard some bad stuff on it too.
Well, there's still been some bad stuff. I'm not saying he thinks correctly all the time. I'm just saying.
This is the guy that ran after somebody with a gun at some point.
Yes. Trust me, I'm not saying he's correct on any of it. I am saying I've agreed with him on a lot of things in the last little while. He didn't want to raise taxes and a bunch of other shit. And all I'm saying is 2 of his brain cells ran into each other, and apparently they started
actually formed a cohesive thought. Yes, I get it.
Yes. So apparently.
But the problem is those 2 brain cells were then overpowered by the rest of him that's just still Democrat.
Oh, it's still fucking Darth Vader in there trying to bring him over to the dark side, and Luke fighting against the shit. Apparently,
no, he's already on the dark side.
Well, yes. So is Luke trying to bring him the other way? Jesus Christ, you're a nitpicker.
I'm gonna nitpick because I can. Damn it. Mr. Supervillain, I have to stroke my possum.
About what you do
Hey.
ceasefire to combat the culture
On camera.
Because
I am a super villain of the highest order. I have a possum. I didn't puss out and get a cat.
People with passing bills like
I loved my cat.
and even the Senate
I miss him.
bills we sent them last May.
Yeah.
But what do you do? And I know they do tremendous work here at NOMO to combat the culture of
Yeah,
violence,
Brooke,
so that no
I
matter
did.
how mad you get, you're never choosing
I did.
violence to end a
He
dispute.
loves me. Don't lie.
That's not.
He is way less painful than the assholes we're listening to on video.
We do is we love to support organizations like NOMO.
Matter of fact, I would let Night Strike hit me in the nuts with his wood
And we're in the budget season right
versus
now,
watching this
by
shit.
some of your colleagues
I'd let you
here
touch
today,
the
right,
wood.
to invest in organizations like
And I would so
NOMO.
touch it.
There are amazing
Yeah.
programs like Project Snug at Project Unloaded runs a program called Snug, which is an online influencer to change the culture around guns. And
But
make
you
people
can
choose
pause the
to
video.
with guns,
Yes, yes, you
rather
can.
than
Oh, well, I
community.
could always mute Night Strike.
And I think those.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I think that it's.
Well,
a
I've never
justification
done it.
right now, right? People in
Is it a
the-
mighty oak? Well, sometimes it's oak, sometimes it's maple, sometimes it's, you know, it depends on, you know, it depends
It's more
on what
like a
time of the
Christmas-
season it is.
It's more like a Christmas tree. It stands really high, but the balls on it are useless.
And then they're more likely to act aggressively.
A lot like Coop.
Technology is really clear. So
Well, I'm one of the balls.
But I would come back to, the
Oh,
the General Assembly and the government's ability to invest in community youth
listen,
centers like this one. And
I don't-
Brooke, you can't cause more trouble than we normally do.
No, because, you know, if you guys think I do this on Coop's channel a lot, he does the same thing on my channel when I'm doing
Oh,
like
I
South
do
Carolina
not.
stuff.
Approaches to
Oh yes, you have.
Look, that is innocent before proven or guilty before proven. Yeah, fuck it. I'm just guilty. Okay.
You're guilty
I
no
admit it.
matter what. Don't give me that.
choose something different.
Tell me
Here
about
we
it.
go with the wood again. Yes, yes.
Are picking up guns because they don't have economic opportunity. We know that's true.
Yes.
So those are the things to us, not to, our real approach here is on the policy. And so what we think we can do is make sure that the investments continue to flow to these organizations so that they can do that really hard, impressive and impossible
Hold on.
work.
This has got to get a pause.
I mean,
no one is going to invest in your neighborhoods
because you're
when
investing in this.
every single store is leaving because they're getting robbed all the time.
Blind.
Completely blind.
You know, it just goes. It's like, yeah, don't fix the problem. Let's just let make the problem worse. Let's make it really worse.
I mean, at this point, so if you leave all the violent criminals on the street, all the thieves on the street, and you go put another store in that neighborhood, all you're doing is giving them another place to fucking rob at that point.
If I had $1 trillion, I would sue all these gun companies, these gun groups, for trying to subvert the Constitution.
You know, that would be a valid lawsuit, but you would never get it passed through any of these leftist courts. Yeah, I don't know what's worse, Dark's deck or Coop's wood. Hey, it's not my wood; it's Night Strike's wood. I just like looking at it.
It's my wood. It's we're not talking about Dark's deck or Flying Rich's deck. We're not talking about deck jokes here. We're talking about wood jokes.
I think both of them have deck envy.
They do. They do.
It's
But-
it's kind of a shame.
But I know one thing's for certain. John
What's
is
that?
never leaving his basement again.
No, not after this last one.
He's becoming a basement troll from now on.
Dude, I figured they would. I wasn't going to go live tonight, even though I was kind of chomping at the bit to get to this, because I figured they'd come on at 5, and then Armed Attorneys comes on at 6, and those are two shows I normally try not to miss. But then John Crump and them got lazy and didn't come on. Hopefully, John, I hope you're all right, and I'm just joking. So then that kind of forced my hand, and I had to do this.
Be proud of the deck God gave you. Yes, we are. Even though my deck is more like a staircase, but that's besides.
Yeah, mine's more like popsicle sticks.
To work with the youth that are over there and to help change that culture.
That is not true, Fire. Some wood is way prettier than others.
Yeah. Like the wood on my RPK is wonderful.
It's like balsa wood,
that's benchmark.
black cherry.
No,
not the same thing.
Much like my colleague, I have recently taken up weightlifting in a more organized fashion.
Oh, congratulations! You're ready. You're ready to go and join everybody in prison.
The weightlifting he's talking about is nut sacks and dicks. Just to let you know.
Yeah.
in a more
There,
organized fashion.
as you well know, they take an extremely hands-on
Dude, Brooke, he's
approach,
ready to start
to
flexing.
community youth
There you
development,
go.
to the point where the last time I was in the gym there, they're kind enough to let me lift weights in their gym. I was lifting next to two teenagers who had previously been in a shootout with one another, and today they were spotting each other, or that day they were spotting each other. And it really
Yeah.
is that.
These are like
dynamic. The
22s, bro.
reference that Representative
Maybe
Parker was
17s.
talking about 3 weeks before we were discussing her safe storage bill in the House. My neighbor, 2 blocks behind my house, there's a guy, I see him on the street. I see him at the grocery store, and he's always been, frankly, a little careless
PA's
with the
future
firearm.
president
And then, of
Camacho.
course,
Yeah.
he was
No,
in
he's
the
not.
movie
He's not cool enough to
when
be Camacho.
his toddler
Hey,
picked up his firearm and shot his infant. So and I think
Okay,
I do,
hold on.
I feel a little badly.
So I can't remember. This is day before last. I did a video about safe storage, and a lot of it focused on this idea that all these kids are getting killed by these secured firearms and stuff.
Carl
In
Jr.
2020, because they don't have the figures posted for 21 and up. In 2020, there were 137 unintentional firearms deaths by children from birth to 18. And I added 18 in there just to cover, 137 in a country of over 350 million people. I'm not saying any of those deaths were warranted. What I am saying is that is a very minute amount, especially when you consider we have more guns than people. Okay, the number of unintentional poisonings in that same year was almost 1,000. So your child is more likely to run into a household chemical and die than run into a firearm and die. And they still push this bullshit. Oh, well, it was an unsecured firearm. This kid shot this. Okay, that's horrible. It is. It's fucking tragic. And I literally have nightmares about that, having guns when I have a 4-year-old and a 7-year-old. But I talk to my children pretty much every day about these things. And I guarantee you, I can set a firearm, and I'll do it unloaded, on my desk, and I can sit Matchbox cars around it, and my son will walk in here and pick up a Matchbox car. My daughter won't even think twice about it. So this idea somehow safe storage is going to save all these lives is absolute horseshit.
Mm-hmm.
You got done.
About that's a lot of onion.
You got done.
Yes, I'm about done.
And you put it on mute.
Telling his story, but I think he is one of the most powerful messengers, when we talk to other folks about what really is at stake. So yeah, I guess that was, oh God, I hate doing that. More of a comment, less of a question. But I really do appreciate the work that you're doing, and I do think that telling those stories, as heartbreaking as they might be, is very important. Thank you for the honor of the last question.
No, I mean, I'll just say, I think you're right. Those stories are heartbreaking, and there's so many of them. And it's, not only kids, it's, I will say I talked to a 17-year-old who is luckily with us because her parents happened to lock up the firearm that day many, many years ago, and they didn't usually. And suicides, there's a lot of aspects of this that are really significant, but when a weapon that is designed to be fatal and is quite good at being fatal is so easily available, whether it is in a situation in your community, whether it is in your home, it turns deadly. And that's where those kind of initiatives are really critical. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for having me today.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to my colleagues. I know that there is a lot going on, including budget hearings. I want to thank in particular Chairwoman Cephas for partnering with me on the legislation that was at issue today. To our speaker for being here. I know you are very busy, and for my colleagues who've come from near and far to be a part of this conversation. I don't think it is too big of an ask to make Philadelphia and Pennsylvania the safest place to live and raise your family. There's a lot of work between here and that. And
It is too big of an ask when you
that's
take
what
away
we're
people's
working
rights.
for. We're not. It's not about penalizing anybody. That's not about taking anything away from anybody.
But that's what you do when you
It's about
take away the
keeping
rights.
our families together, about keeping in particular our young people safe, and making sure they have every opportunity to come to NOMO or wherever where there's going to be a safe, caring adult that puts them on a path to live an incredible life. And so, thank you all for being here and for this conversation. We appreciate it.
All right, was that the? Oh yeah, that was the end of that shit show. Yes, you will feel way more brain dead after hearing that. And I mean way more brain dead. And Brooke is right. Education is key to all this. The absolute key. It's like I said on the video the other night. So, and this is actual recorded video, and I realized the sound was messed up. It's the way I'm having to do videos right now. So you have in 2020, and what I originally started off with is just last week. This was Minnesota is doing this big thing, safe storage and all this. Okay, well they used a ABC video from 2018. They were going to use this in the hearing. They couldn't get it to play. I know the video they're talking about because I've used it before. And they took a group of 44 kids. They took roughly half of them and ran them through like an hour or so Eddie Eagle, and then they had the sheriffs come in and talk to them about guns, and then they gave it a few days. Now this is less than a full day of teaching. They gave it a couple days, and then they went back into the school and the classroom these kids are in, and they placed firearms in a couple different places, and then set snacks next to a firearm, put a firearm in toys, all kinds of stuff, and then went in there and looked at how many kids played with the gun, picked the gun up, and did all this shit. And about the only thing that they really proved through that is the kids that were taught less than a day of Eddie Eagle didn't play with a firearm. They might have, and a couple times they touched it, but they didn't play with it for the most part. I think there were maybe two that did. And the other kids who didn't have that little bit of firearms training played with a gun, pointing at their own faces, pointed at each other, and did all sorts of crazy shit. So what you actually did in that video, when you get down to the brass tacks of it, is prove that firearms education, firearms training will solve most of these unintentional shootings with kids.
Yeah, but you've pointed your guns at your face too.
I have not.
You have totally looked down the barrel of a gun before, and it's been your own barrel.
Hey, damn thing just went off. All I was doing was washing it.
Yeah,
Just
that's exactly. You have to. Well, my point is, if you're going to inspect the rifling in any barrel, you have to look down the barrel, whether you want to or not.
There are certain instances where you're going to have to look down a bore, but if you're half-ass intelligent, there are certain things you do before you look down a bore,
like take the bolt out, remove the ammo. Yeah.
Making sure there is no source of anything that could put a round through your face.
Yeah, because remember, only Coop's wife is allowed to put a round through his face.
She's wanted to plenty of times, trust me. That ain't even a joke.
It is, depending on who you ask.
we have been married for quite a while now. Hold on, let's see. Where is this at? Which one is it? Is it this one? This one. This one.
Uh-oh.
We're gonna do it.
Taking time and welcoming us here.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, good. It's dumbass.
We're doing it. At least for a little bit. We're going to go through some of this. We probably won't go through all of it, but we're going to go through some of it. And you guys, stick a poll question up. Does he look like a televangelist in a mega church trying to tell you that you don't have to, do anything to save your immortal soul? You can just do whatever you want? You guys tell me.
So President Biden said this week that the U.S. had one of the lowest rates of all violent crime in more than 50 years. But there was a caveat. He said violent crime is up a bit. Why?
So if you look at 2023 saw a precipitous drop in violent crime and in gun crime in particular in about 175 cities as they measure double-digit percentage reductions both in homicides and in.
First of all, and I'm going to let this play a little bit more, but guess what happened right around that time? For those of you who can't guess that fast, there were a lot more states that went to constitutional carry.
And a lot more people bought guns.
Yes.
Non-fatal shootings. I was in Baltimore a few weeks ago with the law enforcement there, and it was like almost a 20% drop in homicides. But look, to me, the caveat is that for many years in this country, we've had a very serious gun crime problem.
Every time he shakes his head, it looks like a
the
bulldog
outlier
with
among
fat ass
almost
jaws.
all Western modern nations.
So you
And not
mean
the
he looks
outlier
like
in a good
a
way. If
South
you
Park
compare that's not just any
Yes.
1 year, it's over decades.
He looks like a South
If you
Park
compare
Canadian. There we go.
Our gun crime rate, gun crime deaths, let's say, to Great Britain, where our legal forefathers came from, right? We have the same amount of gun crime as they have in a year, not gun crime, let's say gun deaths in a year. We do it every day. One day in the United States.
Okay, I can't let that roll. When it comes to per capita crime, violent crime in general, they have way more crime than us. If you went to per capita gun owners for them or gun crimes for them, they still have more than us because they have less people and they have. This is this argument.
Well, per capita, we have more of a population than they do.
We have larger population.
So yes, because we have a
more
larger
firearms
population,
ownership.
we're gonna have different metrics than them. Period.
Yes. It's one of my biggest
They've
arguments.
they've only got a population of 67 million. We have a population over 130 million.
No, we're looking at 360 million if it's 10.
Okay, excuse me. I was off by like 200. So there you go.
Because you're not counting, of course, all the illegals that have come across the border, and yes, we're looking at least 360 million people with over 420 million firearms.
Yeah. Are we gonna have the same metrics as a country that only has 67 million?
Like come out and PLA said we're almost 400 mil. Yes, we are close to.
We are close to 400 million people.
And by the way, it would be a really good day where we would equal or surpass a year of gun death.
Hold on, I'm going to let this play for just a second. But in a country of almost 400 million people, we typically have right around, if not south of 7K homicides that involve a firearm every year.
Well, I wasn't trying to reference the census from 1956. I was just trying to get the right number, and I got the wrong one. I admit it. You got me here first.
You reached in your back pocket. You pulled out the wrong card. We got you.
I pulled out the wrong number. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Well, yes. In the 7K, I don't think we've hit 8K firearms homicides in a year yet. And a lot of those are actual justifiable homicides. They never break them down into justifiable versus non-justifiable. And then they don't break down the number of them that in a place like New York, where the person shot someone with an unregistered firearm, and then they counted that as a murder.
No, come out in PLA. I'm gonna send you pictures of my wood now.
Send it.
In Great Britain. And so I don't know President Biden's quote, but I know he feels passionately about this, that we have to do everything we can
He feels
to drive
passionate
down violent crime with our state and local law
about
enforcement
sniffing
partners, which
things.
we are.
Mhm.
But we have
Especially
to do more.
young children.
This
Our
level
rights
of
aren't about
gun
your
crime is
emotions.
not
They're about,
acceptable.
our
to
rights.
him, to me, to the cops I work with, to the agents. It should not be acceptable to the American people.
Because that statement
I don't
that
give a shit about the cops you work
violent
with.
crime is down, a lot of people don't feel that way, certainly.
Well, I look at, I mean, data doesn't lie.
Yeah.
Violent crime is down.
I look at the mirror and I
but
see
I
a
just
complete
think the
moron.
bigger issue that we're facing as a country is what can we do to try to tackle violent crime in the long run, and especially violent crime committed with firearms, which we are way, way out of step with so many of our
Violent
peer
crime with
nations.
firearms is a
And
very,
this is a
very
problem that
small
is
percentage
unique here.
of
And it's a
crime.
problem that we have to work on together here to come up with solutions so we can move forward. So that is, I think,
Yeah, Barton.
that's where I am on this.
Why do you think it's so unique?
I mean, one of the things that you learn in this job is that every time somebody suggests some cause or some cure, the first thing that somebody else says is, well, that's not the problem. That won't solve the problem. Right? Well, I think we're looking at this through the wrong lens. The test isn't whether any one thing, to answer your question, is going to solve the problem or is the only driver, right? The test for whether we do something should be two to me. Number one, is it legal? Number two, will it help save lives? Something that is legal and will help save lives, we should be strongly considering, even if it's not going to solve the whole problem. It took us a long time to get here. So to me, is it a problem that we have people out there who are just really violent people who are driving the shooting cycle, who we need to get out of the community? Yes. Right? Is it a problem that those same people who everybody agrees and the law says shouldn't get guns can easily get guns, maybe more easily than ever in the history of this nation? Yes. Is there a mental health problem in this country? Yes. Is there a problem with giving kids alternatives so that they don't, at younger and younger ages, like we're seeing, engage in these violent acts? Yes. All of these things are problems, right? Only maybe one small part of it falls under ATF's world, but all of these things are problems, and we have to have, and we do have, a comprehensive strategy to try to combat violent crime that is an all-of-the-above approach.
So the president claims he's taken more executive actions to stop the flow of illegal guns than any other administration, but executive actions can be overturned easily by the next president.
Coop, you're muted. You're muted. All right, whatever.
Sorry, she put my son took a fall Sunday night and has a beautiful shiner underneath his left eye. And apparently my wife put that to the Rocky theme because that's what we were joking about.
Can they hear it?
Yes, we could hear it.
Play it.
Show the video bigger.
All right, we'll make it bigger. Oh, no, wrong one.
I'm gonna fuck about that one.
There it is.
Oh, this is so difficult. Okay, hold on.
I wasn't gonna have a stroke already.
Couldn't help it.
Me and the wife were watching the Batman last night. So it's the one with the dude from whatever, night before last. No,
It's Cedric Diggory.
it was.
It certainly was.
It was Saturday night. Okay, so yeah, So we're watching that, and then we hear a thump in my boys' room, and him and my girl have been running around like lunatics. And so I go in there, I pick my son up and look, and his eye is just, you can see the egg on it. I mean, it's already busted. And he's not fussing too bad. He's still like, yeah, this sucks. And I made the joke to my wife. He looked like the scene from Rocky where he was fighting Apollo Creed. He was cut underneath the eye, and he was like, just cut me, Nick, just cut me, so he could bleed the pressure off. And yeah, we've been joking with my son about being Rocky ever since.
I mean, it's wide open.
It is, yeah, that's a wide open joke.
Unless something is actually codified into the law, right? And you need Congress to do that. So is there any single request you would make to Congress now that would make a difference?
If I can have him yell, "Yo,
So again,
Adrian!"
really, people ask me, "What's my top priority? What's my wish list?" I think the reality is it's going to be a lot of things that we have to do to get out of this situation to make things better. And we talked about some of them, right? One of the things the president talked about repeatedly is the idea of making it harder for criminals to get guns.
I almost
It's the idea
water
of
hosed my
background checks,
computer.
right? Which stops every year thousands and thousands of people from getting firearms. Now, under the current law, we have background checks for a whole host of people. And by the way,
Hold on, because you work in an FFL, and you see people denied all the time for background checks.
Actually, not very often. I've seen two since I've been there.
How many seem delayed and all that?
Oh, delayed happens a lot.
Yeah, delayed happens a lot.
But I don't see two denied.
Listen, that last one of mine went from denied to delayed to pending, and then finally, we don't care. But yeah, the vast majority of the people they're talking about that get delayed or he's talking about here, are delays because their name matches someone else. Someone else has stolen their identity. Basically, 98% of these things are not stopping a felon from getting a gun. They're just stopping your average person from getting a gun.
We get most of our delays in the afternoon.
Apparently, when the ATF has lunch, they get more delays.
We get more delays in the afternoon. Because, I mean, you figure we're not the only FFL processing background checks. So I'm
Yes.
sure they get backed up. So they probably just like, fuck it, delay.
Well, there you go. From someone who works for an FFL gunsmith who does a lot of background checks. Yeah, apparently they get more delayed in the afternoon.
I don't have that problem in South Carolina.
I'm eating.
Well, South Carolina, you can use your carry permit as a background check.
Yes, I can.
See, Alabama screwed that all up because our sheriffs were like selling carry permits, and no, we can't do that.
South Carolina, you can only get it through SLED.
Yep.
So that's
everybody's
the upside.
following that current law. So number one is being better at enforcing the current law, right? But
There's
number
nothing
two
you're gonna
is
be
if
better at.
Congress wants to consider more on
Ever.
universal
Yeah.
background checks. This is a program which is
And I want to say this for the class, just something to watch out for in case I missed it. This whole interview, and he starts talking about guns going to Mexico and all this other shit. Never once does she question him about things like Fast and Furious and all the other operations that the ATF has done, forcing FFLs to sell guns to criminals.
been
Sadly.
shown to work. But again, I mentioned a whole list of things, help the people with mental health. State legislatures, not just Congress, are a huge part of this equation. So state legislatures all around the country are considering various different measures. As the head of ATF, I think it's fair to say that for the agency that is the only federal law enforcement agency that solely deals
she's
with
already
violent
got that
crime.
picture.
If you're really concerned about violent crime in the United States,
He said you need to get a
this
picture of your
agency
daughter
is
with boxing gloves.
Way,
Said,
way.
she's
too
already got
small.
that picture.
5,000 people.
5,000 people total, 2,500 agents. Let me give you a sort of a baseline. In one city, New York City, there are 36,000 police officers, right? 17 times the entire
she's already got that
agent
picture.
corps for the entire country. If you want to ask
My
New
wife
York,
is
there's-
as big a smart
there are
ass as I am.
36,000.
It's already
just
there.
over 30 to deal with gun crime in New York. So, I mean, if there's no such thing as
Yes,
public
Martin,
safety on the
100%.
cheap, we have to support the
Talking about the
police
ATF
and we
running
have to
guns in the
support
mix
the
here.
federal agents that are out there risking their lives every day, running toward gunfire for total strangers.
I'll do it in a second.
So it sounds like one of your requests to Congress would be give me more money to expand. But is there a way to use what you have now in a sharper way, in a more targeted way?
We have to do that, right? That's the name of the question that I have every day.
So you need more investigators? What do you need?
So what we're doing, let me tell you, if we don't get any more resources, the president's asked for more. If we don't, what we are doing to try and sharpen, as you said that. So number one, we use what's called crime gun intelligence. Which is a fancy term, but basically it applies to being able to follow the gun.
Hold on, where's it at?
To take a crime gun, right? So a crime gun, which is something that's involved with the crime, and squeeze every last bit of evidence and intel we can out of the thing that comes out the front of the gun, the bullet, the cartridge casing that's ejected out the back of the gun, the outside of the gun, things like the serial number, and the inside of the gun, the markings inside of the gun. And right now, we can do that better than we've ever been able to do before to identify the shooters. That's the name of the game. And we sit in what's called crime gun intelligence centers, or CJICs, in 60 of them around the country, and we're standing up more, shoulder to shoulder with local cops and deputy sheriffs and troopers, taking that crime gun intelligence, using it to identify the worst of the worst, because that's where we have to focus, right? This many people commit crimes, right? This many are trigger pullers. So let's start with them. And then we have to make cases against them and remove them from the community. But we also, at the same time, have to, as I said, we have to slow down this easy flow of guns to them.
Yeah.
And so we're doing a lot of things with our current resources on that too. We're improving our ability to inspect. Gun dealers, most gun dealers are doing a good job. They're following the rules. There are a few that aren't. Those have.
And the dealers you're shutting down right now, you're shutting down for simple paperwork violations like abbreviating a state.
I do that all the time.
Don't abbreviate states or counties. That's literally what they're shutting people down about. But But your average person who isn't watching this stuff, who isn't involved in it, who isn't paying attention, will believe every word this used car salesman is selling you. Yeah, that car's got 20 miles on it, and it's got 200,000 miles on a blown engine and 4 tires.
To be held accountable. We are using our rulemaking authority to make sure that we're applying the laws that Congress has already passed to current situations as people try to get around the law, sometimes misusing technology. We're forming a new emerging threats unit here at ATF. We do outreach. I went to the SHOT Show to talk with the regulated communities about things we can do together. We're working on a campaign called Don't Lie for the Other Guy.
He said he went to SHOT Show to talk to the regulated communities. Do you think he had a handshake sit down with John Crump? And hold on, I'll show you guys something else because where'd my screen share go? Oh no, well this is a video file, not a screen share. Hold on, we're gonna do a screen share. Where's it at? And I'll show you how I like my ATF agents. And this is it.
Get on the ground! I'm a federal agent. Why wouldn't you show me your ID when I got here? Don't move forward. You didn't ask for it. Get on the ground. We'll figure it out.
This is exactly how I like my ATF agents.
I'll stay where I'm at. Fine. Why do you got to make this harder than it is? Listen, I'm not getting I have no problem making this. I just want to see if anybody's responsible. You're the overreacting. I'm not overreacting. We got a call that someone's impersonating a police officer out here, doesn't have ID. No kidding, because she doesn't want to open. Okay, get on the ground so I can find out who you are. It ain't happening. Okay, fine. Fine. Do you think I'm a police officer or something? What the heck's the matter with you? Who do you think you are? Get on the ground! I'm not getting on the ground. I'm not getting on the ground. I'm pulling up. I got my ID. Do not reach for your waist. Keep your hands up.
This is exactly how I like my ATF agents.
Sir! Don't argue. Face down on the ground. Face down now! Face down! You guys are making a big mistake. Fine. We'll settle that second. Settle that. Face down now. All the way down. All the way. All the way. You got my IDs right here. Left pocket. Left. And we're going to put your arm on your back, sir. Wait a sec. Do not resist. I'm not resisting. You're acting like a moron. Wait a second. Stop. Wait a second. Wait a second.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Don't arrest me.
Get my license out of my pocket. We're getting you secured. Please, please, wait. No, whoa. Hold on. I'm hyperventilating. Wait.
I'm hyperventilating.
I'm not.
I'm a federal agent.
Please get my
I
ID
carry
out
a
of my
gun
left
and I
pocket.
got a badge and I can arrest you.
My
And
wife's
oh, I'm
pregnant. It's
hyperventilating.
right here. Please get it. Wait, sir, help me up. Just hold me up. Sir, I can't do it. Wait.
Sir,
stop
sir.
resisting now. Please help me. Sir, please get my
But
my
you were
federal
ready to
crack.
kick in a lady's door to go
No,
in there
don't do
after a gun charge.
You're going to get tased. Put your right arm behind your back.
Oh,
Put
yeah.
your right arm behind
I
your back.
forget.
No,
This is juicy.
No, you're going to stay on the ground and put your right arm behind your back. Let me breathe. You can breathe just fine. I'm gonna. Ow! Don't do that.
Tase.
Okay. Here. My
Yep.
God.
Tries to discourage
That is-
straw
that
purchasing.
is how
We've
I
taken
like my ATF
Congress's
agents.
Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and we've prosecuted hundreds of people under the new statute. So I don't want to go
I
on
wanna
too much.
ask you
There's a
more at that
laundry
minute.
list of
Yeah.
things we're already doing to try and do better.
The ATF is prohibited by law from creating a centralized database of registered
no doubt.
gun owners. So that means there are actual physical
What's
records
up,
that have to
outlaw?
be sorted through, right? How big of an impediment is that to actually stopping gun traffickers?
So this relates to the tracing process.
Right.
So one of these areas of crime gun intelligence, which is so important, Margaret, is tracing crime guns. This happened in Highland Park in the July 4th.
You ain't lying, Barton.
Right.
I'd have hooked his
serial
ass
numbers
up
put
to
in.
440 with about
We have to
900
run a
names.
trace. We run an urgent trace and get back to the police in just a matter of hours the identity of the person who purchased that firearm. They catch the person before they kill again, maybe in Madison or wherever they were at. Okay, how does that really happen in real life? The way it doesn't happen is we punch in a person's name and up comes, oh, they own so many guns. Congress has prohibited us from doing that. So instead, we have a system of records where we have to go through those.
Now, this is an ATF that has literally over a billion firearms records optically scanned, and they say they have the search feature turned off. Oh God, I wish I could find that clip from Super Troopers. I'll believe that when that shit turns purple and smells like rainbow sherbet. And for those of you who haven't watched the first Super Troopers, it's a must watch.
Records. Every year we probably get in, first of all, we don't have all the records. The gun dealers keep the records, most of them. If they go out of business, they send them to us, millions and millions a month, and we have to keep them in.
If the gun dealers go out of business and they send them to us, millions and millions of records a month, kind of tells you how many gun dealers that they're putting out of business at this point in time, does it not? Yeah, next person says shenanigans.
And I'm the only customer, ATF is, of Adobe Acrobat. We pay somebody to take out search function, to remove search function that other customers have in order to comply with the congressional notion that there can't be a gun registry, the law that there can't be a gun registry in the United States. It's not a notion, it's a law, and we comply with it. That means that we have to work within that system. That means we have more people there pouring through records. That means, for instance, for what we call a normal trace, that's right now we're running at about an 8-day lag, right?
We got about just
and if there's an urgent
couple minutes
trace, we try
longer.
to
I'm
do
going
it quicker.
to shut this down.
Sorry, just to be clear, so a crime is committed. It takes at least 8 days to trace back who that gun could have been registered to because there is
Well, there's
no
no
centralized
registering.
system.
It's who bought the gun. It's we don't have a gun registry.
Right, I
Congress has
understand
outlawed
that.
that. So what we're checking is
8-day lag.
right. The 8-day lag is to find out sometimes who the initial purchaser was, right, of the firearm. Then, by the way, once we find out who the initial purchaser was, that may or may not be the person who committed the crime.
Does that not, in and of itself, prove the stupidity of any of these gun laws? Because most of these gun laws, or most of these guns, the time to crime is still running like 3 to 5 years. Last time I checked. How many times can a gun change hands in 3 to 5 years? Whether it's stolen, or legally sold to another person, then stolen, legally sold from one person to another person, then stolen. In that amount of time, that gun could literally change hands hundreds of times. So even if because what happens in these cases, okay? They find a gun at a crime scene. If the people who used the gun in the crime aren't fucking smart enough to damage the serial number to where you can't read it, the ATF looks at that serial number and that goes to the manufacturer. SIG, Glock, Mossberg, Remington, you name it. And they look that serial number up, and then they go to the original FFL that serial number gun was sent to. And then they go to that FFL and they go, well, who did you sell this gun to? So they got to look through their records and go, oh, this gun was sold to John Smith 3 years ago. And then they look and say, well, they go to John Smith. John Smith says, dude, I reported that gun stolen a year ago out of my truck in such and such place. And then they got to run from there. They're not solving the violent crime by the serial number at all. It doesn't happen. So eat a bag, Diddlebach, whatever the fuck your Beatle sounding name is, with your fucking fat ass jaws and your goddamn preacher boy haircut. You know good and well you're full of shit, and your agency itself has done more to propagate gun violence than any FFL on this planet or any firearms manufacturer on this planet. Night Strike, you still awake?
Yeah. I was just muted, so you didn't hear anything I said. So
Night Strike's got a hammer right now, looking at the shiny head on it, going, this would feel really good right about.
Well, ever since I went to the Orange Dead Blow Hammer School of Gunsmithing.
Hold on. Does your hammer look similar to this one?
No, you got to have a 3-pound Orange Dead Blow hammer.
Oh yeah.
By the way, it's all Rogue Banshee's fault.
Mine's in there. I do have one. It's around here somewhere.
It's all Rogue Banshee's fault.
Needle dick. Oh, that's going to be another thing we're going to find in a second.
You have to do an old-fashioned investigation, go to them, find out what they did with it, who they are. So this is an investigative, intensive process that we work on with state and local law enforcement every day. And you're right, these are pending cases out there with active leads and real homicide detectives that we work with every day in these crime gun intelligence centers together to try and solve these cases. So we're involved, they're involved, and we work with within the law as best we can with our resources to turn these things around.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, we did 645,000 traces at ATF.
So much of the argument that we have been seeing in the press happen at the Supreme Court this week.
Hold on. We have to. Give me a sec. We have to do this. We have to. Because this is like talking to Stephen Dettelbach, only he's not the water boy. Give it just a sec. Hold on.
Somebody's more important.
Here we go. Let's go to this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Yeah, anytime you think about Dettelbach, think about this.
Red 18. Needle dick. Needle dick. Needle dick.
Back to our regularly scheduled
To
programming.
bump stocks has been about whether or not your agency has the
about
regulatory
right.
authority to write a rule on them in the first place. Why weren't bump stocks addressed at all in this 2022 law that President Biden signed, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act?
Well, that I don't know. I wasn't even confirmed an ATF director when that law passed.
How about the fact that they do not fit the textual definition of a machine gun? It's what we just had the Supreme Court arguments about.
But the idea, I mean, our position, which we stated before the Supreme Court, is that the bump stock is covered under the rule that was promulgated not in this administration, under the last administration, which interpreted something called the National Firearms Act.
But why didn't the Biden administration seek to put into the law? You work for the Biden administration, so why didn't the Biden administration
I'm
seek
not sure
to
that
do
whether
that?
or not that happened. I wasn't there.
That's her hard question for this whole interview. That's her pushing him, acting like she's asking the hard questions. This is the text of the National Firearms Act. Machine gun basically comes down to.
I thought she was here to hand the whole interview to him.
She's handing him something. It probably involves lotion. Or
Well,
lube.
you know, it puts the lotion on the skin.
I can turn my tongue sideways.
Or else it gets the hose again.
Mhm.
I can turn my tongue sideways.
You can turn your tongue sideways?
Uh-huh. My tongue is sideways.
You are my child.
Ask her if she can do cross-eyed.
Tongue sideways.
She can definitely do cross-eyed.
Okay, all right, good. Yeah, good. You're teaching them the right things.
Hey, we got to do cross-eyed. We got to do eyelids inside out.
Right.
You got to raise them right.
Yeah.
So,
Was this just a blind spot that it would be a problem?
no, I mean, first of all, there was a provision in the ATF's rule that dealt with this, and we have a broader issue, right, with machine guns in this country.
We have
that
a
are
broader
dangerous
issue with
occurring.
someone
You're
named
asking about
Dettelbach.
things that I think are really
Yes.
concerning for public safety. It's not just bump stocks, right? All over the streets of the United States, every police chief tells me that the pounding sort of jackhammer-like sound of machine
So
gun
you're
fire
saying
is
this whole
returning to our streets.
1934
And bump stocks
NFA
is
is working
one.
out for you?
I'll show you another, right? So this little piece of plastic, this little piece of plastic,
Which is way bigger than a
This
spectrum.
this little piece of plastic. Remember, he said it. He didn't use the L. He said plastic.
Plastic. This
Plastic.
little piece of plastic. I'm a 3D printer auto sealer. How much money did that dude make off that gun buyback selling auto sealers? Like 35 or 20 something grand?
Yeah.
Yes. Needle dick. People can print those.
Yes.
People can make those out of little pieces of metal that they bend with pliers. People can make those out of coat hangers.
Yeah.
Which kind of proves the fact that your entire NFA that you want to enforce is absolutely fucking useless.
Sad but true.
Yeah, that's a good song.
which can be made on a 3D printer that costs $170.
Guess what they're going to go after here in the next little while, 3D printer guys?
In about 45 minutes. This little piece of plastic is a machine gun.
Yes, fire.
This
It is
every
Trump's
bit as
fault.
dangerous and covered as
See,
a
the
Tommy
problem
gun,
is you're not printing in the
right?
background.
It goes into an AR, drops
I
right
should
in.
have.
It's called a
If I had planned the stream
drops
out, I
right
could
into
have
the
been.
AR
I'm-
and turns it into a fully automatic.
I'm printing a
weapon.
Gatling
You
gun
operate the
receiver
trigger
right now.
one time, and the gun keeps
Are you?
firing.
Yeah.
Dude, I got to get
and
the
we're
file
seeing
for it.
police
I got to start
officers, we're
printing.
seeing civilians
Yeah, that's
be
great.
hurt by these things. So this case,
But
is
I'm not
before
doing
the
it in
Supreme
black.
Court.
I'm doing it in
You
blue.
know, it's pending, so I don't know how much I can talk about it, but the issue of bump stocks.
Because I ran out of black.
Do mine in purple that
It's
way.
about
It
the
can be
fact
the
that when
purple
Congress
people eater.
passed that law back in the 30s, and then
I got a point.
To outlaw machine guns.
right,
essentially.
to outlaw machine guns, right? And then it regulated them, and then in the 80s, it outlawed all new machine guns.
Okay, well here's your issue, you bunch of jackasses, because we had been through the hearings for the 1934 NFA. The 1934 NFA was based on how the trigger mechanism actually operates. It's not off of how fast you can fire the gun. The way the Supreme Court was done, last week. It wasn't based off of how fast can I pull a trigger. It is based off of what the trigger mechanisms actually do to start the cycle of operations and continue the cycle of operations. If I pull a trigger to the rear, if I push it to the front, if I push it sideways, left, right, if I just push a big red button and the gun only goes through a single cycle of operations and then the trigger resets, well, then it's not a machine gun.
It's true.
Textually, definition. I could pull it with my dick, a dildo, a hamster, a goldfish. Doesn't matter how I operate that trigger. It only matters that it goes through multiple cycles of operation with a single function of said trigger. You needle dick motherfucker, I guarantee you I could push the pins out of my trigger housing.
Hey, you leave my hamsters alone.
Gave him a couple Viagra.
Right, except for law enforcement and the military. They wrote
I
that law
would name it Purple
understanding
Haze.
that people would be
I would.
converting, try to get around the law.
I build that out of purple
specific
filament.
provision that says
That is going to be the Purple
items that are
Haze.
designed to convert a semi-automatic
Now
weapon
that makes
into
me
an
want to hear
automatic
Jimi
weapon,
Hendrix.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it, all of you.
Those items are machine guns. That's why this,
all along
whether
the
or not it's in an AR, is a
fuck
machine
yes.
gun. Right? And so our position.
Because that
before the
makes me want to
Supreme
play
Court,
Battlefield Vietnam.
there's
I don't know.
pages and pages and briefs on this.
Yeah,
But
I
our
don't think I
position
ever
when the
played
Supreme Court will
Battlefield
decide this
Vietnam.
is that,
It was great. It
Congress
was
in
great.
the 1930s well understood the problem of automatic weapon fire, well understood that there would be different mechanisms or functions that would be used to produce automatic weapon fire, and they wrote the statute to allow covering those things.
So this is very.
No, they wrote the statute, and now you're listening to an audience that has actually read through the hearings and the testimony. They went through a couple of things in those hearings and testimony. One was it is unconstitutional to ban said guns. It is based off a function of the trigger, not how fast it can fire. That was another thing. And here's the kicker. The government doesn't have the power to ban any firearm whatsoever. That's why it was a taxing scheme. That's why in 1934 they couldn't just say we are banning all these guns that function this way.
Technical, but
Oh,
you're
you
referring
want
to the
strike-
change
or
after the
separate.
2017 Las Vegas massacre that the Trump
Yes,
Department of
7-Up.
Justice put in place to restrict bump stock access because
What's-
it
what about
essentially said the
spiderwebs?
argument you're making, that it converts
Rocky.
guns into effective machine guns. But the argument is all about whether or not
Spiderweb,
this
Spider-Man.
agency can regulate this, right? One of the things that stood
Did you eat all
out
your
in the
spaghetti?
hearing was Justice Gorsuch discussed that since bump stocks were legal before 2018 and that regulation, as many as 500,000 people could be convicted of felonies, face jail time, or lose the right to vote. Is that
Or
fairly
lose the right to
priced?
vote. Never mind go to
And I think it was
prison
answered. I'll
for a
stand on what
decade.
was said at the oral argument, but the notion that people who possessed bump stocks prior to the rule being issued under Attorney General Sessions and Barr, that
Prior to the ruling by Barr and Sessions, thank you, you douchebag Trump appointees. Prior to that, however, if you didn't turn your bump stock in and you still own it, your ass is going to fucking prison.
Bola says don't abuse your children if you have children.
Yeah, high five on that one.
Bye.
My children.
The notion that those people are somehow
At least
gonna
you
be
have
directly,
children.
you know, prosecuted.
It is amazing to me that I do. Then that I talk to a woman as beautiful as my wife to actually sleep with me. So shh, don't mention it.
Before they issued the rule, I think the Solicitor General said,
Dude, you have no idea. I will send you glazed donuts. Don't mention it.
that's just not going to happen, right? And we at ATF, we have a lot of public safety concerns to worry about.
Not to mention, if you like cream-filled donuts, you're just gay. Just saying.
There's no way that we're going to go back and during a period of time before the rule was issued, 6 years ago now, 7 years ago, prosecute people for possessing these firearms.
Because there was a case in 2019 where a Texas federal grand jury indicted someone, but then the charges were dropped.
Dude, run gun, and this is serious. And I will be a 900-pound bastard if I can ever figure this out. Like a yeast donut with my own proper glaze. That is not going to work out well for me. I will look like fucking Jabba the Hutt within a year if I ever figure that out. I'll just be, instead of frogs in my mouth, I'm just going to be cramming donuts.
Yeah, you know, and then Coop will start speaking Creole.
Oh yeah, dude, I will start speaking Hutt at that point.
And at that point, then we're gonna have a translator for him, and then a translator for the guy translating for him.
Yes.
The whole joke.
Dude, I will find the dude from Waterboy in a second, and we'll listen to him.
You're saying this is...
Before my time, I don't know what happened, but I know what's going to happen going forward, which is we're not going to go back.
That's not your interpretation.
And the Solicitor General said that. The Solicitor General clearly said that. So I'll stick with his statement before the Supreme Court. You don't have to listen to me. Listen to the Solicitor General. Who
I don't want to listen to you.
No,
what he said, I think, was very clear.
So if people have bump stocks, it's not that they're going to be blocked from the right to vote.
No.
As Justice Gorsuch
I
raised.
don't think, to be fair to Justice Gorsuch, I don't think that's what he said. I think what he said is if people are convicted of felonies,
right.
But you would take these people and convict them of felonies if they own something for over a decade, and then, however, just refuse to turn it into you when you suddenly made them a felon.
Well, you gave them the choice of destroying it themselves and getting rid of it, or giving it to you. And honestly, everybody and their brother would rather destroy it themselves and get rid of it than give it to you.
What?
We can't hear you, Scoop.
Oh, hold on. I'm unfucking something.
Generally, that's how that things go.
Okay, so this is my impression of this.
I'm taking a bath.
Okay. This.
Make sure you move this.
I hope so.
You heard her, guys. She said, "Come here and move this transmission so I can take a bath."
No, she said, "Kids are yours." I said, "I hope so." Yeah, this is Dettelbach explaining something.
It's muted.
No, wrong button. Wrong button. Bad finger.
Okay. Just have the defense run sprints.
Yeah, just have them arrest anybody with a ghost gun.
So they have to be convicted of a felony.
Yes.
People who are convicted of felonies.
Yes.
Well, this is one of the reasons, like when they went through their pistol brace rule, all I did was build 2 more pistols. Yeah.
What I can tell you is what the Solicitor General said, which is that there's not any notion that people who possess these items prior to the rule being issued could or would be prosecuted.
I think clarifying that's important. Because not everyone at home follows the Supreme
No,
Court
I know.
arguments.
I know,
and
but what I want
the
people
regulations.
But
here.
what I want people to remember at home.
She's
is
kind
that
of
this
picking on the Supreme
debate
Court argument the
that we
other
heard
day.
is about more than bump stocks. It's about all these different products which are being used to turn semi-automatic weapons
Yes.
into machine guns. And if you had asked most police chiefs or most agents who are running towards this gunfire, it's a
Go
very
ahead
dangerous
and-
situation for them too.
Hold on. Just go ahead and take Jerry Michalik, Mil-Spec Mojo, Grand Thumb, Pewview, and a bunch of other guys that I follow. Just go ahead and take them, throw them in prison because they can fire really, really fast. Because they're apparently machine guns themselves.
I would argue that that definitely Jerry Miculek is a machine gun.
Dude, he is an alien, and his daughter was she was raised in a lab. I mean, like grafted in.
I can crack my neck without anybody hearing.
You can crack your neck without anybody hearing.
Yeah.
Well, give me 5 neck crackers. All right.
I can also do this.
Yeah, machine. Yes.
Like this. Lay back.
Yeet.
Daddy can do that too, but I wouldn't get up out of the floor after I did it.
Whether 10 years ago, they thought this was even a possibility. 15 years ago, they'd have said, no, machine guns went the way of Al Capone and the Tommy gun. Unfortunately, technology can be used for good and technology
Only
can be
they are
used
still
for
completely
bad,
legal right now.
right? And what I want people to understand is we at ATF are doing everything we can within the law
To fuck
try
you over.
and protect them under the laws we have from these unlawful machine guns. Now, if somebody wants to pass additional laws, we'll take those and we'll squeeze every last bit of public safety we have out of, just like we have with the things that were in the Bipartisan Safer
Public
Communities
safety.
Act. But it is on Congress to take these actions. And as you said, President Biden has said, we have taken many, many executive actions. And we find ourselves in the place where people say, oh, no, you're doing too much. That's too much executive action. Then you ask me, well, you didn't do enough, right? Or people say that. So to me, we live in the space.
No, jackass. There are those of us who believe in
You've done too much.
freedom and personal responsibility that are telling Biden, you've done too much. You have exceeded your authority. So is the ATF. There are others that the state all the way down to their tonsils, and they're like, no, please govern me more, daddy. Those are two very different populations of people. Just saying.
Where we have to objectively look at the laws that Congress has passed and take actions within those laws and then leave it for Congress and the American people to decide if we need more.
The little green nub. Is that illegal?
Yes.
Do
I
you need
would
Congress to
slam
write
the
a
car
law
in the
specific
park
to
and
these
then
innovations?
lock the
To that one?
whole
No.
car and
unless
not
somebody, that's what ATF believes now. Those
That's your
drop in.
interpretation of existing regulations.
Correct. And I haven't
You
heard
slam the
people
car and
pressing
just-
back on that, but I've
the
learned in this
transmission
atmosphere
will
that
quit letting your wheels go.
yesterday's consensus
And
item
it's
is tomorrow's
kinda
controversy
getting
sometimes. But I will tell
really,
you
really
that,
rough on your
the
transmission.
problem with those items, right, is that look at them, right? It's tiny. It doesn't look like
these are
anything.
the
It sort of looks like one of
conversations
those
I
things you
have.
put over your closet to hang clothes on, right? And they're you can make them.
Do you guys? I'm old enough to remember, like 3 years ago, when this dude was selling a product that was a hanger, that was actually a
It was
auto
it was,
steer.
yes, yeah. It was a coat hanger.
Yes,
Yes, I remember that.
I am fucking amazed he didn't mention auto key coordinates. I am absolutely amazed he didn't. Yeah, the wall hanger.
On your own, and they're flooding in these conversion devices. Some are called Glock switches, some are called auto sears. They're flooding in from China. They're being used on 3D printers. So there's a real problem with having enough resources and enough education to keep up with this bad technology and catch these folks.
And
It's not
metal,
bad
so it wouldn't set
technology.
off a
It's
metal
bad
detector.
legislation.
That one's not metal.
Right.
Right. There's other one. They come in all these devices. There's so many different ones. Force reset triggers. They come in.
They said
names,
force reset trigger.
Different configurations. They're all designed to do one thing, which is to convert a legal semi-automatic weapon into an unlawful machine gun.
Because it's
Fucking
profit.
bullshit.
Well, people do it for whatever reason. It doesn't really matter to me. It's not allowed.
Mhm. Is there any justification for needing to be able to make that conversion?
Well, the law says that you can't do it. So Congress said, you don't need to take my word for it.
Right.
Congress has said you cannot possess a new machine gun unless you have, you're in law enforcement or the military.
Right. Well, the Brady campaign said that those were intentionally created to circumvent restrictions, arguably for profit, right? But I want to ask you about ghost guns. So the administration has tried to cut back on these guns that are, as I understand, virtually untraceable. That's why they're called ghost guns. The ATF did issue a 2022 ruling that the kits people can buy at a store should and do qualify as firearms, that they should have serial numbers. But then you had this California judge say this past week that that definition doesn't go far enough. How are you planning to respond to that legal challenge?
Well, so we have a lot of legal challenges on the ghost guns, and including a petition before the Supreme Court. The courts will eventually decide this. ATF finds itself in sort of the same space I described before, right? There's a group of judges and people who say, oh, this law goes too far. It goes beyond what you were allowed to do, and we're going to vacate it, right? There's a court that says that, right? Then there's another court that says this law doesn't go far enough. It should have gone, this rule doesn't go far enough. It should have gone further, right?
Well, that's what the California court said in this particular case.
So the courts have to sort that out. What we do at ATF, we do at the Department of Justice, and sometimes it doesn't satisfy anybody on either side, is we look at the statute. Right here, it was about things that are readily convertible to being operable weapons, right? So, and we have the firearms experts that have spent their whole lives studying the operation of firearms. They're the best in the world. We try to make that determination based upon.
Night Strike, do you remember where the original readily convertible kind of language came from?
1968, right?
I can't remember. It was 1968, but it was revolvers.
No, it's not 19. It's not 1968. I think it was 19. It was the NFA.
No, I don't. It could have been. Anyway, it was revolvers that were getting sent into the United States, and they basically had a lead slug pushed down the barrel, and they were kind of sold as like starter pistols. However, all you had to do was heat the barrel up, push the lead out of it, and you had a fully functional revolver. That's where readily convertible comes from. Do you know what ATF considers readily convertible right now?
A lot of things that aren't readily convertible.
8 hours in a fully staffed machine shop.
That's not readily convertible.
That's what they
That's
consider.
a waste of a fucking day.
Yes, I could literally melt down beer cans, make an ingot, and make a receiver for an AR in less than 8 hours. But that's what they consider readily convertible right now. That's what they've argued in cases. 8 hours in a fully staffed machine shop.
I think I'm going to go to coma.
I think I want to. And just wake me up when this is over.
I don't think it's possible.
I'm getting. I posted on Jason Onsbach last night. There are certain points of time at night where I get tired of absolute stupidity like this. I listen to a lot of audiobooks. Galaxy's Edge, Ruins of the Earth, Forgotten Ruin, a bunch of really good audiobooks. That's what I go to after I get done dealing with this stupid shit. Matter of fact, Jason Onsbach, he's the author, one of the authors of Galaxy's Edge series. And for those of you who don't know about Galaxy's Edge, just imagine Star Wars with balls that's not politically correct. That's Galaxy's Edge. And is amazing. as far as a
I thought that was
series of books. Huh?
I thought that was Space.
No. This is think of like a hard edge Spaceballs, where there is a ton of humor, a ton of military and really dark humor involved in it, but it's still got that kind of solid storyline.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I think that the one you could draw an easy kind of line to is Death Destroyer of Worlds, which think of R2-D2 with a homicidal complex, to where there was a point in one of the books, and I can't remember which one. There was a whole lot of shit that happened. Anyway, the ship that they assaulted, they were like launching assault pods, and Death Destroyer of Worlds is shooting the escape pods out of the air or out of the space. I mean, just drilling them, like murdering every one of them. And the character Keel asked, "Are you shooting the escape pods?" And this robot, this gunnery bot, is like, "Yeah." He said, "Don't do that." And the assault bot was like, "You're gonna have to fight him again later if I don't kill him now." And dude was like, "Okay, so you have till the time we make jump to do your thing. Just keep rocking." It's those books are a buddy of mine. He's a ex-military, served in combat, medic, all kinds of shit. He got me hooked on those books.
Right.
And they are, God, they're beautiful. And they do deal with a whole lot of topics that are relevant to now and things going on. The underlying tones of the government controlling things and all the other bullshit that goes along with it. So, yeah, if you're into something like that, look up Galaxy's Edge. If you're like me and you don't have a whole lot of time to spend reading, look them up on audio or Audible, and listen to them. They're great. R.C. Bray, the guy who reads the vast majority of those books, I would rather listen to one of his books for 13 hours than watch an hour and a half movie any day, all day, doesn't matter. He draws a better visual picture of what's going on than you could do with CGI and all the woke shit going on.
Well, let's listen to the rest of the Dental Box so I can have nightmares.
Yeah, well, we're getting to, I was trying to delay it. Damn it, man.
I know, but
Each
there's no
individual
delaying
situation,
the inevitable.
facts and circumstances. If
No,
somebody wants to
I'll be
know whether a
listening, but I'll be
certain thing
back.
Qualifies, they can write us a letter. We will write them back a letter examining. They send us the item, we examine it. And then the courts will decide in the end what different judicial opinions, where this sort of thing lands. But we feel very strongly, and we've said this in court, that we believe that the rule that was promulgated in 2022 was a lawful way under the Gun Control Act of 1968 to make sure that everybody's playing by the same set of rules. So if I sell you a traditional firearm, right, it has to be a background check. It has to be a serial number. If I'm engaged in the business, that is. If I'm a gun dealer, right, it has to be a background check. It has to be a serial number. If I'm engaged in that business for profit, okay.
Doesn't exist with ghost guns.
Ghost guns, right? They're readily, and these are items, if they're readily convertible to being a firearm, Congress thought of that. They said in the law, items that are readily convertible. All right, now I get it. There's a debate as to how close do you have to get before it's readily convertible. We look at those things and we've made determinations. For instance, we've written determinations that certain kinds of frames for handguns, on their own, are readily convertible to being firearms. I made, by the way, one of these guns. And my wife will tell you I can't screw in a light bulb. All right, but I made one of those.
I don't believe it.
I made it back just in time. Yeah, nice.
I don't believe he competently made a ghost gun. I don't believe it.
Him, Josh Shapiro, and a bunch of others. If they said they made this, no, they made one. I want to set kits in front of them. Poof, 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 poof. Here's the tooling. In 20 minutes, 30 minutes, I'll give you 45 minutes. I want a functioning firearm that will cycle continuously with pulls of the trigger. I want a functioning firearm. Get to fucking work. If you can't do that, you deserve to go to fucking prison for perjury. Plain and simple.
Yeah.
Because I said it earlier, I've had some, the first P80 I ever built was a 17 style. I got the frame through Rocky Brass. I got the slide through Rocky Brass, the barrel, all that shit. That gun went together like butter. It's great. Very little tuning.
My
and
first
that gun
official
ran.
P80 was from our good friends at JSD.
I got. Let me see. I got them from Rich.
Officially,
I think Rich.
I may have completed some other things under the table, but that's neither here nor there. But my first official build was from our friends at JSD, and thank you, Bob.
I bought some other stuff from JSD. Now my blue, what they call it, Dark's favorite color, blue frame. I got that from Rich because he's the only one who had it in stock. That gun, and I can't remember who I got the slide from. It's not a Patma slide. It's another one. The Patma slide's on my 320.
Dark mentioned if you cannot find a receiver, the indigo, the blue that you like, what he did was he took an FDE frame and he boiled it.
Dyed his. Yes,
he boiled it and dyed. Yeah. Indigo blue, I think is what he used.
I found one of the frames that I couldn't find for a while. Kind of misplaced it. I found it today, and it's a.
I'll be right back.
But I'm talking about the actual purchased from Polymer 80, the blue frame. I got that from Flying Rich, and I can't remember who else I bought the other parts from. But it took some serious fitting and lapping on the slide and everything to get that gun to function and run reliably. Do I think Steven Dettelbach could do that? Not a chance in hell. Not a single chance in hell. I have a better chance of having a zebra run through my living room, run into my office, hoof me to death right now on stream than this dude has of putting together a functional gun. Matter of fact, if we get to it in the stream, we might cover it later. You will see that their own ATF agent on the fucking video can't take a Glock apart. I ain't even shit. He can't take it apart. He finally gets frustrated and hands it off to somebody else.
Handguns out of the kit. Went down to the range, shot it, shoots just like a traditional firearm. It can wound just like a traditional firearm. It can kill just like a traditional firearm. You said it. It's a ghost gun because it's cold, and that means the criminals love it because it can't be traced.
You can't detect it at the federal level because there's no serial number.
Because you can't trace it, and if it's sold at a kit by somebody who's not a FFL, not a federally licensed firearms dealer, there's no background check.
Right.
It's a huge problem.
Who's selling them?
We hope under the rule, which is in effect fewer people than before. And so, people are out there still selling things that are readily convertible to firearms under the rule, right? We're investigating and bringing those cases. We see, look, I mean, in terms of privately made firearms, we have search warrants we do in gang cases where it's not even just selling them, right? Where they set up a little manufacturing business to not just make them for myself, but to give them to my colleagues, my cohorts, my co-conspirators. And they'll be sitting there in somebody's garage in Jersey, and they'll be,
And every single time, it's already a federal felony. Every single time you finish out a firearm, say, I'm not licensed, I'm just doing shit on my own. So this is some key for some of you. Someone brings me a Polymer 80. Unfinished frame, all that. Excuse me, I'm snacking. If I finish that frame or that lower receiver out for them and then put that gun together, and then give it back to them, I have just committed a felony. I am a manufacturer at that point. So the laws already exist to stop the very thing that this dumbass is talking about.
Key of cocaine, you know, a bunch of and a little shot.
And I don't have the
It's like a
I
new
don't have to have the
position
key of cocaine with
in a
me.
gang. Now as an armor, I'm the one who makes the guns for the gang, right? To distribute to the gang, right? I mean, so these are real problems that law enforcement is facing every single day, that communities are facing, and we're trying to do. with
Never
the
mind
tools
the
we
key
have,
of cocaine
we
and
can
all
get
the
ahead
other
of it.
shit that goes along
In
with
terms
it.
of tools you have. So the Undetectable Firearms Act. So that's meant to keep these ghost guns off the street.
He kind of does check her a little bit on this. But let me explain this to the class if some people aren't keeping track of things. The Undetectable Firearms Act basically says that a frame, hold on. Give me a second. I'll grab it. Actually, I'll grab two. Yeah. I'll grab two. Give me a second. We're going to do this live. Hope I didn't. It'll be okay. So, the Undetectable Firearms Act, believe it or not, I'm going to make myself bigger here. Nope, wrong one. That one. So, the Undetectable Firearms Act basically says that a frame receiver has to have so many ounces of whatever pH steel in it that will echo off of a metal detector. They're not after this. This is a polymer 80 frame. This has the requisite amount of metal in it. What they are after is this, which is a 3D printed frame, which doesn't have any metal in it. Now, for those of us who actually realize how firearms work, you can't have a firearm with no metal in it. Even the fucking ammunition, lead, copper, brass, steel cases, primers, will show up on a metal detector.
You know, it's probably because of that movie.
It was Die Hard.
It was not Die Hard.
Which one?
I think it was.
The one with the same dude that played freaking Deadpool?
No.
Which one?
It was an older. I think Clint Eastwood was in it. He had a bunch of plastic pieces. And
You're talking about the one where dude tries to assassinate the president.
Yeah. I wonder
Yes.
if it's from that. That's why you have to have so
No,
much metal.
because this came in from the 80s, so it was before then. That movie where freaking bald, I can't remember his name, same one that played in Red. He tried to assassinate the president with a 3D printed gun. It was a white
I know
gun.
what you're talking about.
He threw the bullets in the rabbit foot thing, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
Yeah, that came through much later than that. My wife's telling me to listen. Yeah, you don't want to step too much further. I married the right woman. God, I married the right woman. She might want to kill me half the time, but I married the right woman. I won't even go into that whole scene. It would get me way more subscribers, but I'm not doing it. Because you might see me die on the stream tonight. Are we hearing anything other than music on this? Because I think I've died already.
That was my background music.
I can see that.
that man keeps clap too.
I knew, trust me.
hear him?
I already know.
You heard him?
Yes. Like, seriously. Call 911. I don't know whether to have a heart on or die. I might have both. Like, seriously, need both.
Titties were involved.
Yes, they were.
They were.
However, have you seen the one that's in the ghost suit that has the eyeballs on their nurples and they're jumping and they're.
No.
Oh, I so have to find that for
Oh
you
my
later.
God! Please tell me that is not what it looked like.
No, not like that. But you know how you see something that's not necessarily like something else, but it makes you think of something else?
Is that why you find it funny?
No. I find it funny because it's like me catching you dancing headed up the driveway that night.
It's good song.
Okay. Story time with Coop real fast. We'll get back to this, and then we're not going to go too much longer. Me and my wife, I can't remember where we got back from. We're walking up the driveway of the house, and my wife apparently, huh? Oh, dear Lord. Let me go. Let me let this play. Let me go check on the kiddo, and I will get back to Coop's story time because it's funny as shit. Actually, where's the button? Here, listen to this.
Is set to expire
Right,
in less than a month.
So the Undetectable Firearms Act, which was originally enacted in the 80s as a counterterrorism measure, right? It's meant actually to keep firearms out of courthouses and airplanes and airports and stadiums and federal buildings and all Congress and the Supreme Court, all these places, right? Because it's the law that says that you have to have if you're a gun manufacturer, you have a certain amount of metal in there, so when it goes through the magnetometer or the machine, it'll set it off.
Right.
Right? This law has been on the books. It's been a widely bipartisan measure that every time it's set to expire, it is reauthorized either by voice vote or by unanimous consent. And it is our fervent hope and expectation that Congress will do what needs to be done to protect the American people and will reauthorize it again. And that's what we expect will happen. That's what I hope will happen. And I think that's what will happen.
And if they don't, that means walking into a concert, some kind of game, political rally, gets a lot more dangerous.
If they don't, it means that people, if they want to, and companies, if they want to, can start manufacturing these items, not just as privately made firearms, but they can start rolling off the assembly line, right? In larger numbers, there'll be lawful products. And I just don't think anybody who flies, anybody who likes to go to a sporting game, anybody who sends their kids to a school, anybody, basically anybody, wants that.
Well, there is a bipartisan effort to renew it. Do you have any timeline? Like it's hard for Congress to get a lot done these days. On this one, are you confident they will?
I'm hopeful that they will. It's up to them. I mean, I don't, I'm not getting, the members that I've talked to about this seem to be supportive, but, it really is a job for Congress to do. We've been very clear. I mean, I think the president actually said, in an executive order that this is one of the priorities.
Yeah. Well, welcome to Coops Raising Kids.
I'm back.
Okay. Well, hopefully, well, if anybody heard it, I just said hopefully. Well, never mind.
Thank you for making time and
Back to the shit
welcoming
show.
us here.
Thanks for having me.
So President Biden said this week that the U.S. had one of the lowest rates of all violent crime in more than 50 years. But there was a caveat. He said violent crime is up a bit. Why?
Yeah, Ron, look, man, until your average person can 3D print, hold on, let's get us both back on the screen. Until your average person can 3D print reliably in metal, a lot of their stuff isn't even an issue. But again, what they're looking to do is, with this 3D printed Undetectable Firearms Act, is to take someone who has something like this, a 3D printed frame, and put your ass in goddamn prison over it. Now, today's technology versus 1980s technology is very different. If I throw this in my bag and I go to haul it on a plane, guess what? This isn't just a metal x-ray anymore. It's a full-on scan, and this shit is going to pop bigger than a 16-year-old's cherry at fucking prom. But this is going to show up.
I don't think that was necessary, but okay.
Yeah, well, you know.
You don't want your kids. I'm just saying you don't want your kids hearing that right now.
Well, I put them to bed, so, and hopefully no one heard what I told them when I put them to bed.
Oh, yes, we did. No.
Oh, if you heard all that, then you know my daughter, if someone grabs her, she's going to punch him in the face. So,
well, she takes after her mother.
Yes, she does. Yes. Yeah. I explain to my daughter constantly, and I reinforce this. If someone can say whatever they want, they can call you whatever they want. They can call your mom whatever they want, dad whatever they want, grandma, mama, dog, whatever, hamster, you name it. As long as they don't put their hands on you, you don't do anything. You walk away from them. When they put them hands on you, that's different. You have daddy's permission to defend yourself. And if that means punching them in the face, that means punch them in the face and do it a lot. If that means a nut shot, throat shot, you name it, it's just what it is.
Show no mercy.
Yeah. There ain't no such thing as a fair fight at all. So, but if they're just talking, that's different. Words are words. I want my daughter's self-esteem and her feelings to be based in other things other than what people say. You know, so someone can call her whatever. They can call me a left-handed lesbian, Eskimo, albino, whatever. Don't care. And
most days they be right.
Well, you know, they could be. You know, maybe they're a little Inuit in there, but I'm not left-handed, goddammit.
Hey, you take that back, you SOB.
Hey, look, I defended you the other day.
When?
Someone called you a peg-legged faggot. I said, you're not peg-legged.
Oh, you asshole. Oh, well, friends like this, who needs enemies?
This is true.
So
friends
if
like
look
you
at
who needs enemies.
2023 saw a precipitous drop in violent crime and gun crime in particular. In about 175 cities, as they measure double-digit percentage reductions, both in homicides and in non-fatal shootings. I was in Baltimore a few weeks ago with the law enforcement there, and it was like almost a 20% drop in homicides. But look to
okay, so back to jokes for just a second, and this is probably serious. If they made cock flavored bubble gum, I guarantee this dude blows bubbles.
Oh my God!
Me, the caveat is that for many years in this country, we've had a very serious gun crime problem, and we are the outlier among almost all Western modern nations.
Did I fuck
And not
up
the
and back
outlier
this
in a
up,
good
or am
way.
I
If you
having
compare
nightmares when it
our,
started
that's not
over?
just what any one year.
I
it's
think
over
you're having
decades.
nightmares.
If you compare our gun crime rate, gun crime deaths, let's say, to Great Britain.
No, I had to
where
start
our
this
legal
over.
forefathers came from, right? We have the same amount of crime
Either
gun
we're
intelligence
fast
centers
forwarding at this
together to try and solve these cases. So we're involved,
Well,
they're
where we at?
involved, and we work with briefs on this. But our position in the Supreme Court
Yeah,
will
something
decide
happened.
this,
I
is that,
backed it up. We
Congress
should
in
be
the
way
1930s
more ahead than this.
well understood the problem of,
That's what she
of
said.
automatic weapon fire. Well
Yeah.
understood that there would
Yeah,
be
we're
different
way ahead of
Said
that.
that those were intentionally created to circumvent restrictions,
Yes,
arguably.
we're
for profit,
somewhere
right?
around where
But
we
I'm
were.
going to ask you about ghost guns. So the administration has tried to cut back on these guns that are,
It's like a
as I
fucking nightmare.
understand,
It's
virtually
Groundhog Day. I couldn't
untraceable.
figure out where I
That's
was
why
at.
they're called ghost guns. The ATF did issue a 2022 ruling that the kits people can buy at a store should and do qualify as firearms, that they should have serial numbers. But then you
Yes,
have this
line of
California
fire.
judge
He must
that
take
said
us
this
away
past
the
week
ghost
that
guns.
That definition doesn't
Yes.
go far enough.
But Sam is
How are you
100%
planning
right.
to
It was
respond
line of
to
fire.
that legal challenge?
Yeah.
Well, so we have a lot of legal challenges on
Yes.
ghost guns, and including
Yes.
a petition before
Warsaw,
the
what's
Supreme
up, brother?
Court.
You finally
The
get you
courts
some
will
rest, man?
eventually decide this. ATF finds itself in sort of the same space I described before, right? There's a group of judges and people who say, "Oh, this law goes too far. It goes beyond what you
Hold
were
on.
allowed
I gotta
to
do this. I gotta give it to Warsaw. For you guys that don't follow Bishop, oh God, let me see. I gotta do something here.
Oh boy.
No, this is actually good. Bishop on air.
Ooh.
If I learn to fucking type one day, I swear to God.
Only 18
So,
more
let
hours
me
for my
bring up-
receipt.
I'm going to post Bishop's channel in the chat. Bishop does a very serious morning show. Greg Bishop. And he covers all gun laws and shit's going on in Supreme Court and stuff like that. He does it way more professionally than me. God love him. But Warsaw got me hooked on his show. So every morning, anywhere from about 8:30 something to, it's not very long typically, till about a little after 9. He normally has about a 20 to 30 minute show every single morning, Monday through Friday. Follow Bishop because this dude is on point. He is a very serious guy. He has let me call and do a show, which God forgive him. And I was nice because it was that time in the morning and I'd actually had a couple cups of coffee.
More like
but,
God forgive us.
Yeah, that's true. Every one of you follow me. You're going to hell with gasoline pants on. That's all there is to it. And sometime, matter of fact, sometime the next, I got to do it sometime this week. I actually hit over 400 subscribers, and I got to do a show and give away a plasma cut for it. So that'll happen sometime this week. Matter of fact, because I've got a thing I got to send out to Swamp Dog Armory, Brother Swamp.
I need you to do another plasma cut for me.
Dude, send me the graphics. I probably got about another.
I need you to do one of the gun tube logo.
Like I said, send me the graphics. I got at least another month, if not 2. Let's say at least 2 before I get my shop back together to where I can start rocking out designs. So, but
did the kids get into the shop? Is that what happened?
Huh?
Did the kids get into the shop? Is that what happened?
No. A lot of stuff I do is my spare time at work, and right now my workshop. Yeah, I'm teaching welding in a parking lot. Literally in a parking lot. Matter of fact, it's been so windy in the last little while, I couldn't even put up weld screens in between people welding. That's where we're at.
That's great. That is great. I love that.
So it's been fun, and that's been since shit. Before we're way before Christmas. So sometime in the next little while, we'll get back into our new and improved weld shop, which is going to be absolutely amazing considering where we've come from. But yeah, just remind me and send it to me, because like I said, give me about 2 months before I can get everything hooked back up and get back to rocking and rolling. But yeah, we can do the gun tube. That's simple. And I can do it. What I'll do it like I've done a couple of guys. I'll basically send you, once you send me the logo, I'll send you a couple different designs, and it just depends on how you want to do it. And we'll roll that out.
Okay.
So yeah, that's no issue. What's Warsaw saying? One of the reasons I stopped welding, I'm a woodworker always. Yeah, well, some of the things with woodwork and welding come together. And there are some things that I wish I was a good woodworker at, where I could integrate the plasma cuts, but I'm not a good woodworker. I suck at woodwork. Horribly suck at it. Like Steve Dettelbach on a freaking trucker bathroom. I suck at it.
I thought it was Kamala Harris that, on her knees, but okay.
Oh, I'm pretty sure Dettelbach's got her beat.
Probably.
I'm pretty
and
sure.
we're going to vacate it, right? There's a court that says that, right? Then there's another court says this law doesn't go far enough. It should have gone. This not law. This
yeah.
rule
This is where we were
doesn't
at
go far
earlier.
enough. It should have gone further, right?
Well, that's what the California court said.
In between kids and everything
so
else,
the
I
courts
backed
have
it
to
up.
sort that out. What we do at
Back that
ATS,
ass up.
we do at the Department of Justice, and sometimes it doesn't satisfy anybody on either
Sigh.
side, is we look at the statute. Right here, it was about things that are readily convertible,
if you're
inoperable weapons,
dealing with floaters
right?
and stuff in your
So,
vision,
and we
that
have
doesn't help you with
firearms
welding at
experts
all.
that have spent their whole lives studying the operation of firearms. They're the best in the world. We try to make that determination based upon each
I got a video
individual
coming for those
situation,
firearms
the facts and
experts too,
circumstances.
shortly.
We if somebody wants to know whether a certain thing qualifies, they can write us a letter. We will write them back a letter examining. They send us the item. We examine it.
Matter of fact, we're
and
going to
then
do
the courts will decide in the end what different judicial opinions where this sort of thing lands. But we feel very strongly, and we've said this in court, that we believe that the rule that was promulgated in 2022 was a lawful way under the Gun Control Act of 1968.
Because every tyrant believes their
to
rules
make
are
sure
lawful.
that everybody's playing by the same set of rules. So if I
Pretty
sell
sure
you a
Hitler thought it was
traditional
lawful
firearm,
to load people on trains.
right? It has to be a background check. Has
Oh,
to be a
let's
serial
not even
number.
go there.
If I'm
Oh,
engaged
well, I
in a
went
business,
there.
that is. If I'm
That's
a
right.
gun dealer, right? It has to be a background check. It has to be a serial number. If I'm engaged in that business for profit, okay?
Doesn't exist with ghost guns.
Ghost guns, right? They're
Now, remind me, what was their definition of in it for profit? Do you remember that?
No.
It was basically if you made any money off the sale of a gun. So if I bought a gun 3 years ago for $400 and I sold it for $425 this year, I'm in the business for a profit, and I'm not doing it with an FFL, and that could cause me to go to prison.
Oh no.
So if you bought a whatever gun, an SKS in the 1980s for $75, and you went to sell it today for the going rate of at least 700 and some change, you're in the business for a profit, and you get to go to prison.
readily, and these are items, if they're readily convertible to being a firearm, Congress thought of that. They said in the law, items that are readily convertible. All right, now I get it. There's a debate as to how close do you have to get before it's readily convertible. We look at those things and we've made determinations. For instance,
yes, their determinations is 8 hours in a fully staffed machine shop.
Since we've written determinations that certain kinds of frames for handguns, on their own, are readily convertible to being firearms. I made, by the way, one of these guns. And my wife will tell you I can't screw in a light bulb. All right, but I made one of those handguns out of the
Well,
kit.
if you can't screw in a light bulb,
Down
how the hell did you make
shot
one of
it.
those
Shoots
handguns?
just
I don't
like
believe that.
a traditional firearm. It can wound just like
Again, and we said this earlier, I would love to give this guy a P80 kit. I'll give him the easiest kit on the planet. that I've seen. A Polymer 8017, I will buy them all Glock parts, Glock slide, barrel, whole 9 yards. I want to see this dude put this together in anything under 4 days.
Traditional firearm, it can kill just like a traditional firearm. You said it. It's a
Mhm.
ghost gun because it's cold, and that means that criminals love it because it can't
Because
be
you
traced.
can't detect it.
Did he just say it's a ghost gun because it's cold?
Yeah.
He did. He did. He said that, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Moving on to
At the
reasons I'm going to have an
federal
aneurysm.
level because there's no serial number.
Because yeah, you can't trace it, and you know, and if it's sold at a kit by somebody who's not a FFL, not a federally licensed firearms dealer,
Right.
there's no background check.
Right.
It's a huge problem.
Who's selling them?
Well,
You want to know where there's not background checks? Night.
Mm.
The same place I buy crack. I don't see them contacting the FBI to run background checks when they're selling crack and hookers and all other illegal shit
And blow.
and blow and
You can't get hookers without blow.
other blows and
Yeah.
you want to find guns in your average city, find the more impoverished area, find the housing project, and then go down there. You'll find it.
we hope under the rule, which
No
is in effect, fewer
background
people than
check
before.
required.
And so, you know, people are out there still selling things that are readily convertible into firearms under the rule, right? We're investigating and bringing those cases. We see, look, I mean, in terms of privately made firearms, we have search warrants we do in gang cases where it's not even just selling them, right? Where they set up a little manufacturing business.
Like there's
Not
never
just
been a
make them
chop
for
shop for
myself,
cars
but to give
involved
them
in
to my
criminal activity.
colleagues, my cohorts, my co-conspirators. And they'll be sitting there in somebody's garage in Jersey, and there'll be, you know, a key of cocaine, you know, a bunch of, and a little shop. It's like a new position in a gang. Now, as an armor, I'm the one who makes the guns for the gang, right, to distribute to the gang, right? I mean, so these are really
Friggin' Chess
problems
kills
that
me.
law enforcement is facing every single
Chess
day.
is as
That
big a
communities are
smart
facing,
ass
and
as the
we're trying
rest of
to
us.
do with the tools we have everything we can to get ahead of it.
In
That's why
terms
I
of tools you
love
have.
chess.
So the Undetectable Firearms Act. So that's meant to keep these
Oh hell, we
ghost
went
guns
through
off
this
the
already.
street.
Before I backed
is-
it up.
If they don't, it means that
We're gonna
people,
back some
if they
shit up,
want to, and
or
companies, if
speed
they
some
want
shit
to,
up.
can start manufacturing these items, not just as privately made firearms, but they can start rolling off the assembly line, right? In larger numbers, there'll be lawful products. And I just
Yeah,
don't think
Warsaw.
anybody who flies, anybody who likes to go to a sporting game, anybody who sends their kids to a school, anybody, basically anybody, wants that.
Well, there is a bipartisan effort to renew it. Do you have any timeline? Like it's hard for Congress to get a lot
Yeah,
done.
it just got
On
renewed.
this one, are you confident they will?
I'm hopeful that they will. It's up to them. I mean, I don't, you know,
What the hell
not
just
getting,
happened?
you know, the members that I
Warsaw,
talked
if
to
you get
about
this
this
twice, it's 'cause I
seem
hit
to
the
be
freaking wrong
supportive, but, you know, it really is a job for Congress to do. We've been very clear. I mean, I think the president actually said, you know,
Coming
in
to you,
executive
brother.
order, that this is one of the priorities.
What? What just happened?
Thank you
I
for
think,
making time and thank
think
you
it's
for
almost
making
done.
time and welcoming us here.
What?
Thanks for having me.
So President
I don't understand what just happened. Anyway, we're gonna go to they went through this shit, and then now we're gonna hit the second part of this interview because fuck it, I can't remember exactly where everything was at. They're actually looking at firearms on the table during this one.
for making time and welcoming
What?
us here.
That
Thanks
is
for having me.
not.
So President Biden said this week that
That is not what was supposed to happen. Damn it.
No.
If not, I'll find it on. Because apparently something might have downloaded more than once. Apparently, Tube Ripper will rip you off when you're downloading YouTube videos.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Let's see. This shouldn't be too horribly back in my history, although I've switched through a bunch of shit tonight. Here it is. We're going to have to play this off YouTube. Hey, it's Warsaw.
Hey,
Hold
thanks
on.
for the invite, man.
Let me do screen share. Damn computer.
Errors.
All right, now
So
we're
if you
catching
look
up.
at them together.
Yeah, bro. You and other guys, man, anytime you guys want to freaking jump on. Well, apparently Coleon Noir posted a video about this shit 2 hours ago, so I'll have to watch that later. But yeah, look at this dude, old ballhead right here. You'll see him a little ways into this. He can't disassemble a fucking a Glock with a switch on it. He can't disassemble it. He can't. He finally gets so frustrated, he hands it off to a guy off the stream or off the camera.
One of them is sort of the more conventional firearm, which is sometimes they're under the National Firearms Act, right? And the other one is sort of what I would call the attempt to get around it. That ATF has been dealing with through rulemaking. And
Giz slipped in. I didn't see him.
So, Chris, I don't know
Where's
if you want to
Giz?
walk us through.
Correct. So, as the director,
Or are you just
explained,
talking
we
about
have,
Gizzard Gary being
at
bald?
the top here, we have an AK variant.
Damn it,
This
chessboard!
is a full auto assault weapon, shoulder.
Oh, I got to get some sleep.
That is
Get
covered
some
under the
sleep.
purview of the National
Who
Firearms
needs
Act.
sleep anyway?
They're doing the 3594
Well, this has a 30-round magazine.
committee tomorrow morning.
This is a 75-round drum.
Hold on, which
magazine.
one's that one?
So it's magazine
It's
fed.
they're doing it at the Grasset Room, 105, March
You talking
5th,
about
10
the
a.m.
constitutional carry?
Yo,
Oh fuck! What time are they supposed to start that?
10 a.m.
Oh, these bastards will not let me sleep.
No, I know.
So you starting a stream about it?
I may do it if I can get the committee stream. Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be which they should stream that committee. But if you do stream it, I'm going to be in your chat. Typical morning, I'll get up at 6 or 7 in the morning, drop my daughter off at school.
Schedule a live broadcast. Reset Room 105 Joint Legislative Committee on H3594, 10 a.m. March 5th.
All right. Well,
So-
you run it. I'll be in your chat, and if I can't stand it, I'll be like hitting you up, put me on stream so I can scream and cuss and do shit like that.
Here's the upside. We've got for the Senate the Senate side, we got 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat.
To stack.
So there's enough Republicans to tell the Democrat no.
Yes. Your problem in South Carolina is that Republicans keep tripping over themselves.
I know. You're,
and that
you're
is,
smart.
I know it's got to be maddening for you because
we were
maddening to me.
We were damn lucky. We got open carry with permit.
Yeah,
we were damn lucky. And that also gave us, we also got Second Amendment preservation. We got, we can renew our permits online, and we didn't have to pay for it anymore.
Yeah,
you didn't have to pay for your permits anymore. That was also an enhancement, which I agreed with, because we shouldn't have to pay for a right.
Yeah, it's
now
okay,
granted we still have to take the 8-hour course, but at the same time, it's like, okay, I get it. But at least we didn't have to pay for the form anymore. Because I had to pay for it originally. It was like $100. It was 50
See,
bucks.
we were doing it in Alabama. It was either 25 or 50 bucks a year.
It was
So
50
I
bucks
paid-
for every 3 years or
Yeah.
5 years or something.
So
like that.
ours was like 25 or 50 bucks a year. So when me and my wife originally went down and got ours, I think I paid 300 some change for a couple of years worth of us being able to carry. But even then, like I said, our sheriffs had fucked things up so bad we couldn't go through and use one as a background check like every other state could. Because they were like, oh, you got enough money? We don't need to run that background check. We just give you that carry permit. And that's the way shit went in Alabama.
Yeah, well, it's too much inbreeding.
Hey, look, man. Just because these fucking family trees look like telephone poles doesn't mean anything. I'm not from Alabama originally.
They go straight up. Where are you from originally?
I'm an Army brat, man. I was originally born in Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. Both of my mom and dad are from Arkansas, from Wheatley, Arkansas. And then I have lived all around the United States and in Germany twice.
Wait. So you were born in Kansas?
I was born in Fort Leavenworth, Kansas.
So your parents are from Arkansas and you're from Kansas.
Yes. But when you tell people you were born in Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, they think of the federal prison, which has led to a lot of fun in my days when they think the prison. And I have went on this tirade about my mom being the most badass gangster. Yeah.
No, for what people don't realize is the Fort Leavenworth is also a military base besides just being a prison.
Oh yeah, the people have said it. They're like,
it's a full-on military base. Just because they also have the military prison there is besides the point.
Oh, yeah. It has been so much fun to me. They're like, where are you born?
You love messing with people. I know that.
And they're like, the prison? And I went on, I can't remember the whole tirade one time. I was like, yeah, my mom was gangster. Dude, she was involved in these drugs and that drugs, and she murdered these people and that people. And I was born in prison, and my dad had to come get me. And I went on. Dude, this dude thought my mom was fucking more powerful than Pablo Escobar by the time I got done.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and since you're talking about inbreeding, by the way, last time I checked, and this is from gathered and heard, if you have blue eyes, probably somebody back in your family might have already was doing inbreeding in your family line.
That's not that sounds a little iffy, like that blood memory shit. So,
well, then again, he had Genghis Khan. I mean, he was fucking multiple people too.
Well, what they say every what is it? Every 5 out of 10 Asian guys in Asia is related to Genghis Khan.
Yep.
Yeah, it's I'm sorry, kids. The powerful families in Europe used to kind of inbreed quite a bit. And the peasant people tended to die off a lot.
Well, I mean,
if you're like me and you had started out with like jet black hair, which you can't tell it now because I'm gray as fuck. If you started out with jet black hair and blue eyes, I can bet money you had some Saxon blood, and then it was Russian, and then East German, and then stepped down from there.
I've got Viking blood.
What, you part Norwegian?
I don't know whether I got any Viking.
No. I've done some of my ancestry, and some of my relatives were from Normandy.
Normandy, I guess in French.
No, Normandy was a country that was started by Vikings. If you didn't know, and everybody say, "Oh, Normandy's French." No, they didn't speak French; they spoke Norse.
And this is why Night Strike opens his cereal with a fucking bearded axe. Just saying, it's a possibility. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt that he just doesn't like.
Well, not an axe. Maybe like a hatchet, because Yeah, you only use the battle axe for certain things like mowing the lawn and and draining the blood of your enemies.
That could
You know?
explain a lot.
You got to use a
Like,
hatchet for
your
the cereal
yard is
because
uneven,
it's
especially
softer.
on the left side when it's down to the dirt, that swing.
Oh, dude, Coop, that actually would be a cool idea if that was legal. I don't know if there's a law against it. What if you made a rifle? It actually was an axe and one.
What do you ask me, Chess? Where Hopels or Gorf is? It doesn't sound familiar, brother. If it was like, if we're talking about the Germany stuff, when I was very, very young, like toddler size, I think we were in Frankfurt, Germany. When I was older and getting more into the teenage size,
What's that about
Heidelberg,
Bavaria?
Germany. Whatever you do, don't bring a bunch of heathen teenagers to Germany, because I could go in at 13, 14 years old and buy a rack of beer at the Penny Mart right around the corner from the house. It's not a good idea.
No, that's a
I bought
great
bottles
idea.
I bought bottles of Red Label Johnny Walker over the counter at 14. And it was like 60 marks, maybe 40 marks, something like that. It was back when we were on marks.
Oh,
So it was
before they switched over to euros.
Yeah, it was before they switched over to euros. We were there, 90, 91, 92.
Thousands and
was the
thousands of years
last-
ago before Sigourney Weaver.
Yes.
Wait.
No, Sigourney Weaver was still hot back then, bitch. She come around in the 80s.
Oh, wait, Coop. So you were in Germany in 91,
Yeah,
right?
fuck nuts. Yeah, we were there when the wall came down.
Yep, I was going to ask that. So this was during and after the Soviet Union collapsed.
Oh, dude. And when we were there, and I think we left in 92.
Hold on.
But I remember going to Mannheim and some other places in Germany out off the economy. And people were selling every spray painted piece of concrete they could find, telling you it's from the German wall. Anything. If it was a blue piece of concrete,
Hold on.
it was from the wall.
Hold on. The Stasi wants to talk to you. They want to know where your papers are.
Yeah.
No, the Stasi, that's the worst thing. Putin actually drained those mother effers. I mean, you did not want to mess with the Stasi if they were still around.
Yeah. No.
We have those. They're called the FBI.
The Stasi ran to the KGB or what was left of Russia when East Germany fell. They went to Russia.
We still have those. They're called the FBI.
Oh, yes, we do, don't we?
Fire drum
Sadly.
magazines as well.
So this one, everybody would agree, right? Covered under the National Firearms Act, fully automatic weapon. Government can have it. Military.
It's
can
funny
have it.
because I don't see
It's
a
an
third
antique.
rivet
Some
hole
people,
for
if they had it
an
before,
obviously you're not AK.
depending on 1986, they can have it.
Yeah,
but
I hadn't
otherwise,
looked
no.
that deep into that.
This one, which
but yeah,
looks
you're
and operates
probably right.
just like it.
Yeah.
This is a bump stock attached.
So this is a AK-47 variant that is
Hold
you
on,
can
let me
acquire
blow
under the GCA.
Not like
and
blow-
what they have done is they have attached a bump stock to that.
How can you tell that? Sorry. Where's the bump stock? Is
Oh,
there
I
like a
can't get it
physical
to zoom
piece?
anymore.
But that's a great question, right? Of course, right? How can you tell,
Yeah.
right? These two things are the same.
They look right.
They
Very
operate the same. Both of them can shoot right through this 75 round clip.
That's a drum, not a clip. A drum.
Well, here to tell us his all natural fitness.
75 round clip.
All right.
I would rather watch this commercial. No, I really would.
That's what a bump stock looks
Yeah, I
like.
would too.
Correct. This is a bump stock. Trying to get it to lock back into the position.
This dude can't get in.
These are not loaded.
This is the same dude that can't disassemble a Glock.
Check them all before
Yes,
we came
okay.
in. So this is the bump stock. The
Looks
shooter
like a
would place his
standard
finger
Walser
here
10.
on this piece here, and then it would rock.
Missing a
back
cleaner
into
rod.
The fire.
Oh
And
shit! I
usually
didn't even
it's,
notice
what
that
rate of
was all.
speed are we talking about? If you know, hundreds and hundreds of
4
rounds
to
a minute.
500 rounds per minute is, I believe, what they're claiming for this particular fire.
No.
There is no reason you would use that for hunting.
Well,
No.
why
I do not believe.
Hold on.
What does the
hold on,
Second
hold on,
Amendment
pause,
do with hunting,
pause.
dumb bitch?
So
It's to
we're
shoot.
pausing.
What does the Second Amendment have to do with hunting? It says the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, not the right of the people to hunt to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Yes.
Oh, and
And
FYI,
for
you
those of you who
can't-
haven't followed me very long, I have shown that people at the time of the founding and even after the founding owned fully functional cannons, swivel cannons, mortars, grenades, whole 9 yards. It wasn't just a musket. It wasn't just a blunderbuss. It wasn't just a
I
standard
need the
flintlock
blunderbuss.
pistol. Dude, I would not mind one.
I need a blunderbuss in my life. I need to find one.
Also,
You just
FYI,
want to film it, and, to some kind of gangster music talking about show me where that ass is at.
Also, a Coop. Just
Yeah.
point out. Also, you can use an AK or an SKS.
Yeah,
on
but
hogs.
but
On hogs.
if I have it on camera, sure as a sunshine, I'm going to take it over to Mark Novak because Mark is going to want to shoot that too.
Oh, you're just bragging now. Shut up.
To hundreds of people at once.
Shut up.
Well,
at
let
that
me just
thing.
intervene in this.
Yes.
That's what happened in Las Vegas.
No,
It was
pause.
after.
No, Vegas was a serious, iffy, and fishy ass situation, and
Okay.
there's no video footage in that room. Fuck
So-
you. There's something else going on there.
So, a bump stock has to basically move freely while it reciprocates to actually keep the firing sequence going, right? And Corn Pop's Revenge said one time, because I asked a question, said, can you fire one of those off of a bipod? Because a bipod tends to lock things in a single position. And Corn Pop was like, yeah, you can. But I will argue that a bit, because if that gun's not moving freely for that, half of an inch back and forth, you're not firing off of a bipod. And the pictures I've seen from Vegas, this guy had most of his guns, if not all of them, on bipods. I've never seen a video of someone effectively firing a bump stock from a bipod. And if I get killed by Hillary Clinton tomorrow, fuck all y'all. I didn't hang myself. I'm just saying.
No,
I'm not suicidal.
No, but the Vegas incident, very fishy time period and situation we got to deal with.
Oh yeah, you ain't lying.
That massacre in Las Vegas that this became illegal.
It was after that massacre in Las Vegas that Attorney General of the United States in the last administration asked ATF to review its position on whether this was classified as an NFA weapon. And the experts took a very close look at it and came out with the rule that is right now before the Supreme Court.
But the Supreme Court right now is debating whether or not that can be restricted by the ATF.
Under the National Firearms Act, that's correct.
So these could, in theory, be back on the market after June?
The Supreme Court will rule how it rules, and we'll follow the law. And if they say that it can't be regulated, it'll just have to be the application of the National Firearms Act without that particular. It depends what they say, how they say it, right, of course.
Mm-hmm.
This is another pair, right? This relates to this notion that what's called a short-barreled rifle also falls under the National Firearms Act, right? These are Congress.
Coop, where'd you go?
That weapons, so there's two things going on here. One of them is you can shoulder a weapon. It makes it easier tactically to use, to aim, to fire, right? It's a more accurate, more lethal weapon. At the same time, the smaller the weapon, the
He's
easier
going
it
after
is
pistol braces now.
So
This
Congress
asshole.
determined back in the 1930s that short-barrel
Coop,
rifles,
you
which
mug
were
me
both
I'm having nightmares now. I'm not even asleep yet.
Okay. Do I monitor your pee breaks?
Yes. Yes.
I know.
Yes, you ask about them quite often.
Well, look, no, I asked you whether you shook it more than twice. That's not asking about your pee break.
Hey, I did my business and I came back. I didn't play with it because it was my pecker. All right.
No, you came on someone's back. That's different.
No, not at all. That is not here.
Oh, this is why you can't let our senses of humor run wild.
Hey, it was purely consensual. That's what she said.
Oh, I thought you said he.
see, guys, friends like that, no enemies. Yeah,
I was missing an S. I dropped the S. Come on. But yeah, they're talking about pistol braces right here, and you have to listen to his explanation, and then you have to realize that one, there are a lot of people that have built SBRs that had no idea about firearms laws and have illegal SBRs right now. They're not a threat to anybody. They just built a gun. Two, how long were pistol braces themselves legal? Like 10 years? Because the 3 brace pistols I have right here, there's 2 over there in that safe, there's 1 right there. For a decade, literally a decade, they were considered legal. That's the reason I built 2 of them. The third one I built purely out of spite when they said they were going to ban pistol braces, and I went, fuck it, kiss my ass, I'm building another one. That was kind of a fuck you on that one. But how many of those pistol braces have been used? And it almost doesn't matter because criminals use any firearm in their crimes.
They file off the serial number.
Yeah, but when you figure the number of pistol braces that have been purchased, the number of brace guns that have been sold, and then you figure the number of brace guns that have been actually confiscated during the commission of an actual violent crime, it's somewhere lower than, I don't know, a frog sperm. So why are we even here at this point? All we've done with the millions of pistol braces that have been sold is prove that the SBR regulation is absolute horseshit.
Coop, can I ask you this question?
No. Yeah, man, go ahead.
Don't be the Stasi.
Hey, don't you do that.
All right.
Yeah.
So the question is this. All right. So before pistol braces actually came out and became a thing, there was one rifle in particular that actually got me curiosity. I've seen on the market. You know, the Winchester lever action rifles. The mare's leg. Is that actually a pistol or is that a rifle?
That's a pistol.
The mare's leg. Okay, if you cut the stock down and then cut the barrel down, you would be in possession of a short barrel rifle. An illegally short barrel rifle. If you bought it in the configuration where it had the short barrel and then the shortened stock on it, well, then that is technically a pistol.
So as long as it's bought from the factory and it's a pistol, then it's a pistol.
Yes. If it is factory, and typically they have to do some changes in the receiver and a couple other things to make it an actual pistol versus, say, I just took my 30-30, my Marlin in there and hacked stock off, hacked the barrel off. You can't do that. You can't take a rifle and then just start hacking shit and turn it into a pistol. Now, you can take a pistol and turn it into a rifle and be completely legal. So if I had let's come up with the most retarded shit I can find. So if I had a fucking 40 caliber high point here and I decided to stick a 16-inch barrel on it and stick a stock on it and did that, that should be legal because I took a pistol and turned it into a rifle. I just can't take a pistol and turn it into, or I can't take a rifle and then all of a sudden turn it into a pistol.
Right.
So I can't take my Remington 1100. I can't cut the barrel down to whatever it is right over the mag tube and then bird's head the stock on it and then say, oh, it's a pistol. No. It started its life out as a full-size shotgun, 18 or better barrel, and then cut it down. I can't do that. But if I started out with something like a Shockwave and I decided to stick a stock on it and then replace the barrel with an 18 or 3/4 inch barrel, then I'd be good. Yes, the NFA hurts that bad when you think about it, kids.
It does.
It is all about a game of the government wins and you lose. That's all it is.
And you know what? Some of these people are not even informed with firearm laws because they haven't even looked into the damn book.
No,
Sometimes it hurts worse than having a discussion with Coop.
Tell me about it. I have plenty of discussions with myself. I call them company meetings. And yes, they're all painful.
Now,
But yes,
Coop,
you can't. And I said it earlier. That I talked to a couple of gun shops in the last couple of years, and they'll have a firearm come in, and typically someone had built their own gun, and then they had some issues with it, so they brought it to the gun store and like, hey, can you help me fix this? And what they figure out is typically it's an AR that's a short-barreled rifle, and they're like, where's your paperwork? No, paperwork? They're like, no, this doesn't belong on this. And here's what we're going to do. And we're going to, we put a 16-inch barrel on this, and then we can go back. And, I've talked to a few FFLs with stuff like that. Because not everybody is as deep in this gun law shit as we are. But you can order all the parts off of Brownells and other sites.
it's just you can't put the upper on that lower, and you can get in serious trouble.
Yeah, you just separate the two. Okay, and some might decide to do that. We're going to separate the upper from the lower. We're going to operate on this, or we're going to work on this upper, and that lower, you need to put a 16-inch barrel on that, something like that. Most FFLs, gunsmiths aren't looking to fuck people over. Are there some that will? Yeah. Just like that video John Crump and everybody did not too long back about that fucking gun shop in like Phoenix or somewhere that took the dude's gun and wouldn't give it back because it didn't have a serial number because they're douchebags and they didn't realize that you can build your own firearm without a serial number and be completely legal.
Back to the SBR thing. There's only one firearm actually in particular I think is legal, and that's the Mauser broom handle.
The Mauser broom handle, if you stick a stock on it, I think that if you have let's put this way.
If it didn't originally come with one.
It has to be original.
If you have a stock that is completely original, then yes, you're good. If it's a reproduction, you're fucked.
Some older 1911s and even some older Lugers also have a stock that goes with them.
Yeah, but you have to prove provenance that it is a original stock. It can't be reproduction. If it's a reproduction, you're screwed. They will throw you in fucking prison over that shit. Like the last major murder of, this decade has been committed with a Luger. Or a broom-handled Mauser or a 1911.
Yeah.
Back to the programming here before I completely, absolutely lose my shit. Which I'm going to
a
certain screen goes
length, and were designed to be fired from the shoulders. That combination made it unusually dangerous. Right. So here's two things. These look exactly alike. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I defy one of them
looks like
everybody would agree is a short-barreled rifle because it's sold in one piece. The other one's the exact same thing, but it's sold in two pieces. So people are claiming no, that's a pistol brace.
It's not sold in two pieces.
The two weapons are designed to be fired from the shoulder identically.
No,
they for all intents
They
and purposes,
look the same.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we're treating them
lying
the same.
sack.
That is all that
motherfucker
rule
is
says.
a
Treating these
lying
two
piece of
things the same.
shit.
No, CBS is owned by Disney.
Correct.
What do you
This
expect?
is an NFA item. National
this
Firearms
is true.
Act item requires additional tax stamp for it.
Because if I pay the
background
government
check,
$200,
waiting
it's not
period,
dangerous anymore.
registration with NFRTR.
And technically,
then you
that
have
tax
this,
right
which
there,
is the
right
DCA
there, the
version of
infringement.
it, which you could walk into
Yeah,
the store.
that's sitting on the
purchase
table, Sam. I
an
do believe is
configuration.
an M49.
Well, we didn't. People are claiming that they could do that.
Yep,
right?
that is.
Our rule says that these two things
Matter
are
of
to
fact,
be
it's the
treated
same one as
They're put together here.
that
They're the
bank
same
heist
weapon.
movie I've
They have the
seen.
same functionality. They're both designed to be fired from the shoulder. They both are under the length that Congress specified. They should be treated the same. Others are saying we're in litigation on this. No, no, no. This, in the 1 and 2 pieces should be under the Gun Control Act and should not be a National Firearms Act weapon, which is sort of inside what it's saying.
That's
you don't
such a
have to register.
fucking
Those are the
lie.
things that Chris said.
Is it expensive?
Okay.
The brace
Movie was
itself
Den of
or
Thieves. I was
the
thinking Den of
weapon,
Thieves.
the firearm? It's about $2,000 for that item right there.
Everything altogether is
Correct.
$2,000.
Hold on, because there's
Many
2
more
guns we're
firearms
pointing
we
at
talk
right
about
there.
Is we tried to put things in pairs.
Hold on.
So if you
I
look at
screwed
them
up, hit the
together,
button again.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is where we're at. And are those Descents or Banshees? I can't remember. But what he's talking about is one is sold with an actual stock on it, and the other one is sold with a brace. Okay, the definition of a brace that the ATF has approved forever, like over 10 years now, is that not stock, but that brace was designed to be shot with one hand, braced against the forearm, and that's the way it's supposed to be fired. The one with the actual stock on it was supposed to be braced against the shoulder and shot that way. However, you could use both of them in both ways. So the one with the stock on it, I could fire one-handed away from the body, and the one with the brace on it, I could fire against my shoulder. It wasn't the misuse of an item, it was the actual original design of the item. And when he's talking about, well, this one sold in 2 pieces. No, dickhead, they were sold by the same manufacturers, configured in 2 different ways. You're a lying sack of shit. The only way you could say, oh, well, it was sold in 2 different parts is if I built a pistol and then ordered the pistol brace separate. A lot of these were sold from the manufacturer with pistol braces on the gun. They're still being sold that way to this day. It's so fucking maddening listening to people who don't know jack shit about this talk about it, and then you have these fucking dumbasses on sites like X, or I haven't been on Facebook in forever, so forgive me. X and YouTube will get on here and talk about this shit, and they don't know the actual fucking laws. Both of those guns deserve to be up his fucking ass with full magazines at this point. And you decide what you want to do with that trigger.
All right. I think I'm going to go to bed. I will see you tomorrow.
All right, Night. Get you some rest.
I've got enough nightmares to have a sleepless night now. So
yeah, apparently I don't have enough, but we're gonna rock through this for a little bit. But yeah, Night, catch some rest, man. So you say tomorrow it's supposed to come up?
Yeah, tomorrow at 10. I'll stream it if I can. I didn't know when the other one was, so I couldn't stream it. But apparently they already had the first meeting, so this is the second one.
All right. Well, stream it if you can, man. I'll be in the chat.
All right, later.
All right, brother, later.
One of them, everybody would agree is a short-barreled rifle because it's sold in one piece. The other one's the exact same thing, but it's sold in 2 pieces. So people are claiming, no, that's a pistol brace. The 2 weapons are designed to be fired from the shoulder, identically. They for all intents and purposes, right?
Yeah.
And so we're treating them the same. That's all that the
I'm gonna try.
that rule says. We're treating these 2 things the same. Right. I don't know, Chris, if you want
So
to.
correct. So this is an NFA item.
Hold on. Let me show myself bigger here for a second. When he's talking about, oh, it's sold in 2 pieces, what he's talking about is these 2 rubber pieces right here that are supposed to wrap around your forearm aren't a single piece that's supposed to brace against your shoulder. That's what he's talking about. But he can't even get that terminology right.
It's like, hey,
and this is the head of the ATF. That's the head of the ATF.
The director?
The director of the ATF. Yavul and all that. Oh, dude, it's maddening.
National Firearms Act item requires additional tax stamp for it, background check, waiting period,
registration
with
Yeah.
NFRTR.
I don't know what
And
I'm
then you
seeing.
have this, which is the GCA version of it, which you could walk into
hold
the
on.
store and purchase
You gotta
in
rewind.
that configuration.
Well, we didn't.
No, let's
People
get
are
us
claiming
back on
that
the
they
page.
could do
There
that,
we go.
right? Our rule says that these two things are to be treated the same. They're put together here. They're the same weapon. They have the same functionality. They're both designed to be fired from the shoulder. They both are under the length that Congress specified. They should be treated the same. Others are saying, and we're in litigation on this, no. This, in the 1 and 2 pieces should be under the Gun Control Act and should not be a National Firearms Act weapon, which is sort of inside way of saying you don't have to register, you don't have to do the things that Chris said.
Is it expensive?
The brace itself or the weapon, the firearm, it's about $2,000 for that item right there.
Everything altogether is
Correct.
$2,000.
Right.
And there are additional versions that are less expensive. So in that configuration with an arm brace, you could have an variant and put an arm brace on that, and we did it as inexpensive as $500.
I mean, these look like this here.
They're just throwing in
looks like
numbers.
something you'd see in a war zone.
Yes.
So this right here is something you would hopefully only see in a war zone.
Mhm.
This is a fully automatic weapon, right? That is made, and you can see it right here. Restricted law enforcement government use only. This is a machine gun that soldiers and law enforcement officers
Where does it say that in the lower
are allowed to
pointing
have,
at?
right?
Stop overpaying for sunglasses. It's
Stop
crazy that the
giving me
most
stupid
expensive
ads.
thing you're wearing is
Same gun here, except this one isn't fully automatic. So there's nothing on here that says
Right.
only law enforcement. Aha. Until this thing comes along. This one little piece of plastic turns this weapon functionally to do the things that a fully automatic weapon do, to be a fully automatic weapon. And so now, but a do-it-yourselfer can who's not in the law enforcement community, who's not in the military, can break the law by doing what I was talking about before.
And you're seeing this on the rise with what, gang?
Okay. So answer me this question. Riddle me this, Batman. Why should the government be able to own weapons that private civilians can't own? It was never like that during our founding. And matter of fact, the civilians were better armed than the actual government would, be it state or better, be it federal. So I was talking to a guy the other day. So the cops will pull you over for having too dark a tint on your windows. They will pull you over, give you a ticket, toss your car, throw you in jail for having too dark a tint on your windows. However, all of their windows are extremely dark tinted. Why should the government be able to own these things when we can't?
Cartels?
That's correct. So this is a 3D printed item. So these items, some of these items that we're looking at here today, these are printed with a 3D printer, $200 3D printer. Some of these can be printed out in as little as 20 minutes.
This looks like it's a piece of a toy.
It does. And again, it's incumbent upon ATF to teach and work with our law enforcement, other agencies, and
I can't
teach
wait
them
to
how
get
to
the
look
part
and
where this
find
dude
these
can't
items.
take apart
This
the
item
clock.
that the director is showing you here. So this is a privately made
Can we
firearm.
pause
It
for a
has no
sec?
serial numbers, no information on it.
So that's I didn't even know. That's also a ghost gun. In addition,
This is a ghost.
Yeah, brother.
And I'm only theorizing this, but if it's something that's 3D printed, it's bound to melt and give out.
Yeah. 3D printed auto sear would probably work for a little bit. It's not going to hold up. It's not going to be your everyday go to battle with gun. It's not. There's just no way. There's
you're a
there's too much heat in that receiver.
And if you're a criminal using that shit, then it's a throwaway piece, pretty much.
Yes, absolutely. That's the reason they didn't show you any number of different designs that could be made out of metal very easily. That's the reason they didn't show those. That 3D printed auto sear that they've got sitting right there. I would be interested to know how many 100 rounds you'd have to run through a receiver before that thing just completely just melted and gave the ghost. And I don't expect it would be more than a few mags. But even if it was, I give zero fucks about it. Because if I printed out, like dude did for the gun buyback, and printed out a bunch of those and never hurt anybody using them, then it shouldn't be an issue. Just like if I built a fucking FG-42 in here out of a parts kit, and I never harmed a single soul with it, even though it's a fully automatic machine gun, the only thing that matters is what I do with it. It doesn't matter that I have the item. Okay. Almost every car on the road right now will exceed every single speed limit in the United States. But you don't see an officer looking at someone and going, you on a car that'll do 120 miles an hour. Yeah, it will. And then they give you a ticket for doing 120 in a 35 mile an hour speed zone just because it can do it. It is what you actually do. But these jackasses, let's get to this because I can't wait to see when this dude can't take that damn Glock apart. Because he can't take it apart.
Yeah, see, so this is a ghost gun. Then you can make the ghost gun a fully automatic weapon too, on top of it. So combine those things.
Correct. So by simply placing this 3D printed machine gun conversion device into
Sam,
this,
just wait. It's
this
getting
rifle,
here.
It brings
It's
it to
not
this
far.
point.
It's coming.
So just simply put, there's no serial number on this. So if someone has shot up a group of people, you can't trace
Again,
the person.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
You as the federal government.
Again, and I'll hit on the same thing Night Strike was just saying. So if I bought a gun from an FFL and I want to commit a crime with said gun, I want to go murder people with that gun, I'm going to pull out a rock, a Dremel tool, a file, and I'm going to file off that serial number. And I'm going to do what I got to do, and then I'm going to drop that gun on the scene, and I'm going to walk away. With that serial number damaged, they can't trace shit. When you go buy a crack house, unless you're Angry Cops, and if you don't remember that episode, so you got to go look at Angry Cops. But if I go buy a gun from a crack house, I'm not going through a background check. There's no serial number on that gun. Even if it started out life having a serial number, they are going to grind that serial number to where it's not recognizable, and this whole traceable situation goes out the window. And if you don't believe me, I did a video, oh God, it's been about 2 weeks ago, of John Locke testifying to something like this in Maryland. I believe it was Maryland, where he was like, look, the only thing, if you keep the serial number intact, in other words, no one erases that serial number, the only thing that you can solve, the only crime you can solve from that is if that gun was stolen and where it was stolen from. You can't solve a violent crime from a serial number. This isn't CSI. The fucking magical unicorns don't fucking shit out whatever. The only thing you can solve is if this gun still has a serial number, I can prove that it was stolen from this location. I can't prove how many hands it changed once it was stolen. So this whole serial number is fucking mind-numbingly stupid.
They think it prevents crime. It doesn't do jack fucking shit.
No. If I'm a criminal, if I go steal a gun, The first thing I'm doing with that gun when I get back to my lair, I get back to the bat cave, is I'm removing every number off of that gun, which takes little to no effort and a Dremel tool or a piece of sandpaper or a rock or something like that. That way, someone may say, I got my Glock whatever stolen, 2 nights ago, and they catch me with a Glock whatever 3 days later. Okay, you can't match a serial number. Guess what? Because I removed the fucking serial number.
No,
So that number means jack shit at that point.
Sorry not to interrupt you, but here's a funny idea. We talk about this all the time, like places like New York, California, Chicago. I'm just thinking, like, a one thug that could be doing this. It's probably their way of doing it.
Huh.
They're driving their race cars or stolen vehicles, mind you, that could be stolen. They take off the slide or the frame, and they just press it against the asphalt while their buddy's actually driving the vehicle for them.
Dude, I wouldn't doubt that a bit.
This is the mindset of these people. Don't understand this.
Yeah, you are right to a point, Chessboard, but not a lot of municipalities, a lot of counties are funded enough to where they will go that deep into it. A lot of counties, a lot of cities, a lot of municipalities, if they can't initially read that serial number, it just gets logged in as a ghost gun at this point. Yeah, there are acid etches you can use to bring that serial number back out. There are impressions that are made on other parts of the gun by that serial number, but not all of them are going that deep into it. They're just not.
The only way also to prove a crime is if your fingerprints or your sweaty bodily fluids were on the thing and it had the same diameter of the chamber.
A lot of these jackasses will get caught because they commit a crime with a firearm and then they hold on to the firearm until they get caught for another crime. And then they can match brass from that firearm to an existing crime. And a lot of them will get caught because when they're loading a fucking magazine,
they're dumping their fingerprints on them.
What are they doing? They're doing, pull a round out of the magazine. They're doing this. They're pushing it in with their thumb and slide it back into the mag, and then there's the fingerprint. A lot of them get caught. It has nothing to do with the serial number of the firearm. It has everything to do with the manipulation of the ammunition and the tool mark on the barrel, the chamber, and firing pin marked onto the. And yes, like I said earlier, you can make with this gun. I can switch out a barrel and trigger and all this. Yes, you can. But that's no reason to stop the rest of us from doing that because we do that as a general hobby. You fucking jackass. And like Sam said, always wipe your fingerprints off and wear gloves. As a public service announcement, that's what we want to do.
That is generally correct, yes.
Out of the damn dresser right there and be like,
and it gets even more interesting when you go to pistols. Same problem though. And Chris, I don't know if you want to show the pistols and the Glock switch.
Oh, look at the golden.
So again, you have
there.
your manufactured item,
that comes
your
up in a
GCA
minute.
item that
I'm guessing
people
cartel.
can go into the store and purchase legally.
Yes.
Complete the background check, and that's this item here. So,
Glock 17 or 19.
Thinking 19.
It's a normal lawful
or
pistol.
no 17.
lawful pistol covering the GCA background checks required. This is a privately made firearm, ghost gun.
You can tell it's polymer 80 when you look at the grip.
On the
Yep,
front with
there's the
serial
Odyssey. Chinese
Should be.
Odyssey.
There's no serial numbers on it.
Yep.
This, it says, I mean, this feels metal and heavy and significant. This doesn't feel like something that came.
Oh, crap.
Which
Hold
is
on. Let me find it.
Why would I use
Oh,
kayak?
oh,
I don't care.
you gotta
Hundreds
keep
of
this.
travel sites
I love
at
this
once.
ad.
I like to do things myself. I can't trust anything else to do the job right.
Well, you definitely can't trust government to do the job, bitch. Come on.
Kayak. Search one and done.
This
They're
device
not
will
gonna
save
have
your
that.
life, and I think
Oh,
that every
good
home should
God.
have one of these. Not only every home, but every school, every restaurant, every.
I don't care.
Out there to
Where are we at?
and they
regulated by.
We
There's
got to
an
get back
owl.
to it.
They never told me that.
No, she got the
No,
part
no,
that
no,
went
no.
You're a
back
law
further from
enforcement
there.
officer. The ceiling at a range, right? That
Printed in as little
No, that's
It's
3D
no way.
printed.
metal part, right? So
He had it. I know I fucked up.
how
That's
big
where
it is,
Duke couldn't take the
just
gun apart.
from frame,
Okay.
and then
Here we go.
buy the additional parts to put on the to create the upper, and then they also installed a Glock switch.
So
for-
that
So
was
they-
this last part here. That's really
Yes.
important what Chris just said. So this is
But you gotta listen to the way they talk about that. They equate just building a polymer 80 with having an auto sear on the gun. So if you order a polymer 80 and you build your own gun, you got a Chinese auto sear. Wish I did, but I don't.
Oh, by the
Dude,
way,
just
Goop, you
a
know who
ghost gun.
designed that thing?
This is a ghost gun with.
Yeah, I saw an interview with him.
He's from Venezuela.
Yeah.
One of these attached. This is a fully to operate. This is a fully automatic pistol, so it will you'll pull the trigger once, and it will keep firing until there are no more bullets.
No,
And
it
you
keeps
can put,
firing until you
again,
release
normal
the
magazine on there.
trigger.
You can put a larger magazine on there, and you can shoot out that magazine, no matter how big it is, just with one pull of the trigger in fractions of a second.
So that's the frame.
Watch this. This is hysterical. I got a bigger beaker right here. He keeps messing with it. Pull the trigger. Mess with it.
You got to hold the two damn pins. And
Can't
do
get
buddy.
it. Then he tries it with this one. Can't get it. Oh, he got it.
So basically, what they do is they make this part here.
This is like plastic.
So this is the plastic piece with about 20 minutes of work. They could make it into.
Only
a
took
working
him 2
firearm,
guns.
Oh,
and then
bullshit,
they could buy
takes
the
20 minutes. It takes like
aftermarket
hours.
parts and attach that. Simply attach that on.
And to buy those parts, is there any serial number and tracing of?
Now, you don't have to.
pieces?
You don't.
Pause,
If you're selling
pause.
firearms parts alone,
Hold on.
right?
Working on it. All right. What you got?
Woman, are you going to serialize a freaking spring? Like a spring like for my pen?
Dude, the shit we listen to out of Pennsylvania tonight, yes, they want everything serialized.
Even a
if
spring?
you order a trigger shoe, if you order a spring, if it's a transfer bar, they want everything serialized, and you would have to pass a background check to get any single part of it.
Good luck in engraving a small piece of metal.
Oh, dude, it's you would have to get into micro engraving, and the technology they're talking about, none of it can't be defeated with a standard $5 file from Home Depot or Harbor Freight.
It's like micro stamping. Okay, yeah,
Yes.
you got your imprints on your brass casings, but pretty soon that firing pin's just gonna get deformed.
Yes, like carbon fouling doesn't happen, and firing pins don't deform. And you
Then
couldn't just
it's
take it
not
off with a
frame or
file.
receiver,
Parts are not regulated.
and
by
they're
the-
not regulated under the law. We're not allowed to do that.
You would
Right.
like to do that?
That's up to Congress.
he'd like to do a
determine. But
lot of
What we
things.
did is we tried to work with what
To
the
the
law that
bald
Congress
dude.
gave us, and take the receiver, the
Mhm.
frame. This is a frame. A frame is on a pistol. Receiver's on a long
Right.
gun. We take the frame and say, hey, Congress said we can regulate the frame,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so things that are readily convertible to being firearms like this, like you said, 20 minutes. This is like the thing that even I could do,
Mm-hmm.
right?
I want to
So
see him try.
Make sure that this.
I
has to have a
want to see
serial
him
number
try
on it
so
from now
bad.
on, right? So that's what we're
This
trying
dude
to
would
do.
have to
And some
train
of the
like he's going
argument
to
right
the
now,
Olympics
like
to
in
finish out a
California,
damn
is
PE.
over frames and pieces, and whether you could go further in restricting.
It's not
ghost
over
guns.
frames. It's actually over parts. It's over what's called billets, which is just part of a receiver for this kind of gun, for an
Okay.
AR.
You can't
And
even
it's
get
the
that
sort of,
right.
the unmachined.
Billet is machined.
So continuing on
billet
with the
is just
the
a
Glock
block of
variant is
aluminum.
you have the
Doesn't even have a
Glock,
shape yet.
you have the PMF, and then you have the same
Thank you.
exact pistol, but which has been 3D printed. So this frame,
all right, pause.
3D printed,
Yeah, it feels plastic.
smooth, and
Give me
you
a
can
sec.
see the lines of the 3D printer.
It's funny that they keep talking about this, dude. I've seen fucking Glocks made out of wood. The frames themselves
Yes.
are made out of fucking blocks of wood.
Dude, I know me and you both have seen people in South America making 1911s and other pistols like that out of nothing but bar stock.
From
with
Philippines, yes.
Files and drills.
Yes.
And making functional guns out of them. They have wooden templates they use for the grip and all kinds of stuff in it. And it's a file, it's a drill, it's a ton of work. No kidding. Those good dudes are probably some of the best gunsmiths outside of the freaking oh God. In Afghanistan.
Oh, you're talking about the Khyber Customs or whatever the fuck?
Khyvers, yes. Outside the Khyber Pass, those guys are probably the best gunsmiths out there. So that 3D print right there, yes, it is not extremely hard to do. There's one right here. If I can do it, a lot of chimpanzees can. But still, as long as I don't go out and murder someone with this, what does it matter? And typically, when you solve a gun crime, what happens? You catch the person with the gun, or they drop the gun at the scene of the crime, and you find DNA or fingerprints or something like that on the weapon itself. Serial numbers don't do shit, and they never have.
And it just only solves that after the crime has already been committed.
Yes. Yeah, the crime's already been committed. It's not like that, oh, this is a serial number firearm and they can't commit a crime. No. You bunch of fucking douchebags.
So again, no serial numbers, no way to identify it. If you come to a shooting scene, first thing that ATF does is we want to know the history of the gun, trace the
Dude, Chess, I don't know what planet they come
and
from.
There's no
I really
identifying
don't.
marks on that whatsoever.
So Chris, can a person 3D print the entire firearm?
We do. There are some versions of firearms that you can 3D print. We do
If
have
you
an
have a
example
metal
here of a
printer,
3D
yes.
printed revolver.
That looks like a staple gun, but that's an actual
It is
weapon.
an actual.
Yeah. So
It looks like a Nerf blaster.
Right. So again.
Yes. Well, guess what that completely 3D printed gun depends on? It depends on a metal barrel, and it depends on metallic ammunition, brass case, lead, copper, all that.
Hold on. I gotta find that video. You go ahead and play this, but I'm gonna find that video. Since we're talking about that, let me add to that.
Rock and roll.
And
How long does it take to make something like that?
Depends on the printer.
That big
and the
black thing is
capabilities
a
of the
cylinder
person operating
with
the equipment. But
fucking
some of
metal
these smaller
sleeves in it.
switches, they can be printed in as little as 20 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah. The other thing, that you have to remember is when you have a switch. So when you have a conversion, one of these firearms that's converted to being fully
least they didn't
automatic,
point it at her.
right?
Yeah.
It's not a shoulder firearm, right? That's a pistol like this, right? I've seen these fellows, fire them
These
at the range.
fellows.
And even some very experienced, there's these guns aren't made to be automatic weapons, pistols like that, right? And so there's a huge kick up. You see people who inadvertently shoot up the ceiling at a range, right? So what happens in the neighborhood when a person does that, right? What happens to the
All right. How many bystanders have been shot in police shootings? I can tell you about a couple right now.
Oh, here. All right. So if you're gonna 3D print a barrel and some other things that are made of plastic, can I show you something?
Show it. I'll make you a solo. Or how do I do that?
Hold on a sec. Fix the camera.
Solo layout. You got the whole floor.
Let me show you something that happens. All right, this is a flare gun, and some guy thought it was best to put a shotgun shell in it, and then, he's not holding the damn thing. Well, here's why.
Yeah, because the whole ass into the receiver disappears. And it's nothing but shrapnel.
So if you're going to put a barrel in a gun that's plastic, think again.
Well, you can take a basically a sleeve of plastic and press a barrel into it, and you can make a decently solid firearm. It's the same way that they sleeve barrels with carbon fiber. But you're not just printing the whole thing out of plastics. It's not like you're going to throw this thing in your goddamn bag and then get on an airplane with it. That's not happening. Because again, even your ammunition is going to set off the fucking metal detectors, and they're using way more high-speed shit than just a metal detector at this time.
Not just that, just the fucking gunpowder residue is often to make it set off.
Kid 1 block over,
Yeah.
the lady sitting on her porch, the innocent bystander walking around. This is an incredibly dangerous situation. There's a horrible video of a hero, a law enforcement officer in Houston, who's going through a door, and he's facing one of these converted.
I know the
devices,
video he's
and
talking about. And dude had a Glock switch on
the
the,
time
like a
it takes
Glock
to say
19 or
police with a
17.
warrant, right? This person murders this officer.
Do you think that
It's
person
just
gave a shit about gun
absolutely,
laws?
Nope, he didn't. That's why he's a
terrifying.
fucking criminal.
Power. and
Hence the
lethality
point
of
of
these
him
weapons that
shooting
are
at the
out there.
police on his door for the
Who was
felony
owner of
warrants
this
that he had
fancy piece
already.
of equipment here?
Well, the owner never received it, and ATF intercepted that. This is an example of we have a couple examples of some of the cartel desired firearms here on the table. Yes.
I'm sorry. Is
It's
this
clear.
is this the Virgin
Can I touch
Mary?
it? Yeah, you
That's
can.
not the
It's my
Muerta.
dick.
That is the patron saint of the narcotics traffickers.
All right, pause.
There's a
Working
patron.
on
I'm sorry. There's a patron saint of drug traffickers.
Yes.
What the AFT agents are referring to is the Saint de Muerte, or Saint de Muerte.
Yep.
They're pretty much the Saint to death, and it's pretty much
Yes.
the Grim Reaper.
And yeah, and they talk about it on both sides of this pistol, because one side it kind of looks like what you would call typically see as a Virgin Mary, and then the other side is kind of like what we typically see as a Grim Reaper. And they actually hit it in this video. What they don't hit is the people who tote shit like that and are going to murder people. Again, don't give a flying fuck about any of your gun laws.
Yep.
If they're going to murder innocent people, do you think the difference in between 10 rounds and 11 rounds means jack shit to them?
Nope.
And if you think, oh well, America's supplying Mexico with all these guns, these people have international connections with terrorist organizations. Hezbollah. They have terrorist organizations with Iran. They have terrorist organizations with ISIS. Do you not think that they are getting guns from those people and that they are toting them across this border? Yeah, if you believe they aren't, I will suggest to you the same suggestion I've suggested to a bunch of people. And that's a lot of suggestion.
I was also going to add that as far as the Saint of Death, what they're referring to also, what other country do you think is related to that, by the way, that has a Grim Reaper?
You got me on that one right now.
Iran, believe it or not. Since we have the Statue of Liberty in America, they have a statue called the Statue of Death. It's literally in the embassy of Iran out in their country at Iran. It's fucked up to even think about.
No, I can see it. The biggest thing, the biggest fucked up thing to think about, excuse me, at this time, especially in the United States, just our borders, is that any of our rights, damn, I'm going to burp again. Any of our natural rights aren't dependent on what we, the typically law-abiding citizen, do. It is dependent on what the criminals do with their rights. in a logical world that makes no goddamn sense whatsoever. But here we is.
Yep.
Why am I having to double click on everything?
Yes, that is something that they do follow. Some of them, yes.
I went to Catholic school. They never told me that. That is pretty. So you see this. I mean, this looks like.
We have.
This looks like.
Yes.
What is that?
A sickle.
A sickle?
Grim
There's an
Reaper.
It's a
owl.
sight.
A skeleton. Yeah, it's the Grim
Yes.
Reaper.
Yeah, the Patriot
Are
Saint.
these real diamonds?
I don't know that they are.
More than likely, they are.
I believe
That's
so.
like El Chapo's
How does someone
variant.
have that made
Yeah.
and mailed?
There are jewelers that make, again, grips and things of that nature aren't regulated by ATF, but they do make those things.
The answer, one of the, not to be sort of clever or flip about it, but one of the disturbing parts
Dude,
of
you're
this
not
is
clever whatsoever,
how
motherfucker.
somebody has a name, where they have
In fact, I think he's a little overweight.
I need to
buddy.
get Steve Dettelbach's picture
most
put
of the
on a
weapons
shirt
that
that says
the cartels
"Not
are
clever
made in the
whatsoever."
United States.
The Mexican government
And they-
constantly complains about
And
that.
they flow south.
Follow
over the
me
border.
for more life
And
advice.
ATF has 9
All right,
different
lies right
task
there.
forces set
Pause.
up on the border in 7 different cities, working along with our partners.
Hold on.
And we are every single day out.
What you got, brother?
He's saying most of the firearms are coming from Texas or other parts of the southern border between Texas and the United States. And I say, buddy, you're talking about straw purchases and other smuggling shit that's already illegal by federal and state statutes. And mind you, you also are ignoring the fact that a lot of the arms that comes from Mexico are from China, Iran, Russia, and other enemy countries that are against the United States. You failed to mention that, motherfucker.
No, he didn't fail to mention it. He just lied about it. There's a difference.
Not to mention,
yeah, Barton. Yeah.
Not to mention, we also armed them. Remember the Contras?
Mm-hmm. The Iran Contra.
They're
Hell
doing
yeah.
very dangerous things, risk our ATF agents, risking everything to interdict these
hold on.
weapons.
I
Our
got to
interdictions
pause it
are
right here.
way, way, way up.
And he talks about it in a second. This border patrol agent getting killed by a gun that came from America.
Fast
How
and
come she
Furious.
didn't question him on Fast and Furious? If this was a serious interview, why was she not like, wait a second? You guys did Fast and Furious. You forced FFLs to sell guns to people they shouldn't have sold guns to so that they could be trafficked to Mexico so that you could so-called track them. And then this dude got killed. Why are you not in fucking prison?
The guy that got killed, it was
Previously?
a, DEA agent?
No, it's a border patrol agent.
Yeah, Border Patrol. Well, that screwed up big time.
Yeah.
But
it was a border patrol agent.
We talked about the problems of preventing weapons in the illegal commerce, even in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
It is a
Dude,
very,
I
very.
don't think he's
difficult
worried about
problem
leg
here.
chest
It is
board.
a
I
very,
think he's
very
worried
difficult
about a
problem in
ball
those
boil over
southwest
there.
border states and some other states about
Just
weapons
saying.
flowing south. And we are out there every day. ATF agents are literally risking their lives playing cat and mouse and cops and robbers
No,
with
that's
these
a
horribly
lie.
deadly people who work
You think?
to try and slow the flow of arms to them also.
In
But
addition,
yeah,
like
we
you see
force
this
people
50
to
cal
sell
weapon here, which is a
Mexican
favorite
cartels
of
guns.
the cartels, and these are considered rifles, and they can be acquired by 18-year-old individuals. So pistols are 21 years old to acquire, but these larger, more desirable weapons, these 18 years old, and your normal background check and state.
Now again,
Oh my God! Didn't
This
they
is
not just say? Wait. It was a full auto machine gun. They were just saying that. Ugh.
yes, they're conflating everything. So this is yes, in most states and federally, to purchase a handgun from an FFL, I have to be 21. It doesn't mean I can't be 16 years old and go buy a handgun from a private seller and get that handgun and be completely legal. These motherfuckers conflate so much shit. and they lie so hard that my fat ass is having a goddamn stroke listening to them, because goddamn the major body of the American public is so fucking ignorant. It's not even funny anymore. It lost being funny about 40 years ago. Now it's just goddamn sad. We've had the internet for 20 something years right now. If you can't use a fucking Google function and actually look this shit up, maybe I won't go there. That's another fucking rabbit
Then
hole.
again, Coop, regardless, apart from the Google thing, you got people that can't identify their gender, and also they can't describe what a woman is.
Oh, well, I posted something on I can't remember where it was at. It may have been on X earlier, because someone posted something about gun laws, and 60% of these people believe in this, and I was like, yeah, well, 70% of people can't figure out what a man and a woman is. They need to go milk a bull and then get back to me. They'll figure out the joke. Yeah, go milk him. And there are people that do fuck me. There are people that do have that exact job title, and they find this funnier than I do. Because there are people that do have that job.
That's fucking gross.
And they make a lot of money for doing so. Unlike the chicks on very strange porn sites.
Or OnlyFans.
Or OnlyFans, yes. Yeah, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Before I have a stroke.
And then you could walk out the door with these. And
That seems incredible. There was
Chess, trust me, I know you had to do it. I would have done it to you.
And that didn't result
didn't
in
go
a
anywhere.
Hurry.
But I would say this also, one of the things when I was in Las Vegas recently, I did an event with.
Wait till I get my
the
man against the
firearms
master
industry about
stream
this
all the
idea
way
of
down.
straw purchasers, people, buying guns for other people. Some of them domestically, but some of them buying guns that are going to end up with the cartels. And we depend on firearms dealers.
I don't think the
many of
cartel
whom
gives a
are our
rat
first line of
ass if they're
defense,
committing
who
a crime
pick
or
up the
not,
phone
buddy.
and help us and
No.
try to interdict this. And for those who aren't doing that, I hope and expect that as Americans, we will all do that. But those who aren't, if somebody comes into your store in a border state and plunks down $12,000 cash money
Barton, 100%.
for one of these things.
Dude, I could tell you some stories about
so that
slapping
there's no
some
credit card
reports
trail,
together on last minute.
my word, we hope that people will help us as Americans.
Oh,
and
you
continue
do.
to help us.
Oh, they'll get to the
and
50
not make
cal
that
in a
sale
second. They'll get to that in a
protect
second.
our
They
safety.
do not say
And
jack
many are.
shit about
We
the
get a lot of
249.
tips from those dealers, but I'm just sort of a little bit of a commercial for those who are going to be at the counter.
This
thinking
might
about
be where it gets
Do
to.
not let this happen. Please help us to stop this.
I'm listening.
We
I'll be
respect
right
you. We
back.
depend on you. Please, as firearms dealers, help us to stop this.
Are these widely sold by firearms dealers? Because who else is the customer?
Right. Well, that look, it's a lawful weapon, and so people do buy it. But if you're on the border and people are paying in cash, and there's all sorts of indicia that we try to train people at the counter to understand what might be a straw purchase. If the two people come into a store, and I don't want to stereotype, but it's a man and a woman, and the man is asking all about a particular weapon and which one is better and which one is whatever, and then it comes time to buy the weapon, and he calls the other person over and says she's going to do the paperwork and buy the weapon, right? That's not, all sorts of alarm bells should be going off. If somebody goes into the store and then walks into the parking lot and you see them together in the parking, all sorts of bells and whistles should be going off, right? This is what we work with the gun store community on, trying to work together on this. And I do think, look, a lot of people need to understand there's a lot of people out there who are willing to help, right? But there's some who aren't. And these cartels and these criminals, they find the ones who are either willing to help them or maybe a little naive and not ready, and they take advantage of it.
Understood. Well, thank you for sharing all this with us. It's very educational. Thank you.
Hey, what's up there?
Oh, I switched to H&R Block, doing my own taxes online. Kind of winning taxes. Their new AI tax assist is so awesome. It answers my questions if I ever need help. So long, TurboTax.
Well, hold on.
I gotta make the switch.
Yeah, I know what switch you want to make.
You really should.
What? What'd I do?
Switch to H&R Block
The
and do
ad.
your own taxes with our new AI tax assist. It's better with
It
Block.
won't let me skip it. Why is it not? Stats printer. I don't care.
This
about
is
stats
Carvana.
printer.
And so is
I don't care about
this.
sharing it.
And
How do
this
you
is
click
how you
off
can
of it?
sell us your car.
Okay. Anyway, there was a little bit more to that, where he talked about 50 calibers, and yes, this 18-year-old can walk into this store and he can buy this 50 caliber rifle, and unless I missed that part just because I'm trying to black it out.
Hold up, Coop. I got something for you. Let me see if I can find it.
Don't
That guy
do it.
there on the
It's not
right-hand
worth it.
corner. Oh, you missed it. Never mind. Let me see if I can find it. Remember I was telling you about Canada a while back?
Yes.
Let me see if I can find that video where some guy with an actual machine gun is being used up in Canada, and now they're complaining, oh, well, your gun control failed. Well, no shit, because it's a fucking criminal.
Machine guns in Canada have been completely illegal. Not just,
1970s.
hey, we're under the NFA. They have been completely illegal since was it 73?
1970s up there.
Yeah, it's like the 1970s. And all of a sudden, dude's getting shot up with a machine gun. Yeah. Oh, chessboard. I ain't watching that tonight. I'll have to catch up on that in the morning. I have reached my goddamn level of stupid shit tonight, but I guarantee you I'll watch it later. I started out last night. I caught on to this. I saw this about Dettelbach in the ATF interview at I don't know, I was fixing to go to bed, 10 something. And my wife walked in here about 10:45, and I am ready to just lose my shit. And I'm not halfway through this interview. And God love my wife. My wife is outstanding. But my wife she'll bring me back down to earth at the same time. And she will. She's done it a couple times tonight, so I didn't start desk popping and throwing shit. And then today, like I said, I listened to a lot of stuff today. Four Boxers Diner, of course, Guns and Gadgets, a bunch of other guys. And wasn't planning on streaming tonight. Now we've been going for damn near 6 hours. But I wasn't planning on streaming tonight until I saw this ghost gun shit pop up in PA, because PA, of course, run by Josh Shapiro. He won, a year or so ago for governor. He's part of the ones who sued JSD Supply, which those guys, Bob, Jordan, are fucking great dudes who haven't been out committing crimes. And I'm sorry, that stuff sets me off at a cellular level, because it's nothing but bullying by the government at that point.
Yeah, here it is. Found the video. I sent it to you.
You sent it to me?
Check your phone.
Well,
Just
can
make
you
it
send
quick.
it my
It's a short
email
video.
and we'll play it on stream.
It's a short video, dude.
I know, but can you send it to my email? We'll play it on stream.
Hold up.
Yeah, send it to my email. We'll play it on stream. But it's freaking, all this stuff is so maddening, because it shouldn't matter what I have. It should matter what I do with it. The quickest relation to this is most of us guys have dicks. I've never raped anybody. I shouldn't be charged for rape for what another guy did with his dick. And that sounds very crude to some people, and it is quite crude. And I can be, huh?
I'm having trouble finding your email. Sorry.
C&T Designs 2022.
I can't find it.
Sorry. C&T Designs 2022
I know. I'm
at
trying to find my
Gmail.
save file.
See, I got your which.
Hold on. Let me see what I can do here.
Yeah, dirty bastard. You better be up for Bishop in the morning. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to text
Dude,
you.
I was
again.
sleeping. All right, I had to get some sleep.
I gotta mess with Warsaw.
CT Designs. What was it?
Normally Warsaw at like 8:35, 8:38 is texting me the link for Bishop stream. Bishop is a very good professional show. And before Warsaw got hooked on Bishop, I didn't know about him. And today is the only morning in like a 3-month period that I have got to text Warsaw back going, "Where you at? We're in the stream."
Dude, sorry. Dude, I was up until 2 o'clock in the morning the previous night, and I just said, fuck, I gotta get sleep.
Oh, dude, man. I know, man. It's one of those things. I was texting you just to make sure where you were at. But if it's like me, where a lot of nights I don't get a whole hell of a lot of sleep, it ain't nothing to it, man. We can always catch up. That's not saying I will not break your balls. That is very different.
All right. C&T Design what?
C&T Designs 2022 at gmail.com.
Okay, hold up.
I can almost guarantee you. Hold on.
I got it. Let me see if I can send it to you.
Compose WAR. Hold on. I can't fucking type. Apparently I lost my ability.
And that's the one country I've always wanted to visit growing up, but now I've decided, nope, not going up there now.
I'm gonna send you a half-ass retarded message. Just reply to that.
Yeah, let's see if it worked.
Because I'm just like fat fingering keys at this point.
Let's see. Did you get it?
Inbox. Not yet. I have Rumble. I have Sim24, Net Zero.
Okay, here we go.
That? Yeah, now just reply to that.
Yeah, he's just gotta love technology.
Technology, I'll tell you this. Technology is great when it works. When it doesn't work, is the most aggravating shit on this planet. It doesn't matter whether it's the wheel. Wheels are round, they run. When they're working, they're great. When they're fucking flat, they suck.
There you go. I sent you
It
the
just
video.
gets worse.
See if you got it now, buddy.
Me, Warsaw. Here we go.
Yeah, this isn't the CCFR. This is another Canadian gun rights group up there. And this woman, who's actually a conservative, mind you, liberals versus conservatives up there. We gotta rewind it. We're not seeing it, Coop. Rewind it. Rewind it.
Rewind it one more time.
Common sense can Conservatives will stop the crime that the NDP Liberal Prime Minister has unleashed on our streets for 8 years. Instead of enforcing the law and stopping crime, he's going after law-abiding sports shooters and hunters. Machine guns are illegal in Canada since the 70s.
Oh, shit.
But
Yeah,
last
Jess,
week,
I'll
caught
watch it,
on
buddy.
video,
Trust me.
violent attackers with machine guns opened fire at a home in small city White Rock. Why does the Prime Minister prioritize billions of dollars going after hunters and lawful gun owners instead of the real criminals?
We're not worried about the real criminals.
Yep. Well, there's a video footage of that guy.
That's the biggest issue. We're gonna get out of here in a minute. But that's the biggest issue I can see with a lot of this stuff. So they're not worried about the actual violent criminals. And I'll use CRS as an example. I got one of his plasma cuts around here somewhere. But they'll take CRS, who just merely advertised a product, and they'll put him in jail for years.
Also, don't forget that they asked the ATF directly and said if this was legal or not.
Yeah. He asked the ATF, "Hey, is this legal?" The ATF said yes. All of a sudden, they lose the phone calls. We have no record of that. Yeah, I believe that. Like I'm gonna start fucking shitting out golden pigs that fly with SR-71 style wings at this point. Look at that, and John Crump and everybody did the story. The dude that was in the Navy who was buying legal gun parts and selling legal gun parts, and then all of a sudden they trap him up for machine guns, and then they say he's got RPGs and all this other shit. But you don't see 95 prosecutions in these inner cities for Glock switches or for the shootings they do. The shooting out of Kansas City at the parade, you see all that shit just get buried. They don't want to talk about that. Although when we looked at the video on this fucking channel, we could identify at least 7 different shooters.
Hey, Coop.
Yeah.
We just had a big ass explosion up in Michigan right now.
What?
Macomb County, Michigan, 50-mile Groesbeck. I just got news on my phone right now. Let's see what happened here. Glue factory explosive.
Glue factory?
Yeah, some factory literally explode.
Yeah, we'll have to do a little research on that. If you need glue sticks later, apparently we're going to be short.
Literally, I just got multiple notifications on YouTube for people I follow up in Michigan. It's just some factory exploded apparently.
Look at something fun. Look at the number of houses around the DC area that have suddenly exploded in the last few months. That's a fun rabbit hole to run down, because there's quite a few. These houses just suddenly they've existed forever, and then all of a sudden, for no reason, have gas leaks and suddenly explode. In the DC area, the metro DC area. Now, it doesn't sound fishy to me at all. Yeah. Dude, I guess I think the biggest thing we can look at these days is, and to be all serious, we live in some very, very crazy times. That whole Chinese proverb, may you live in interesting times. I'd love to kick that dude dead in his fucking nuts. Because I want to live in boring times. I want to live in times to where the news is basically the same every day. I can go do the same thing every day. And we don't have this constant parade of just stupid shit going on where you're like, oh, wow, this and oh, wow, that. Yeah, I want boring times. Mainly because I want my kids to grow up in a safe environment. remember, I've got a 4-year-old and a 7-year-old. My 4-year-old's the one that looks like he fought Apollo Creed lately.
Yep. Coop, you know what I want more than anything now?
I was going to say a 22-year-old blonde double D virgin.
Yeah, maybe, but no. No,
I couldn't resist the joke, man. Come on.
I know.
You can only lead me so much rope before I hang myself.
All right. No, what I was going to say is, I want American patriotism back, and there was something I actually grew up in my childhood. You want me to share the story?
Hit it, man. We got a couple minutes, and then we'll get out of here.
I was in grade school. Every day we always pledge the Pledge of Allegiance every day in the morning, and we get up, raise our hand, and it's like one day I said, you know what, I'm fucking tired of this routine. I just sat at my desk that day, and I just said, fuck this, I'm not going to even fucking do the pledge. Guess what happened to my ass after that?
I would be willing to bet you got it beat.
The teacher pulled my ass out of the seat and took me outside the classroom and said, what the fuck are you doing? Why aren't you doing the pledge? And I said, I'm just tired of this fucking routine. And I just got fucking yelled at to the highest degree and shit-faced. And you know what? Since that day, I've been feeling the shame every same day, dude, because that flag that I disrespected is always haunted me, because every time I hear an American song or just the patriotism, it just tells myself, you know what? You gotta bring the American patriotism back, because every fucking soldier and every emergency responder and everybody you could think of as that bled and fought for this fucking country should be not in vain.
No, but and I'll argue with a little bit about this point. And this is coming from someone I've known, grandparents that were vets in World War II. I've known Korean vets. My dad and uncles were vets in Vietnam. I've known a lot of vets that served in the global war on terror and all this stuff. I've been privileged. I'll say this. I've been privileged to know vets from damn near every end of the spectrum. It isn't this so-called American patriotism that we need. It's not. What we need is people understand what America actually was. And that is a group of states that served as their own nations that cooperated together for a common good. And that's very different than the patriotism we get pushed on us constantly these days. It is extremely different. Because see, with the patriotism, so-called patriotism and Americanism we get pushed on us now, it's, well, as long as 70-something of the people agree to something, well, then you're the one who's wrong, and those 70-something% of the people are right. No. No.
And I'm not talking about that patriotism. I'm talking like
The love of America.
Love of America.
Yeah,
look at 9/11.
Yes.
We all came to fucking together at one point, even though we went to weapon mass destruction, which was bullshit from the get-go. We still came together for our own kin and people.
And here's where some of my argumentative nature and some of my experience comes through. Saddam had weapons of mass destruction. I know guys that served over there in the initial invasion in Iraq that are suffering from cancers that only come from handling yellow cake uranium.
So they were
the only reason you have yellow cake uranium is if you are committing or actually assembling weapons. So, and it's kind of a we're in the woods thing. Now, do I believe we should have went into Iraq? No, we shouldn't have. We shouldn't have been anywhere there. when we went into Afghanistan, it was great with small unit tactics that were calling in various copious amounts of fire from drones and other airborne systems. And even those guys, interviews that I've watched a lot from those guys who were over there very early, were like, yeah, we were. There was one, I can't, it had to have been with Sean Ryan. If you're not following Sean Ryan, you need to follow Sean Ryan. And if you just look up Vigilance Elite or you look up Sean Ryan, you'll find him. And there was a guy, I can't remember which one it was, and they were over there very early in, well, the hell, they were over there before the major invasion of Afghanistan. And these guys were like, look, we were knocking out these Taliban sites right and left. But they would walk, they were in certain hotels, they would leave their hotel without a gun on them, go to the market, go buy food, deal with the locals, and the locals knew who they were. They'd shake hands, high five, do whatever. The locals loved them. They loved the locals because they were getting rid of these fucking Taliban idiots. And when Big Army got involved, everything went to shit. And that gets into this, well, nah, we ain't going to hit that all the way tonight. But it does get into the fact that our American government, there's nothing they can't fuck up. Nothing. If you picture the hottest woman, man, I'm not judging, in your mind tonight that you could go dream about, and you started having that dream, our government could fuck that up. Even if you believed in clown shoes and big noses, they would suddenly put that joker in a tuxedo with a clean cut hair and clean shaved with no makeup on. Doesn't matter. Our government can fuck that up. And we've been tricked into a lot of things. We were tricked into World War II. We were tricked into Vietnam. We were basically tricked into Korea.
Well, look at us. We're getting tricked into Ukraine.
Yes.
A war we should not be getting involved in to get go. And
we should have let.
It was all started by the CIA, possibly.
Yes, we should have let Ukraine. We shouldn't even been involved. No blankets, no whatevers, no what's this. Hey, you guys figure that shit out.
Find it out. Let it
is where we should have been from the word go. Let me see. Does it affect my? No, it doesn't affect my. Or is this coming? No, it's not. You figure it out. Those Ukraine, Russia, the Soviet Union, even before then, they've been involved in that region for hundreds of years. You guys figure it out. But our people, our troops, our men and women in uniform, have been used as the world's police and as cannon fodder for so long. It's just not even real.
Nope. And guess what? I honestly think wars are now creating stock for our politicians.
Dude, if it wasn't for politicians, for the most part, wars would be over in days. I mean, literal days. It would be that simple. We have more than you. You come at us, we destroy you. Or you have more than us. You come at us, you destroy us. That's the way it would be. That's the way it has been since the dawn of man. Ever since I figured out I can take a bigger rock than you and I can brain you before you can brain me, that's the way it's worked. It's the same reason we go all the way back down. We boil all this back down to guns. Wipe every gun off this planet. Every single one. You wipe them all off the board. I have my Harry Potter Gandalf magic wand. Poof, guns are gone.
Then what's
the
next?
only thing I've done is I've made the bigger or the more violent people the rulers of everybody else, because they're going to use a stick, they're going to use a rock, tree branch, knife, you name
Machetes.
it. Yes. When you think about it, literally, a firearm really is the only thing you can take someone who is 3'2" to 6'9", and you can put them on a level playing field with it. With a little bit of training, you can put those people on the same playing field. I can't do that with a knife. I can't do that with a rock. I can't do that with a stick. I can do it with a firearm.
You know, it's also even deadlier than a firearm. Depriving people's food and water.
Well, that comes down to a whole government situation. I'm talking about on that point. I'm talking about an individual basis.
Yeah.
Now, if we bring governments into this, how many people does Stalin kill?
Lots of Ukrainians and
Like
Russian people.
100 and something million, somewhere around there.
Yep, he starved.
I mean, just starve them out of existence.
Yeah, like cannibalism.
It's bankers fund both sides. Yeah, absolutely. And that's, again, stuff that I hadn't considered earlier in my life, where we talk about things like a gold standard and other things where your currency is based on an actual solid asset. Yes, our government can sit there and print money.
I mean,
it's not based off anything. They can print whatever they want, and they can go fund this stuff. They can fund that stuff. They can throw money at the American people. They can throw all this money overseas, and it's like a fucking rat whatever in a strip club, and they're just throwing money everywhere. And that shit has to come home at some point or another. Someone has to pay the bill, and that's part of what drives me so crazy about stuff these days.
Yep.
Now,
And apart from our economy, you know who's actually suffering right now? China. And I explain why. You know about the tofu dredge projects, obviously, right?
About the what?
Tofu dredge projects.
Remind me. It sounds familiar, but remind me.
Pretty much, people buy their apartments or buildings or complexes, but they don't know that they're getting fucked over by the state federal governments of communist China, because what they do is they pretty much fill up the walls with concrete, but actually lace them up with foam or dirt, and then
Yes.
they have to document and they say, "Fuck you, you're on your own now." And earthquake happens and they get killed in the process, and
that's where you see entire buildings collapse.
Yeah. And here's the crazy thing: since we're buying shit from China, guess what we're doing? We're actually speeding up the process for their dollar and currency to actually collapse in our country.
Well, yeah. Well, why do you think? And this goes down, and we're not going to go too much longer. But why do you think this president that we have right now would push us all into electric vehicles and all this other so-called renewable technology, when all of the raw materials come from that, or for that, come from places like China or Africa, where they're slave mined and then funneled into America? I can't get a blood diamond. I can't go to certain places and get a diamond out of Africa because they're blood diamonds, but you can go get lithium or some other material like that.
Yep.
It's if people, if the not even the majority of the American people, but if you had 20%, I'll say that 20% of the American people who actually paid attention to this stuff, our government would not be able to pull half the shit that they pull. Because even though that 80% would be asleep, they're always going to be asleep. They're going to be watching fucking Real Housewives of the Hose or whatever, while the rest of us actually get in and deal with things on a policy level. But we don't have that.
Mm-hmm. But I asked my friend, like, you know, as far as their economy is concerned, I'm seeing China collapse in the next probably 10, 15 years, betting it's going to be like the Soviet Union. How it collapsed, and it's just going to be regular China.
I don't, and here's a prediction that I hope doesn't come true. I don't see China collapsing. I don't.
You don't see financially the market over there is just going to fucking drive and collapse?
No, they're not even going to worry about that. They're going to take Taiwan. They're going to control enough natural resources, and they have enough infrastructure built in other countries to where their dollar won't collapse. Are they going to be in a shit show? Yes. Are they going to have enough economic power for their elite to stay afloat? Yes. Will they starve their own people out? Yeah, sure they will. They don't give a fuck about them. But are the people in power going to suffer? No. Not at all. You're dealing with something. People don't realize how much money China has funneled into infrastructure, even into places like Jamaica. Built roads in Jamaica, built airports in Jamaica. China is worldwide, and they have enough money invested to where they are going to get that investment back. Now, their people, the general population of China, might suffer, and they might die off. It might be like the Soviet Union. You'll see 30 million people disappear because they just starve. But the ruling class, no, they're not going to suffer. They're going to continue to build their wealth.
So, in other words, China's a different animal than the Russian government.
I won't say they're completely different. But what you have to look at is, hell, Putin came from the KGB. Do you think Putin ever spent a day of his life starving? After he got into the upper echelons, do you think he spent a day of his life starving?
Probably not.
No, probably not at all. Once you're in that government, in that ruling class, you're not the one suffering. And if your government has enough money and enough power and enough influence invested in situations, yeah, the major body of your people might suffer, but you're not going to. And that's where, say, the upper echelon of Russian society is set, because they ain't been starving. That's where the upper echelon of Chinese society will sit, because they're not going to starve. That's where the upper echelon of American society sits. They're not going to starve. People get this all fucked up, that this is about race, or this is about money, or this is about that, this is about this. No, this is about the people who have the power and the people who just want to live their lives free. And the people who just want to live their lives free are going to be the ones who are going to get fucked every single time. On their knees, in a ditch, gun to the back of their head. It's the way it's going to go. That's human history. That is since the dawn of man, way before guns, and the governments, all they do is sit here and manipulate us. And until you can catch on to that, until you can see the picture from start to finish, until you can see that, you're going to be the one watching the mainstream media thinking, oh, this is this and this is that. No, it's not. And once you see it, and we kind of touched on it the other night, not too long back, but once you see it, you can't unsee it. I wish to God I could forget about everything that I've seen in the past few years, and I could just go back to, I don't know, watching football, doing whatever, fishing every weekend. I wish I could do that. It's less stressful on me. It sucks less for my family, for me being the one seeing this, or me reading all these gun laws, or watching all these congressional hearings. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's literally like looking at your rapist every single day. Once they did that, you can't forget that face or that feeling or that experience.
It's like you hit the bell and now you can't unring it.
Yeah, you can't unring that bell. And dude, I may have listened to the stream I'll do one night. Man, I didn't watch this stuff years ago. I didn't. You know, I had some ideas about it. And what I know right now, I was right about some, I was wrong about a lot.
Well,
but you can't, like I said, you can't unring that bell. Once it's rung and you hear that tone, and when you feel that and you see it in real time, there's no backing that up.
Yeah. Well, it's not guns. I mean, it's saying that one case. Remember that one with the state government versus their parents?
Which one? The transgender stuff, or you're
No, it's just the bad process where the state government
Yes.
fucked up and they
Yes.
kids their parents' kids away.
That was Washington State, wasn't it?
Somewhere, but yeah, that was a really weird case.
Yeah, the state, in that case, it sounded like the parents had some issues, but they were still trying to be good parents. And I can't remember exactly what happened, but the parents were still trying to be good parents. But the state literally strips these parents of their kids and puts them in homes or whatever else because, these parents weren't doing exactly what the court said. And there was never any proof I heard that these kids were harmed by the parents or abused by the parents. These parents had some issues. I think some of it was drugs. But for all intents and purposes, the testimony in the case was these were good parents. They had some issues, but they were overall good parents. But the judge, that was the I'm against you
It's my word
mentality of
against
this
you.
judge. And it was like, hold on, wait a second. You can't prove these kids were abused. You can say the parents had some issues, but you can't prove these kids were abused whatsoever. These kids want to be with their parents, but since these parents didn't follow every court order to the note, to the comma, this judge says it's me against you, and I'm stripping your kids and I'm pulling your kids out. And yeah, when you sent that to me and I listened to it that morning, hell, part of that morning while I was at work, I started listening to it. You sent it to me early. It was probably 9 or so. It was probably after Bishop when I started listening to it. And I listened to that entire case and listened to the lawyers. And it was mind-blowing. I'd have to go back and look through all of my stuff to find it.
This was state of Georgia.
Yeah, it was in Georgia. Matter of fact, yes, it was in Georgia. And the judges, because this went all the way to the Supreme Court in Georgia, and the judges in the Supreme Court were like, how the fuck does this judge do this? They're like, this is absolute bullshit. These were the judges in the Supreme Court. They're like, there's no way a judge did this. And the person for the state's like, well, yeah, they said this. And the judge is like, no, wait a second. You just stripped the parents of every right that they had with zero authority. And you expect us to honor this. It's just, yeah, that, oh
Violates the
man, the
Constitution
more I think
statute.
about that, the more I just, it just, it's like, just drives you nuts. But yeah, you're right. It was in Georgia. In the judges in that case, like I said, it made its way up to Supreme Court in Georgia, and those judges tore the state a new one the entire hearing. And when that judge, especially in that one mention, this judge in the lower case was like, "This is me against you." And when that judge hit that joker's face turned red. He was like to lose his shit. But it shows you how much power these states and municipalities think they have sometimes. And it's, again, get to other things. There's we'll hit some other things later. But no, let's get out of here. I gotta get a shower, get some sleep. I gotta be up in the morning.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if
and there's
Bishop on Air is going to go live again.
Yeah, well, I should be up for Bishop. Bishop should be up in the morning. So if you guys aren't following Bishop on Air, look up Bishop on Air.
Greg Bishop.
He's out in Illinois. He covers a lot of stuff that we normally do with gun laws. He covers shit outside of Chicago, all your national stuff. I mean, and he does a very professional show. He's nowhere like me where we drink, smoke, and cuss and do all that. He's very, very professional about what he does.
The funny thing is, I found him through Freedom Steel through Todd Vandermine. I was like, I did it just a YouTube search and he popped up. I'm like, who's this guy? And I looked at him like, okay, he used to be formerly with WMY.
Fire, you leave my possum out of this. It hadn't showed up on the porch in the last couple nights. I will pet my possum anytime I want to. It's a little, little snappy at first, and then it chills out.
Yep, but that's how I first got to actually know who Greg Bishop was. I never even heard of the guy, and I found him through Freedom Steel, actually.
Yeah, well, Todd, Todd's been on the show a couple times. They seem like they know each other because Bishop will call Todd up and be like, "Hey, you said this in the chat. You want to come on the show?"
Well, that's that Tom DeVore too. It's State's Attorney Tom DeVore.
Yeah,
yeah.
So that's another dude. And hell, maybe one of these nights, man, me and you just need to jump on here and we just need to like bounce back and forth for people that we follow and people with good information. And maybe that'll help some people out because a lot of the people that follow me have been off of John Crump and some other things, but maybe we can bounce back and forth and show some other people that are putting out solid information because those are the only guys I'm worried about. If you just lead me on tickling my tip, or I can think of a few of those. Yeah, I can think of a few of those, and they've come up in a couple of streams lately, with John Crump and others, where you're just tickling my tip all day long, but not really putting out solid information.
Yep.
I like to follow people that are putting out that solid information.
Yep.
So,
but we have to also we got to plan the schedule when we're going to do contacting Jim Jordan stream or something.
Yes. Which anytime Todd's, which you got contact for Todd, but anytime Todd's ready for that,
and John, I also have to figure out what we're going to do with that too.
Yeah. Anytime Todd's ready for that, I'm ready for it. And I'll go through. Maybe one of these nights. I started kind of the rough outline of a letter that I want to put into Jim Jordan. To be honest with you, I don't think it'll do any damn good.
But why not do it?
Not with me. But, if you can get Todd on and you can get the rest of the crew on from Todd and Bishop's crew, and then all of a sudden, instead of getting, 5 letters, Jim Jordan's getting 100 letters.
How about billions from the whole American populace?
Well, it should be that way. Dude, I'd have to
just flood the living fuck out of his mailbox and his phone lines, everything.
That's a whole stream in and of itself, like the Virginia Citizens Defense League last night. Their stream. And dude was talking about something. He said, it's one politician in Virginia, and I can't remember his name offhand. He may not have mentioned the name, but there was a law supposed to go through a couple of years ago, and at the last minute, this bill got killed, and it was before 2020. And he's been with Virginia Citizens Defense League forever, and he asked this dude. He said, "So." By the way, because he called the politician, it's like, by the way, he said, "How many letters have you gotten?" And the dude said, "I'm getting about 7 a week." And 7 a week was enough to kill that bill. So you look at the influence now. I don't believe they'll pay any attention to us. But if you look at the influence we have, each one of us knows a couple of people. And if we really ramp that up and could start putting letters in Jim Jordan's lap that we need hearings, we need to bring these federal judges in. We need both the ones who are writing these shitty decisions and we need the ones who are opposing these shitty decisions in hearings. And I tag them on damn X every chance I get these days, just to do it because I'm a pain in the ass that way. But if we could get, I don't know, each one of us knowing a couple people, so say we get 1,000 letters in his lap in a short amount of time, maybe we get those hearings.
I mean, like the Ninth Circuit out of California, Seventh Circuit with fucking Judge
Easterbrook out of the Seventh.
Wood. How about the one out of Maryland, the Fourth Circuit?
Maybe we get some of these judges in a hearing, and oh my God, if they let me question them, because it'd be like, what the fuck don't you understand about shall not be infringed? It's the right of the people. Yeah, it's the right of the people, and it shall not be infringed. What don't you get about that? But better yet, what don't you get about these state constitutions themselves? Because the state constitutions themselves don't give the state the power to regulate firearms at all. I haven't seen a single state constitution, and I looked through about every single one of them, where the state constitution said, we, the government of whatever state, have the right to regulate arms owned by the citizens. There's no state that I know of that gives that language. And for those of you who actually believe in constitutions, if it is not a power explicitly given to the government of the state, it belongs with the people of the state. Even people talk about California. Well, California has no protection for 2A rights. Yeah, okay. But does the California Constitution explicitly give the right to the California government to regulate arms? It doesn't. Period. It just doesn't even mention it. Which means if it doesn't mention it to the government, then it falls to the people. Period. It's
like the stupid Hawaii thing. Like, oh, the spirit of Hawaii overrules your right. Fuck
yeah,
you.
Man. You guys keep me. I could talk about this shit for fucking ever. Coming from someone who, shit, what is it now? It's 24 or 2024. So a lot of years ago, I was a felon, and I wasn't this far into this until I actually got my rights back in 2018, and then started getting this deep into it. So, yeah, I've come a long way in my journey as far as firearms ownership and stuff like that, and I really have, man. And I got to try to get with a couple guys. It's another stream I got to do sometimes where there's a couple guys I want to get with where we talk about that very thing, where what it's like to be deprived of those rights. Yes, you did something shitty, but you paid your dues, you did your time, you paid restitution, you did all this shit. And then when you get done with all that, you're still treated like a second-class citizen, and they won't allow you to actually, become that member of society again. And that's a rough thing.
Well, and like, I mean, I remember hearing the old saying, "You're innocent until proven guilty." You're innocent until proven guilty.
You're guilty until you're proven innocent.
Yeah, that's what we're living under right now.
Yeah,
and that should not be a thing.
And that's, dude, I didn't understand that until, like I said, I got in trouble. I'm 47 now, so I did my shit when I was 23. Was it 23? Somewhere around there. So anyway, and it almost a year in prison to really see what people were like in prison. Yes, there are some people that are in prison, and fuck me running, they need to stay there. They don't ever need to get out. They need to wear the goddamn fucking Hannibal Lecter mask and be pushed into a corner on a goddamn dolly, and shit through a straw. Those people need to be there. I've run into a few, and I was in a daycare of a prison. And there are other people that were, way better than I was, but they got trapped up in some bullshit. And then you take those people, I saw some of them that, and I've talked about on streams before, where they were out for a couple months and then they get trapped on stupid shit and then they're right back in. And you just keep recycling these guys. While the really violent guys, the guys that you don't want out, are the guys who are getting out and staying out and committing more absolute violent crimes. It's our well, we don't have a justice system. We have a legal system. We don't have a justice system at all. But anyway, guys, let me get out of here. I'm going to crash. I'm going to take my shower and then I'm going to crash. So I'm going to show you guys a frame. You guys be cool. You perks be cool. Keep that thing on you at every time. All times. This is one of the cleanest prints I have done. Other than that, man, you guys be cool. Take care of your family. Love your family. If your family's like mine, they put up with you relentlessly because they love you. And do your best to put up with them, because God knows we all drive each other crazy. And hang on, man. This next few months, I think, is going to get crazy.
Yeah.
I will be amazed if it doesn't.
And it's not only that. Let's see if we can survive the next winter, and let's make it happen if we can.
This next winter,
it's going to be a dark one. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, well, that's kind of where I was getting. Let's have this party again about December, right before Christmas of next year. And if we're all in one piece and everything's cool, then let's celebrate it. Let's, have a good night, buy some presents, do whatever. If I'm wrong at that case, if I'm not wrong in that case, let's have the same meeting, just check on each other and see who we can help. Because I really think shit's going to get fucking stupid. If you think 2018 and riots and all the other shit was stupid, I don't think we've seen anything yet.
We've already seen it right now. Okay, look at Brooklyn, New York.
Dude, trust me, I think it gets worse. If I'm wrong, God bless me, I'm like Tiny Tim. May I have another one, sir? But I don't think let's put this way. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm completely wrong. I hope I'm the most wrong jackass on the internet right now. Do I think I'm wrong? No.
All we can do is
why
pray
I
and
say, yeah, take care of the family. Keep your friends close. Keep that thing close. Keep it on you at all times, perps. And I mean all times. Unless you're going through a metal detector and getting patted down, TSA screening style, keep that thing on you. Because you guys have already seen. You guys are paying attention. You guys already know stuff gets stupid quick. And it gets stupid in the most mundane places possible. So, but anyway, I love it. Let me get out of here, man. I love all you guys. I gotta go take a shower. Warsaw, as usual. You don't post too much, but you'll be on streams anytime you can. And anytime you want to be on stream, just hit me up if I haven't sent you a link already, and you'll come on.
Yep. I appreciate it, man.
Unless it's just one of those retarded nights where I've got things on my head that I have to get out. Because there are some of those nights where I've got a train of thought I'm trying to run through without any kind of disturbances. I'll put it that way. But if it's one of those nights where I'm trying to get an idea out, or I need the input like from Chad, or that sounds fucked up, but let me explain it to everybody this way. There's some nights where I've got something so kind of deep in my brain where I have to do a stream without a guest, and I have to be able to talk through it. And I still pay attention to chat almost every time. And you guys do an amazing job of helping me filter out a thought. There's sometimes where I need someone like Warsaw or Night Strike or someone else on the stream that helps me kind of filter that thought.
In other words, you just need company to pick
Yes.
out.
Yes. A lot of times it's like working out a problem at work when you have multiple people there who all kind of understand the goal and they all help you and they're adding stuff in.
You know what I see on this panel? You know what I see on this panel, Coop? I consider this like sitting around at a round table and we're just going on the bullshit.
It's one of the original ideas behind me opening up a channel or a stream and doing stuff live like this with me and other people was just like we were sitting down in a bar, drinking a beer, smoking cigarettes, and then talking through an idea. I'm working on an idea in between coffee and beer. So say I had a serious topic I wanted to talk to with somebody, and I'd offer them two chances, coffee or beer. So if we want to do this early in the day and we're just drinking coffee and talking about it, we'll do that. Which leads to Coop not being quite as big of a smart ass. But however, if you wanted to go deep into the woods, you wanted to dive off the bridge, we can go for beer. And then we can smoke and drink through the whole conversation.
Well, I don't smoke, so
I'm
that'd
still
be
kind of playing with that. But because all of you guys have seen me, and this is part of Coop's apology to the world, but all of you guys have seen me, and say if other people watch this later, all you guys have seen me be very serious about things. And then you guys have seen me just go off the rails where I say everything. No matter what the word is, I just say it. And there are some times where my sense of humor runs wild and you never know what I'm going to say. It's kind of that. Coop is like an onion. There are layers.
And I'd say there's more of a story to this person. Every person has a story.
There's definitely stories. And sometimes I realize I can go too far, and sometimes I realize I probably haven't gone far enough. And I'm horrible about finding the median in between the two. I really am. That's just the way I am.
Yep. Everybody's got a book.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're all like that. I mean, you got plenty of stories where it's all Night Strike's got plenty of stories. DLD's got plenty of stories. You know, Crump's got plenty of stories. All these guys, Bishop, I'm sure, has plenty of stories.
Todd, too.
Yeah, Todd's got plenty of stories. Barton's got plenty of stories. Chess has got plenty of stories. We all have our own stories. And believe it or not, you guys are all the guys that I would like to do shows with. There's a lot of really big name people I like to watch, but there are very few that I would want to sit down and talk to.
And be honest with you, Coop, if I was just sitting next to you, say, maybe not in a lifetime, or if we ever did meet, I'd be treating you with civil respect and treat you as a human being.
Yeah, dude, the only people I won't treat as human beings are communists because they're just not.
Or just these disrespectful pieces of crap, all right?
I'm sorry I had to. Anyway, let me get out of here, guys. I love you guys. Man, I could sit around and talk to you guys for fucking all night long without a doubt. Yep. Night Strike, get you some rest, brother. Hopefully, we'll see you in the morning on Bishop.
Wait, is
about
he
the same
still
time.
in the goddamn side chat?
Huh?
Is he still in the side chat?
Who?
Night Strike.
No. Night Strike's been out for a while.
I said say. Wait, what?
No, Night Strike's been out for a while, man.
Yeah.
He got tired of this brain cancer I'm sharing out and decided to dip.
Yeah, I think we got a crash, and I'm already dealing with a storm up here.
Well,
3 days ago we
stay-
had tornadoes, and now we're probably gonna have another one. God forbid.
Yeah, well, stay cool during the storm, man, and stay safe. All right, brother.
Yep, I'm doing the best
I'm
I
gonna
can.
kill this one quick. Chessboard, Barton, fucking BV, all you guys that have showed up tonight, man. I love every one of you guys. Be cool. Like I said, man, keep that thing on you at all times. Those little gun control signs only stop mostly law-abiding people, so don't even think about them twice. And you guys take care, man. I love all you guys to death. You guys are cool as fuck. And sometime in the next little bit, we're going to do a 400 subscriber giveaway and some other things. Other than that, we're just going to talk the same old shit we always do. So
Yep.
I love you guys, man. Y'all guys take them easy. And I'm going to go wash my ass because it's been one of those days. I love you guys. Fire, take it easy, my brother. We'll catch you after a while. Night Strike, if you're still out there lurking, I love you, my brother. You'll show me some more wood later. Warsaw, we'll catch you hopefully in the morning, man.
Definitely, I'll be probably seeing you there.
Later, brother, man.